Darius the Great, who reigned from 522 BC to 486 BC, was a formidable monarch of the Achaemenid Empire. Ascending to the throne following the assassination of the usurper, Bardia, he quickly consolidated power, significantly expanding the empire's territory and reorganizing it into several satrapies, thereby streamlining governance through advanced administrative and communication networks, including the famous Royal Road. Darius is also celebrated for his ambitious construction projects in Persepolis and Susa, where he built splendid palaces and centers of administration that showcase the empire's wealth and architectural innovation. His economic reforms included standardizing weights and measures and introducing the Daric, a new gold currency, to facilitate trade across the expansive empire. Moreover, he extended Persian influence westward, clashing with Greek city-states and setting the stage for continued conflicts with the Greeks under his successors. His role not only enhanced the administrative efficiency of the empire, but also contributed to its stability and prosperity, cementing his legacy as a leader with remarkable administrative skill and a progressive approach to the diverse cultures within his vast realm. Hello, welcome to the channel. Here we are again, going a little further back today, back to the days of the Achaemenid Empire. As always, if you leave an interesting comment, you will perhaps be the person who gets pinned at the top of the comment section. Perhaps you will make me giggle with your comment, or you'll make us all think with some astute observation. Well, that being said, let's all get comfortable and get on with the video. Well, Darius, of his 4 siblings, was the oldest. His father was Hystaspes. Well, Hystaspes was, according to Ammianus Marcellinus, quite a great man, and I'll actually begin it by setting the stage by reading an account from Ammianus Marcellinus about Hystaspes. Hystaspes, a very wise monarch, the father of Darius, who, while boldly penetrating into the remoter districts of Upper India, came to a certain woody retreat, of which with its tranquil silence of the Brahmans, men of sublime genius, were the possessors. From their teachings he learned the principles of motion of the world and of the stars, and the pure rites of sacrifice, as far as he could, and of what he learned he infused some portion into the minds of the Magi, which they have handed down by tradition to later ages, each instructing his own children and adding it to their own system of divination. Well, it's not bad to have that kind of review from Marcellinus. But what about his mother? Well, that's unfortunately a little bit less documented. A bit of a mystery. Seems to be a running trend with figures from that time period. It is thought by some that one Rodogune was actually Darius's mother, but there have been some recently uncovered records at Persepolis, which indicate that his mother was actually one Irdabama, a wealthy landowner descended from a family of Elamite kings in the area. The Behistun inscription of Darius states that in 522 BC his father was the satrap of Bactria, and according to Herodotus, Darius served as a spearman, Doriforos in the Greek tongue, for the Persian great king Cambyses II during his Egyptian campaign, which was in the 3 years between 528 and 25 BC, before assuming power This is usually taken to mean that Darius had once held the rather prestigious role of being the king's personal spear carrier. Now, in terms of Hystaspes, his father, he was a military officer in Cyrus's army and a member of the nobility at his court. Now, before Cyrus the Great and his army crossed the Araxes River to face the Armenians, he named his son Cambyses II as the heir apparent, just in case he did not make it through the battle. Following his passage across the Aras River, Cyrus had reportedly seen a vision of Darius, who stood at the border between Europe and Asia, representing his domination over the known world, and apparently he had wings on his shoulders. After Cyrus had awoken from this dream, this vision, he concluded that Darius would someday rule the entire world, which of course presented a serious threat to the stability of the empire. Well, despite this, Darius's ambitions and potential for disloyalty were a source of concern, as he was not the legitimate successor to the kingdom, but rather Cambyses was, Cyrus's son. So you can see, Cyrus had gave Hystaspes instructions to go back to Persis and keep an eye on his son. Make sure he's not stepping out of line until Cyrus could return and figure out what exactly to do about this situation. Now, in terms of how Darius exactly came to the throne, there's a few divergent accounts. Of course, one is given by both Darius and the other one is given by the Greek historians, notoriously trustworthy ones too, like Herodotus. I'm joking. Well, the earliest historical narratives describe a convoluted sequence of events wherein Cambyses II actually went through a complete nervous breakdown, killed his brother Bardia, and eventually died from an injury to his leg, perhaps some kind of infection that is sustained through a wound, which is a pretty common way to go back in those times. Well, later, Darius had traveled to Sikayavati with a group of 6 of the nobility in order to kill one Gaumata, the pretender who had taken the throne by pretending to be the rightful king Bardia during his absence. Well, of course, we have the secondary source, the Behistun inscription, which asserts that Cambyses II assassinated his own brother Bardia, although this act of fratricide remained concealed from the population. Well, as someone aspiring to seize power, known as Gaumata rather. I don't think we'd have Gautama Buddha coming to seize power in the Achaemenid times. Well, this Gaumata deceitfully presented himself to the public, and he convinced everybody that he was the true heir Bardia. In the absence of Cambyses, a revolution against his rule erupted in March of 522 BC, as the Iranians became increasingly dissatisfied with the state of affairs. Soon, the Iranian population elected Gaumata as their leader, known as, of course, Bardia. Well, none of the members of the Achaemenid family would dare rebel against Gaumata, even if it meant risking their own lives. Now, Darius, who had previously served as Cambyses' lance-bearer until the overthrow of the emperor, sought assistance, and in September of 522 BC, together with Otanes, Intafrenes, Gobrias, Aspathenes, and a few others, assassinated Gaumata at the stronghold of Sikayavati. Well, Herodotus presents a questionable narrative of Darius's rise to power. Following the assassination of Gaumata, Darius and the remaining 6 nobles convened to deliberate the future of the empire. Initially, the 7 individuals deliberated about the structure of the government. Otanes, he advocated for a democratic republic, isonomia in the Greek tongue. Megapissus advocated for an oligarchy, but Darius advocated for a monarchy. Well, Darius successfully persuaded the other nobles by arguing that a republic would result in corruption and internal conflict, whereas a monarchy would be governed with a focused determination that is unattainable in other forms of governance. Well, in order to determine the monarch, a test was devised by 6 individuals, with Otanes choosing not to participate due to a reported lack of desire to become king. The individuals were instructed to assemble outside the palace, seated on their horses at the moment of sunrise. The individual whose horse emitted the first neigh in acknowledgement of the ascending sun would be crowned as the ruler. According to Herodotus, Darius possessed a slave named Oebarus, who would manually stimulate the genitals of a mare that Darius's horse showed a preference for. Upon the gathering of the 6 individuals, Oebarus positioned his hands next to the nose of Darius's horse, which subsequently became stimulated by the aroma and emitted a neighing sound. Subsequently, there was a display of lightning and thunder, prompting the rest to dismount and kneel before Darius as a gesture of acknowledging his seemingly divine intervention. Darius asserted in this narrative that he ascended to the throne not by deceit, but through cunning. He even went so far as to commission a statue of himself on a horse, accompanied with the words inscribed, "Darius, son of Hystaspes, acquired the rulership of Persia through the astuteness of his horse and the clever ingenuity of his friend Oebarus." Well, that is one way to get the job. Now, according to Greek historians, Cambyses II entrusted one Patizaethes with the governance of the realm as he had embarked on his journey to Egypt. Subsequently, he dispatched Prexaspes with the intention of assassinating Bardia. Following the assassination, Patizaethes installed his brother, Gaumata, a Magian who had a striking resemblance to Bardia, and proclaimed him the great king. Otanes, along with 6 other Persian nobles, including Darius, uncovered Gaumata's fraudulent identity and devised a strategy to remove the impostor Bardia from power. Darius ascended to the throne the very next morning after eliminating the impostor. Of course, this information of Darius's ascent to power is widely recognized as a fabrication, and was actually employed to hide his overthrow and assassination of Bardia, who was the legitimate successor to Cyrus. In order to establish the legitimacy of his reign, Darius seems to have created a false connection between himself and Cyrus by declaring Achaemenid as the symbolic founder of their dynasty. Contrary to popular belief, Darius did not belong to the same lineage as Cyrus and his ancestors, who were the rulers of Anshan. Well, either way, He's in power now, isn't he? After being crowned at Pasogade, Darius relocated to Ecbatana and discovered significant backing there for Bardia. Uprisings occurred throughout Elam and Babylonia, leading to Darius's arrest and execution of the revolutionary leader Asgina in Susa. The rebellion in Babylonia ended after 3 months. Darius also became aware of the rebellion in Bactria, which was actually on his side. Subsequently, uprisings occurred in Persis, Elam, Media, Parthia, Assyria, Babylonia, and Egypt. In 522 BC, widespread uprisings against Darius had erupted throughout the Achaemenid realm, leading to complete chaos. Despite lacking popular support, Darius commanded a devoted military force, including 6 nobles who aided him in overthrowing Gaumata. They successfully suppressed and extinguished all rebellions within the space of a year, eliminating the 9 deceitful rulers. Darius documented these uprisings extensively in the aforementioned Behistun inscription. But of course, it all sounds good and well when the victors write the histories. Well, what is history without a little bit of drama? We arrive to a pretty interesting incident in the early days of the reign of Darius, which is the one involving Intiphanes, or rather the killing of Intiphanes. He was one of the 7 aristocrats who had overthrown the previous ruler and helped establish Darius as the new king. Now, what had happened was the 7 individuals who originally were on Darius's team had reached a mutual understanding that granted them unrestricted access to the new monarch, with the exception of the occasions when he was in the company of a girl. Too busy, I suppose. Well, one evening, Intiphanes visited the palace to meet Darius, but he was intercepted by 2 guards who told him he could not get through. Well, he didn't like that. He had asked them, "Why will you not let me in?" And they told him it's because Darius was in there with a woman and they didn't want to interrupt him. Well, Intiphanes did not like that answer, so he unsheathed his sword and cut off the ears and noses of the 2 officers. Upon departing the palace, he dismounted his horse and securely fastened the 2 officers together using the bridle. Bad day at work, I suppose. Well, the officers approached Darius and presented evidence of the mistreatment they had suffered at the hands of Intiphanes. And because of this, Darius grew apprehensive about his personal security, suspecting that several noblemen had formed an alliance to actually overthrow him, and he interpreted the assault on his officers as an initial indication of rebellion. But also, if 2 of your officers can't take down one soft-handed nobleman, well, maybe you should have gotten better guards. Anyway, he dispatched a message to every nobleman, inquiring whether they sanctioned the deeds of Intiphanes. Of course, they repudiated any association with Intiphanes' acts, affirming their unwavering support for Darius as the King of Kings, that being his actual title in Persian. While Darius's decision to consult the noblemen suggests that he still harbored some doubts regarding his absolute authority. Early days after you depose a king are always a little unstable. Well, to prevent any potential opposition, Darius dispatched troops to apprehend Intiphanes, as well as his son, immediate family, relatives, and any acquaintances who possessed the ability to arm themselves against him. You see, Darius held the belief that Interfernes was plotting an insurrection. However, upon his appearance in court, no evidence substantiating such a scheme was found. Well, Darius exterminated the complete family of Interfernes anyway, with the exception of his wife, a male sibling, and offspring. She was presented with the dilemma of selecting either her brother or her son, and she selected her brother to survive. The rationale behind her decision was that while she could potentially have multiple husbands and sons, she would only ever have a single sibling. Darius was rather impressed by her reply, and decided not to harm either her brother or son. Well, once Darius established his control over the entire empire, he launched a military expedition to Egypt. There he successfully destroyed the pharaoh's army and gained control over the territories that Cambyses had previously conquered. Additionally, he incorporated a significant chunk of Egypt into the Achaemenid Empire, and through subsequent military battles, he eventually achieved dominion over the vast extent of the empire, which encompassed regions ranging from the Balkans in the west to the Indus Valley in the east. Indus Valley being the northern parts of what we now know as modern-day India. Now, in 516 BC, Darius initiated a military campaign into Central Asia, specifically targeting Arya and Bactria. Subsequently, he advanced into Afghanistan and reached Taxila, which is located in present-day Pakistan. Darius resided at Gandhara during the winter of 516–15, making preparations for a conquest of the Indus Valley. And when 515 rolled around, he achieved the conquest of these territories adjacent to the Indus River. He exerted dominion over the Indus Valley, spanning from Gandhara to present-day Karachi. Additionally, he commissioned the Greek explorer Scylax of Carianda to undertake a voyage across the Indian Ocean, starting at the Indus River's estuary and concluding at the Suez region. Subsequently, Darius proceeded to advance over the Bolan Pass and subsequently retraced his steps through Arcosia and Drangiana, ultimately returning to Persia. Following the assassination of Bardia, there were extensive uprisings that took place around the empire, mainly in the eastern regions. Thus, Darius consolidated his authority as monarch by the use of military force, which is usually the most effective way to consolidate anything, leading his army across the entire empire and quelling each uprising one by one. Of course, of all the uprisings, we talk about the big one, the Babylonian revolt, commanded by Nebuchadnezzar III, the most prominent of all of them. This uprising took place after Otanes relocated a significant portion of the military from Babylon to assist Darius in quelling additional uprisings. Darius perceived that the Babylonian populace had used and duped him, prompting him to amass a substantial military force and advance against Babylon. Now, upon arriving in Babylon, he encountered sealed gates and an array of fortification designed to prevent him and his army from entering. No Darius allowed, I'm afraid. Thus, he faced derision and jeering from the rebels, who famously taunted him with the phrase, "You will conquer our city, when mules give birth to fowls. Insults were a little bit different back then, I suppose. Well, despite employing various tactics and plans, including imitating the methods used by Cyrus the Great to conquer Babylon in earlier times, Darius and his army were unsuccessful in capturing the city for a year and a half. However, according to the old story, the circumstances shifted in Darius's favor when a strategy was devised for one Zopyrus to assume the role of a defector, infiltrate the Babylonian encampment, and establish rapport with them. Of course, the strategy was effective as Darius's military forces ultimately encircled the city and triumphed over the insurgents. Well, it wasn't just the Babylonians giving them trouble. Amidst this uprising, the Scythian nomads capitalized on the turmoil and launched an invasion of Persia. After successfully quelling the rebellion in Elam, Assyria, and Babylon, Darius proceeded to launch an offensive against the Scythian invaders, chasing out the intruders, who guided him to a swamp. There he encountered unfamiliar foes and a mysterious Scythian tribe. While the Scythians were a collection of nomads from northern Iran who spoke a language that was known as Scythian. They invaded Media, engaged in battle with Cyrus and killed him, rebelled against Darius, and posed a threat to trade between Central Asia and the Black Sea region. They inhabited the area between the Danube River, the River Don, and the Black Sea. I've got a whole video on them. It's a little bit old, but you'll find it in the playlists. I've forgotten which playlist I put it in, but I know it's in one of them. Perhaps it'll be a fun game to look for it, Well, in 513 BC, Darius launched an ambitious military campaign into European Scythia, marking one of the earliest major incursions by the Achaemenid Empire. The campaign began with Darius traversing the Black Sea using a pontoon bridge near the Bosphorus Straits, showcasing the engineering capabilities and strategic planning of the Persian Empire. He led his forces into the vast and largely uncharted territories of Eastern Europe, targeting the Scythians. Now the Scythians were under the leadership of their ruler, Idanthysus, who employed evasive and scorched earth tactics that frustrated Darius's efforts. They retreated eastward, drawing Darius deeper into their territory, destroying the landscape and leaving Darius's forces increasingly isolated in a very hostile environment. But despite these challenges, Darius's campaign did achieve some notable successes, such as advancing eastward through the cultivated regions of the Scythians in Eastern Europe, and capturing and destroying the city of Budini, a key ally of the Scythians. Either way, Darius was frustrated by the consistent lack of progress. The wheels were grinding to a halt. Thus, he sent an ultimatum to Idanthysus, demanding that the Scythians either engage in battle or submit to Persian rule. Well, the response was defiant, stating that the Scythians would not fight unless the Persians located and attempted to desecrate their ancestral tombs. Well, Darius pressed on, constructing 8 massive fortresses along the Oarus River, which Herodotus noted were still standing centuries later. Unfortunately, they're all gone now. After a month of pursuing the elusive Scythians, Darius realized the futility of further pursuit and began the long march back to Thrace. Despite not forcing the Scythians into submission, The Persian forces captured significant territories, established strategic fortifications, and demonstrated the military might of the Achaemenids to the Scythians and other eastern tribes. The Scythians, on the other hand, successfully avoided a decisive battle with the Persians and managed to preserve their independence and way of life, albeit at the cost of their most valuable territories and the lives of many of their people. Plenty more where that came from. Although the Scythians employed evasive strategies, Darius's military expedition had thus far achieved a considerable degree of success. Now, according to Herodotus, the strategies employed by the Scythians led to the forfeiture of most of their valuable territories and caused harm to their faithful allies. While traveling eastward through the cultivated fields of the Scythians in Eastern Europe, Darius was able to sustain himself by receiving supplies from his fleet and relying on the resources of the land. While advancing eastward through the European Scythian territories, he successfully seized control of the heavily defended city of Budini and proceeded to set it ablaze. Darius ultimately commanded the cessation at the shores of Oarus, where he constructed the 8 formidable formations. Following a month-long pursuit of the Scythians, his military forces were experiencing casualties as a result of exhaustion, deprivation, and illness. But he had successfully captured the lands of the Scythians, at least the good ones, and that was enough to chalk up a victory. Now, Darius's European voyage during his reign was significant, starting with the conquest of Thrace and subjugating cities in the northern Aegean region. Macedonia, however, submitted and became a vassal state after being required to provide earth and water. Darius entrusted Megabyzus with the task of conquering Thrace and returned to Sardis to spend the winter. By 510 BC, the Greeks in Asia Minor and certain Greek islands had acquiesced to Persian domination. And to enhance the Persian-Greek relations, Darius invited Greeks to offer their services, granting them access to his court and treasuries. The Greeks fulfilled various roles under Darius, including statesmen, artisans, seafarers, and warriors. Now, Aristogoras orchestrated the Ionian Revolt, receiving assistance from Eretria and Athens. Persian military and naval actions led to the reconquest of Ionian and Greek islands, reassertion of control over Thrace, and the conquest of Macedonia in 492 led by Mardonius. Since the late 6th century BC, Macedon had been under Persian control in a state of tributary relations, but it did manage, barely, to maintain its independence. In 492, the war had led to complete subordination of the region, making it an integral part of the Persian structure. The first Persian invasion of Greece thus began through these military operations, leading to the expulsion of pro-Persian aristocrats from Athens and Sparta. Darius replied by sending his son-in-law's army across the Hellespont. However, a strong storm and Thracians' persecution forced the army to flee to Persia. Darius assembled 20,000 men under his admiral Datis and his nephew Artaphernes to counterattack against Athens and Eretria. And they won by taking Eretria and advancing on Marathon. Miltiades led 9,000 highly armed Athenian troops, 600 Plataeans, and 10,000 albeit weakly equipped soldiers to victory over the Persian army at Marathon in 490 BC. The Persian foray into Greece thus ended with the Marathon conflict. Well, instead of delegating to his generals, Darius organized a separate military army, which he would personally lead from the front. Before the preparations were finished, however, Darius died, leaving his son Xerxes in charge. Now, Darius descended from Hystaspes and Arsames. He married Cyrus's daughter Atossa, and he had 4 sons of his own: Xerxes, Achaemenid, Ramesses, and Hystaspes, named after his father. He also married Cyrus's daughter Artistone. Arsames and Gorbrias were his sons from the union. Darius married Bardia's daughter too, Parmias, and he had Ariomardus. Darius also married his niece, Fratagune, and had 2 sons, Abrocomas and Hipperantes. Well, because of Atossa, Xerxes became Darius's successor, and the future emperor instead of Artabarzanes, Darius's eldest son. Atossa was powerful in the realm because Darius had loved her the most. Now, back to the Battle of Marathon. After the defeat, Darius prepared a military campaign against the Greek city-states. Now, Darius, not Datis, would lead the imperial army in this conquest. And after 3 years of preparing soldiers and ships for the battles, Darius faced an Egyptian insurrection, and the rebellion in Egypt worsened his health and prevented him from commanding another armed force. After 30 days of illness, partly due to his role in suppressing the uprising, he passed away at the age of 64. He was embalmed and buried in a rock-carved tomb at Nak-e-Rostam in October of 486 BC, a location that he had already prepared beforehand. Well, he's dead now, isn't he? But what made him so great? Well, before we go, let's have a look at a few of his achievements. Well, Darius wanted to reform the empire, and it was already very much an empire before he came around. He also wanted to improve the income system he had inherited from Cyrus and Cambyses at the start of his tenure. He created 20 satrapies, ruled by satraps, and required to pay fixed taxes. Herodotus' catalogue begins with Ionia and lists the subsequent satrapies west to east, save for Persis. Now, Persis was the Persian homeland, and that was the only province that did not need to be conquered. To pay tribute, silver and gold talents were used. Babylonian talent measured satraps' silver tributes. Now, gold paid people were measured by euboic talent. The satraps paid less than 15,000 silver talents each. Most of the satraps were Persian and belonged to either the royal house or the 6 prominent royal families. Darius personally selected these satraps to oversee these territories. The provinces were subdivided into sub-provinces, each with its own governor, who was appointed either by a royal court or the satrap himself. A commission conducted an evaluation of the expenses and earnings of each satrap in order to appraise their tributes. Now, in addition, royal inspectors who served as Darius's surveillance agents conducted additional examinations and audits of the situations of each satrap. a complex system, quite ahead of its time. Think of the tax department coming out and assessing you, taking from you pretty much what you could realistically give while still being prosperous. Now, of course, the imperial administration was centrally managed, which had offices, the chancery, if we're going to use that kind of modern word, in Persepolis, Susa, and Babylon. Additionally, there were branches of the chancery in Bactria, Ecbatana, Sardis, Memphis, and Dascylium. Darius maintained Aramaic as the lingua franca, which rapidly disseminated across the empire, but nevertheless he assembled a consortium of individuals to devise an independent linguistic framework exclusively employed in Persis and by the Persians, known as the Aryan alphabet, which was exclusively utilized for official engravings. Darius also implemented the introduction of a novel global currency known as the Daric at some point before 500 BC. He employed the coinage system as a universal currency to oversee and control trade and commerce across the vast kingdom. The Daric currency gained recognition not just inside the empire's borders, but also in regions like Celtic Central Europe and Eastern Europe. There existed two distinct varieties of Darics, namely a gold and a silver Daric. Exclusive authority to produce gold Darics was reserved solely for the king. Prominent military leaders and provincial governors produced silver Darics, with the latter often used to enlist Greek mercenaries in Anatolia. Money talks, right? Well, the Daric significantly enhanced global commerce. Much easier just to pay with things with gold and silver measured out in certain values, rather than having to trade, I don't know, a box of fish for 2 fur coats. Well, he also constructed the Royal Road in order to enhance trade, which was a system for postal communication, as well as a commercial maritime network based on Phoenician methods. And the introduction of the Daric resulted in enhanced government income by facilitating the collection of new taxes on land, cattle, and marketplaces. Consequently, the land was surveyed and then subject to taxation. The augmented government revenues facilitated the maintenance and enhancement of current infrastructure, as well as the financing of irrigation projects in arid regions. The implementation of this new tax system also resulted in the establishment of state banking institutions and the development of banking companies. Well, I suppose it's not all good news. I hate banks. Well, Darius also constructed canals, subterranean water passages, and a formidable naval fleet in order to enhance the trade system. Herodotus states that the Qanat irrigation method was brought to Egypt, a claim that is corroborated by modern historians. He enhanced and extended the network of highways and way stations around the empire, establishing a system of travel authorization for the king, satraps, and other high-ranking officials. This allowed authorized travelers to receive food at designated stopping points along their journey. Now, in terms of spirituality, while there is no general consensus in scholarship as to whether Darius and his predecessors had been influenced by Zoroastrianism, it is well established that Darius was a firm believer in Ahura Mazda, whom he saw as the supreme deity. However, Ahura Mazda was also worshipped by adherents of the Indo-Iranian religious tradition too. Also, as can be seen in the Behistun inscription, Darius believed that Ahura Mazda had appointed him to rule the Achaemenid Empire, divine intervention. Now just quickly, Ahura Mazda is the good guy in Zoroastrianism, and Angra Mainyu is the bad guy, if we're going to boil it down to those terms. Well, Darius had a dualistic philosophical conviction and believed that each rebellion in his kingdom was the work of Druj, the enemy of Ashur. Darius believed that because he lived righteously by Ashur, Ahura Mazda supported him. In fact, we have many cuneiform inscriptions that denote these achievements, and he presents himself as a devout believer, perhaps even convinced that he had divine right to rule the entire world. However, his relationship with the deity was far more complex. There is an inscription that states, "Ahura Mazda is mine. I am Ahura Mazda's." Well, in the lands that were conquered by his empire, Darius followed the same Achaemenid tolerance that Cyrus had shown, and later Achaemenid kings would show. He supported faiths and religions that were alien to the Persians, as long as they were submissive and peaceful, sometimes giving them grants from his treasury for their purposes. He had founded the restoration of the Israelite temple, which had originally been decreed by Cyrus, and was supportive of Greek cults, which can be seen in his letter to the Gadatas, and supported Elamite priests. He had also observed Egyptian religious rituals related to kingship and had built the temple for the Egyptian god Amun. While undertaking his Greek expedition, Darius initiated construction endeavors in Susa, Egypt, and Persepolis. He connected the Red Sea to the river Nile by constructing a canal, giving it his name, the Darius Canal, which extended from present-day Zakazek to modern Suez. In order to inaugurate this canal, he journeyed to Egypt in 497 BC, where the ceremony was conducted with grandeur and jubilation. Darius constructed a canal to establish a connection between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. And he also financed extensive infrastructure development initiatives at Susa, Egypt, and Babylon, as well as, of course, Persepolis, constructing a magnificent palace complex in the northern part of Susa. The palace was, however, demolished under the rule of Artaxerxes I, as indicated by an inscription still surviving, although it was subsequently reconstructed. Today, only the glazed bricks of the palace are still in existence. While Darius completed all unfinished construction projects at Pasargadae that were initiated during the reign of Cyrus the Great, he also commissioned the construction of a new palace, which included an inscription honoring Cyrus the Great. Previously, it was thought that Cyrus was the one who built this building. However, based on the use of cuneiform script, we can now conclude it was actually Darius. Well, he also constructed numerous temples and undertook the restoration of the previously damaged ones in Egypt. Despite his devotion to Ahura Mazda, Darius constructed temples specifically devoted to the deities of the Egyptian faith, which is really nice of him, I think. How tolerant. a number of temples were discovered that were specifically devoted to the worship of Ptah and Nekhbet. He additionally constructed numerous thoroughfares and pathways across Egypt. Frequently inscribed on the mountains, he constructed with the official languages of the Persian Empire, including Old Persian, Elamite, Babylonian, and Egyptian hieroglyphs. Darius enlisted a multitude of craftsmen and artisans from many nations to build these monuments, and some of these laborers were individuals who had been deported and were hired expressly to work on the monuments. These individuals who were deported contributed to the empire's economic growth and fostered better intercultural connections. Construction efforts were still ongoing, however, at the time of Darius's death, with some things remaining unfinished. Xerxes, however, did accomplish most of these tasks, and in certain instances enhanced his father's endeavors by constructing additional edifices of his own. Or maybe video on Xerxes soon. He deserves one too. Druids. What exactly are they? Well, they were highly respected figures in ancient Celtic societies, we know that, serving as religious leaders, legal experts, keepers of knowledge. But this name, derived from the Celtic term for oak trees, highlights their deep connection to nature as well, and the spiritual significance of their oak groves. They were believed to perform religious ceremonies, including sacrifices, which were reported to have divinatory powers. While the rise of the Roman Empire largely diminished their influence in continental Europe, their practices, or at least what are imagined to be their practices, persisted longer in Ireland and Britain, until gradually fading with the spread of Christianity. Today, the image of the Druid has been revived in neo-pagan and New Age movements, often idealized and reconstructed based on what little historical evidence we have. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you are new, good to meet you. If I was coming back, great to see you again. And I'll make you a deal. If you make me giggle with some interesting comment, your comment will be pinned for everyone to see. Just imagine the eternal glory of that. It's not a bad deal. Now, with all the introduction out of the way, you must remember that the topic of the Druids is pretty much seen through Roman eyes. Is it a historical record? Or is it propaganda to justify a conquest? We're not sure. But we're going to talk about as many angles as we can. And maybe by the end, we can make up our own minds about what exactly a Druid was. So let's get started. Nice and relaxed, as always. Both in Greco-Roman and vernacular Irish sources, there is a concurrence that the Druids held a significant role in the pagan Celtic culture. Julius Caesar described them as one of the two most significant social classes in the area, alongside the equites or aristocrats. They were responsible for managing religious rituals and sacrifices, predicting the future, and overseeing legal proceedings in Gallic, British, and Irish communities. Caesar had stated in his writings that they were immune to conscription and even taxation, and possessed the authority to ostracize individuals from religious celebrations, making them pariahs. Now, there was also Diodorus Siculus and Strabo who wrote about them, two additional prominent ancient authors, and they wrote very heavily on the significance of Druids in Gallic civilization. According to their accounts, the Druids commanded such reverence that the mere intervention between two armies had the power to halt a fight. Diodorus describes the Druids as philosophers and knowledgeable individuals in religious matters who were held in great respect. Strabo states that the scope of their expertise encompassed both natural philosophy, but also moral philosophy, while Ammianus Marcellinus categorizes them as scholars who delved into obscure and profound subjects. Pomponius Mela was the inaugural source to assert that the education of the Druids was clandestine and occurred within the dark corners of caves and the hidden places deep within the forests. It certainly builds up an aesthetic, doesn't it? Well, Cicero reported seeing a Gaulish Druid who professed to possess a knowledge of nature referred to as physiologia by the Greeks. This Druid would make predictions, employing methods such as augury and speculation. Druidic knowledge encompasses a vast collection of memorized passages, and Caesar observed that it could require as long as 2 decades to fully complete the curriculum. The content of the teachings given to beginner Druids, this kind of course structure, if we could call it that, is unfortunately uncertain. There is no verifiably ancient verse from the Druids' oral literature that has been preserved, even in translated form. According to Caesar, the Gauls mostly relied on oral communication for instructions, but they also possessed a written language for everyday needs, which, by the way, utilized Greek letters. Pretty common for languages without written forms at that time to co-opt the Greek alphabet. It's just an easy way of doing things. Well, later on, during the reign of Caesar and his interactions with them, the inscriptions of Gaul had been transitioned from using Greek alphabet to using the Latin script. Caesar suggested that the Druids' preference for oral transmissions of knowledge and aversion to documenting their thoughts stemmed from 2 main reasons. The first was a desire to safeguard the knowledge of the Druids from widespread dissemination, and the aim to enhance the Druids' memory capabilities. Caesar states that a significant number of young men gathered among the Druids to get training, and that the Druids had certain privileges that the general public would simply dream of having. It's stated as well that in Caesar's writings, I quote, "A significant number willingly chose to pursue this occupation, while others are compelled by their families for practical reasons to become Druids." The Druids were often mentioned by Greek and Roman literature as those who engaged in the act of human sacrifice. According to Caesar, individuals who had been convicted of theft or other criminal acts were regarded as more suitable for sacrificial purposes. However, in cases when there was a shortage of criminals, innocent individuals would be deemed acceptable. Caesar documented a type of sacrifice involving the immolation of victims inside a huge wooden fire, sometimes referred to as a wicker man. An alternative version was provided by the Commenta Bernensia from the 10th century, which reported that offerings to the gods Teotates, Eosus, and Tyrannos were made through drowning, hanging, and burning respectively. Diodorus Siculus claims that in order for a sacrifice to be deemed suitable by Celtic deities, it was necessary for a druid to be present while the sacrifice occurred, as they served as kind of like middlemen between the people and the gods, a communicator. He emphasized the significance of the prophets in druidic ceremonies in this way. I quote, "These men predict the future by observing the flight and calls of birds by the sacrifice of the holy animals. All orders of society are within their power, and in very important matters they prepare a human victim, plunging a dagger into his chest. By observing the way his limbs convulse as he falls and the gushing of his blood, they are able to tell the future." Well, archaeological evidence from Western Europe has extensively been employed to substantiate this hypothesis that Iron Age Celts engaged in ritualistic acts of human sacrifice. And in fact, they have discovered mass graves in Gaul that do date back to this time period. These tombs were found in a ritual setting and are located in the region of the Belgae chiefdom. The excavator of these sites, Jean-Louis Brunel, interpreted them as areas of human sacrifices dedicated to a war deity. However, not everybody is in agreement. It's challenged by another archaeologist, namely Martin Brown, who proposed that the bodies might belong to esteemed warriors buried in the sanctuary rather than actually being sacrificial offerings. And of course there's skepticism among historians over the accuracy of the statements made by the Greco-Roman writers. It's observed that there was uncertainty regarding whether Druids actually carried out such things. This uncertainty arose because the Romans and Greeks had a tendency to attribute what they perceived as barbaric characteristics to foreign groups, and that includes the Druids, and even the Christians. Well, at least before the days of Constantine, seeing that image of the cross over the bridge. Well, the Pythagorean doctrine prevails among the Gauls, teaching that the souls of men are immortal, and that after a fixed number of years, they will enter into another body. Julius Caesar noted in his commentaries on the Gallic War, Book 6, and I'll read from that now. With regard to their actual course of studies, the main object of all education is, in their opinion, to imbue the scholars with a firm belief in the indestructibility of the human soul, which, according to their belief, merely passes at death from one tenement to another. For by such doctrine alone, they say, which robs death of all of its terrors, can the highest form of human courage be developed. Subsidiary to the teachings of this main principle, they hold various lectures and discussions on the stars and their movements, on the extent and geographical distribution of the earth, and the different branches of natural philosophy, and on many problems connected with their religion. End of the account from the Gallic War. Well, in 36 BCE, Diodorus Siculus documented that the Druids adhered to the Pythagorean doctrine, which suggests, of course, as we've said, that human souls are eternal, and after a specific period of time begin a fresh existence in a different physical form, a different vehicle, if we're going to use terminology like from Hinduism and Buddhism. And in the 3rd century AD, Diogenes Laertius stated that Druids communicate their teachings using enigmatic riddles and obscure expressions. These teachings emphasize the necessity of worshipping the gods, refraining from harmful actions, and upholding virtuous conduct. Now, onto a little bit of folklore, because we kind of tread the line a little bit with videos like these, which is okay. It's not a problem. This isn't an academic journal, after all. But folklore is folklore, and history is history, so the line is drawn. Well, if we're looking at the folklore around Druids, we find ourselves well and truly within the realm of Ireland. And at the time, within this confines of Irish folklore, the Druids typically serve as an esteemed, kind of like priest counselors to lords and kings, a wise man sort of archetype. They possess the ability to prophesy and possess other mystical powers. One notable example of a druid from folklore is Cathbad. Cathbad, the principal druid of King Concobar mac Nessa's court in Ulster, is prominently featured in numerous stories, primarily focusing on his exceptional skill in predicting the future. A handy guy to have around, that's for sure. Now, in the story of Deirdre of the Sorrows, which is considered the most tragic tale in the Ulster cycle, a druid made a prophecy in front of Concobar's court. The prophecy stated that Deirdre would become exceptionally beautiful, and that her beauty would lead to conflicts among kings and lords, resulting in a great deal of fighting and bloodshed. Furthermore, it was foreseen that Ulster's three most formidable warriors would be compelled to leave their homeland because of her. Well, the king disregarded the unfavorable prophecy, but ultimately it proved to be accurate. Sucks to be him, I guess. Well, Amergin Glungel, if I'm pronouncing the name properly, a renowned bard and judge, was considered the most prominent of the Druids within the mythological confine. He played a significant role in the mythological cycle as a representative of the Milesians. The Milesians were attempting to conquer the Tuatha de Danann and claim the country of Ireland for themselves. However, as they neared their destination, the Druids of the Tuatha de Danann conjured a powerful storm to prevent their ships from reaching the shore. Amergin invoked the essence of Ireland by reciting a potent spell, now referred to as the Song of Amergin. This incantation played a role in his successful arrival on the Irish shores, and subsequently in assisting his royal siblings to conquer and partition the land. As a result, Amergin was bestowed with the prestigious title of Chief Olam of Ireland. Additional fabled druids were Tagd Macht Nuach from the Fenian cycle and Mag Graith from a formidable tale of a blind druid from Munster. In Irish mythology there are several female druids too, because we can't leave the girls out, who frequently have comparably significant cultural and religious positions, just like their male counterparts. In Irish folklore, there are multiple terms for female druids. One such term is Bandre, which means woman druid, and can be found in stories like Tain Bo Cowling. Another notable female druid is Bodmal, who is mentioned in the Fenian cycle, and was one of Fionn mac Comail's caretakers during his childhood. Additionally, there is Tlagda, a daughter of the Druid Mogdwaith. According to Irish tradition, Tlachta is associated with the Hill of Ward, a significant location where festivals in her honor were held during the Middle Ages. Birog, a Bandre woman druid from the Tuatha De Danann, plays a significant role in Irish folklore. In this tale, the Fomorian warrior Balor tries to prevent a prophecy that predicts his own grandson will kill him. To do this, he imprisons his daughter Aithne in the tower of Tory Island, isolating her from any interaction with men. Becuil, the offspring of the wood's deity Fildias, is occasionally depicted as a sorceress rather than a bandre. In one narrative, she collaborates with 3 other members of the Tuatha De to vanquish the malevolent Greek enchantress Carman. And she's not the only bandre, of course. There's another Relbio, a Nemedian druid mentioned in the Book of Invasions, and she is shown as the offspring of the king of Greece and the parent of Fergus Lethdirg and Arma One-Tooth. Dornall, a bandre in Scotland, specializes in training heroes in fightings, specifically Laeger and Conall. She is the daughter of Domnall Mildemail. So as we can see, in terms of this mythology and folklore, it's a very broad brush. Now, if we are sticking with this term bandre, we can usually find that within these folklore contexts and within those sources that they come from, that it is specifically mentioned that this is a bandre, the bandre so-and-so. But it's not as though the attributes are so strictly defined. There's a bit of movement between these folklore contexts. Well, moving on. The Galizene, as described by classical authors, were celibate priestesses who resided on the Ile de Seine, located off Pont du Raz in Finisterre, Western Brittany. And they're a little bit different to the bandre, a different categorization. The Greek geographer Artemidorus Ephesius was first to acknowledge their existence, followed by the Greek historian Strabo, who stated that their island was off limits to men, but the women would travel to the mainland to reunite with their spouses. The deities they revered, however, well, that remains a little bit of a mystery. We don't quite know. Now, Pomponius Mela states that the Galizene fulfilled the dual roles of advisors and also medical professionals, possessing knowledge that was tightly kept secrets within their islands. Once again, we see this prevalence of oral histories that always comes about with these sorts of societies. Sena, in the Britannic Sea, opposite the coast of Osisme, is famous for its oracle of Gaulish god, whose priestesses, living in the holiness of perpetual virginity, are said to be 9 in number. They call them Galizene, and they believe them to be endowed with extraordinary gifts to rouse the sea and the wind by their incantations. They turn themselves into whatsoever animal form they may choose, to cure diseases, which among others are incurable, to know what is to come and to foretell it. They are, however, devoted to the service of voyagers, only who have set out on no other errand than to consult them. Now, that's the end of the account from the classical authorship. Well, on to another classical source, the Historia Augusta. And as per this, Alexander Severus was informed of his impending death by a Gallic Druidess. In his book, Aurelian also interrogates a Druidess over the destiny of his children, to which they affirmatively respond in support of Claudius II. Flavius Vobiscus also mentions a prophecy that Diocletian had heard from a Druidess of the Tungri tribe. But the earliest extant textual evidence of the Druids, which is outside of a folklore context, originates from the classical civilizations of Greece and Rome. You've probably noticed the prevailing trend that we always have to go back to things like Julius Caesar and Diodorus Siculus, these sorts of sources. Now, there was an archaeologist, Stuart Piggott, who drew a parallel between the way classical authors viewed the Druids and the way that Europeans in the 15th and 18th centuries perceived the societies they were encountering in other regions, like, for example, the Americas and the South Sea Islands. He emphasizes this concept of primitivism in both early modern European and classical authors, as they believed that nations they saw were less technologically advanced and socially and politically underdeveloped. In fact, if you were to ask a Greek or a Roman what a barbarian was, in most times they would simply tell you that it's anybody who's not Greek. Or the Romans say, well, it's anybody who's not Roman. Now, historian Nora Chadwick, in a classification later accepted by Piggott, split the classical descriptions of Druids into two categories based on their method of studying the subject and the time periods in which they were written. It refers to the first group as Posidonian, named after one of its main proponents, Posidonius. It's highlighted that this tradition adopts a predominantly negative stance towards the Iron Age communities in Western Europe, emphasizing their, quote, barbaric characteristics. We're talking about the human sacrifice and all these sort of things, the strange ways in which they would tell the future by watching the entrails dance about on the end of a knife. Sounds barbaric. It's meant to. Of course, they may have done all of that. They may not have. Let's find out. Well, the second group, not the Posidonian, the second, is known as the Alexandrian group, and that is focused more on the scholastic traditions of Alexandria, Egypt. It is characterized by a more compassionate and idealistic perspective towards other peoples. Piggott made connections between this classification and the concepts of hard primitivism and soft primitivism, as described by historians of ideas A.O. Lovejoy and Franz Boas. Now, one perspective suggests that all of these narratives are intrinsically untrustworthy, and maybe they are simply all made up, fabricated works of fiction. It's been proposed that the concept of the Druid in general may have been a complete fabrication by classical authors simply to strengthen the notion of the uncivilized barbarian who resided beyond the refined Greco-Roman society. This would have served, of course, to justify the empire's conquest of these regions. Perhaps so. It's something to think about. But what about the earliest documentation? Because it does go back further than you might think. In fact, we can find it around 300 BC. It goes back to two Greek works around this time, a philosophical history authored by Sotion of Alexandria, and a magical treatise, which is sometimes credited to Aristotle, but we're not quite confirmed on that, at least not yet. Well, both of these manuscripts have unfortunately been misplaced. We don't have the originals, which is terrible, I know. But they are cited in the 2nd century AD publication Vitae by Diogenes Laertius. And this is a quote from the introduction of his work, Vitae. Some say that the study of philosophy originated with the barbarians, in that among the Persians that existed the Magi, and among the Babylonians or Assyrians the Chaldei, among the Indians too, and among the Celts and Gauls, men who were called Druids, as Aristotle relates in his book on magic, and Sotion in the 23rd book of his Succession of Philosophers. You see right there, he's mentioned that book on magic of Aristotle. And this is where we get this idea that is, 1, accredited to Aristotle, and 2, that we have a source from that time. Now, later Greek and Roman sources, dating back to the 3rd century BC, mention, I quote, barbarian philosophers, which is a potential allusion to this concept of the Gaulish Druid. Of course, Julius Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic War, published in the 50s or 40s BC, that is our oldest surviving source that provides a more comprehensive description of Druids. Caesar, who had ambitions to conquer Gaul and Britain, characterized the Druids as those who were primarily focused on matters related to religious devotion, the proper execution of ceremonial offerings, whether in private or public settings, and the clarification of ritualistic inquiries. According to him, the Druids held a significant role in Gaulish culture, being one of the 2 esteemed classes with the Equites, known in Rome, by the way, as the privileged class above the common people. In fact, they were commonly referred to simply as horsemen. You know, the word equine being related to horse. Now, he also mentions in his works that one of the main responsibilities of the Druids was to effectively serve as judges. Caesar recorded that the Druids recognized a single leader who would rule until his death, when a successor would be chosen by ballot, or sometimes conflict. He claimed that they met annually at a holy site in Gaul's Carnute tribe. Considering Britain the center of the Druidic education, and that they were absent from German tribes east of the Rhine. Caesar wrote that many young men were trained to become Druids and had to memorize all the relevant knowledge and teachings, adding that their main belief was that souls were immortal and transitioned from one body to another after death, and that they were fascinated by the stars, celestial bodies and their motions, the universe and the earth's vastness, nature, and the eternal power of their deities. This suggests religious involvement included astronomy, as well as theology and cosmology, all together. Caesar thought that those who oversaw human sacrifice ceremonies, usually involving prisoners, as we've mentioned, were kind of like administrators. Now, many modern scholars take a look at the writings of Caesar and kind of tar it with a brush of historical inaccuracy, despite his reported personal encounters with the Gauls and the Druids. Now, some historians note that Caesar acknowledged the Druids as a major force in Gaulish society, but did not mention them in his accounts of his victories. After Caesar's death, Aulus Hirtius didn't finish his Gallic Wars chronicle. It's believed that Caesar had portrayed the Druids as cultured, knowledge and religiously devoted, but also savage in terms of the human sacrifice. This portrayal portrayed the Druids as a society worthy of assimilation into the Roman Empire, while imposing Roman governance and principles on their civilization. Basically, just barbaric enough that they need to be conquered, but just human enough to be left alive to add to the tax base. That's pretty much what it comes down to. And it's maybe a simplified view of it, but that certainly seems what he was getting at. Of course, Caesar's military campaigns were justified by this rationale. Caesar's accounts may be more accurate, say some historians, who says that the depiction of the Druids' role in Gaulish society may have been idealized from the 2nd century BC onwards. You see, the society before the Arverni-led Pan-Gallic Confederation was defeated in 121 BC inspired this tradition. Teutones and Cimbri invaded Gaul, and the demoralized and divided Gaul of Caesar's time is simply not accurately described. By the mid-1st century BC, the Druids' social influence in Britain was declining as paramount chieftains established new power structures. Some researchers believe that Roman conquest caused the Druid order's decline. Caesar provides the most accurate and abundant information about the Druids according to archaeologists Miranda Aldhouse Green. She argues that his records were accurate because he may have exaggerated a few details to justify Roman conflict, but he did not create a Gaul and Britain social hierarchy. This is especially true because he was accompanied by several Roman senators, who would have also sent conquest reports to Rome and questioned his inclusion of significant falsehoods. Well, additionally, other renowned authors provided observations regarding the Druids. Cicero, who lived around the same time as Caesar, mentioned that he had met in person a Druid named Divitiacus from the Aedui tribe of Gaul. Now, he was reputedly knowledgeable about the natural world and practiced divination using augury. However, there is a debate about whether he was truly a Druid. Now, Caesar, who was familiar with Diviaticus, referred to him as Diviciacus, which sounded more Gaulish and therefore more genuine. However, Caesar never described him as a Druid, but rather portrayed him as a political and military leader. Now, of course, Diodorus Siculus had his say too. He provided a description of the Druids in his work Bibliotheca Historicae in 36 BC, shortly after other writers had also discussed the topic. In addition to the Druids, whom he referred to as Droidas, whom he perceived as philosophers and theologians, he observed the presence of poets and singers in Celtic civilization, whom he referred to as bards. Strabo, writing in the 20s CE, elaborated on this concept, stating that Gauls recognized 3 distinct categories of esteemed individuals. The individuals referred to as bardoi were poets and singers. The ovates were diviners and experts of the natural world, and the Druids were scholars who focused on the study of moral philosophy. And then there's Tacitus, a Roman writer who was also a senator and historian, who recounted the events when the Roman army, under the command of Suetonius Paulinus, launched an attack on the island of Mona, which is, by the way, in Welsh known as Anglesey. Upon landing, the legionnaires were reportedly struck with awe as they witnessed a group of Druids with their hands raised to the sky, uttering fearsome curses upon the invading forces. According to him, these objects caused great fear among the soldiers, who had never seen anything like it before. And of course, there's only one reasonable course of action. Just start swinging the swords around. According to the Roman historians, the Romans quickly overcame their concerns and vanquished the Britons, causing them to flee. Additionally, the Romans destroyed the sacred groves of the Druids on Mona. While Tacitus is the sole primary source that provides descriptions of Druids in Britain, although in a negative light, depicting them as uncivilized and lacking knowledge. Of course, during the Middle Ages, following the Christianization of Ireland and Wales, Druids are mentioned in several recorded sources, primarily in tales and stories like Tain Bo Culling, as well as in the biographies of several saints. All of these, by the way, were authored by Christian monks. Now, in Irish literature, Druids, which is Dráith, plural of Drái, are sorcerers possessing extraordinary abilities, who are held in high regard throughout society, particularly for their aptitude in divination, this fortune-telling. Now, the Dictionary of the Irish language provides a definition of a Druid as a practitioner of magic, wizardry, and divination. Within the realm of literature, the Druids possess the ability to perform incantations that result in the transformation of individuals into animals, or even turning them into stone. Additionally, they have the power to inflict curses upon crops, causing them to wither away and become blighted. During the early Irish sagas and pre-Christian Irish saints' lives are typically depicted as having elevated social standing. The law texts, documented in the 600s and 700s AD, provide evidence indicating that the advent of Christianity led to a significant decline in the social status of Druids in Irish society. They were increasingly perceived as sorcerers, who could be sought out for spell-casting or healing magic, resulting in a corresponding decrease in their prestige. According to the ancient legal document Breitha Clorlig, the amount of support that should be provided to a druid, satirist, or brigand while they are unwell is no greater than what should be provided to an ordinary freeman. Orakect Brek, a legal text, includes the druid as of the Dor Nemed or professional classes, who rely on patron for their social standing. This places them in the same category as a lot of other trades like blacksmiths, wrights, or entertainers. But in contrast, the Fili, who were the only ones to have independent Nemed status, had a significantly higher level of freedom. Now, although Druids were frequently depicted in numerous medieval Irish sources, they were far less common in their Welsh counterparts. In contrast to the Irish writings, the Welsh term Drew was widely employed to specifically denote prophets rather than sorcerers or pagan priests. According to one historian, Ronald Hutton, there are two explanations for the use of the term in Wales. Now, the first explanation suggests that it originated from the pre-Christian era when Druids were referred to as ancient priests. The second explanation proposes that the Welsh borrowed the term from the Irish, just like the English did. The English used the terms dry and drycraft to refer to magicians and magic, likely influenced by the Irish terms. So, what exactly are we left with? Well, the idea of the Druid that exists in people's subconscious, especially the Welsh, the Irish, the English, has been preserved. We have modern communities who are keeping the tradition alive, what they know of the tradition. But like a lot of things, it's been subject to this great amount of romanticism. And, well, a lot of these modern sort of perceptions of what it is seem to be equal to cosplay meetups. This is not to disparage anyone. It just seems to be the reality. Well, perhaps there's always time to develop new traditions. And perhaps in 1,000 years, the modern conception of the Druid that we have now, or perhaps that will be looked back upon and we'll be having the same kinds of conversations. Perhaps in 1,000 years, somebody will be making a video about Druids in the 2020s. Who knows? It certainly won't be me. I'm going to be around for a while, but certainly not that long. The sack of Rome, 410 AD, led by the king of the Visigoths, Alaric I, the symbolic event that marked the decline of the Western Roman Empire. Initially seeking a peaceful settlement within the empire's borders, Alaric's attempts at negotiation were repeatedly thwarted by Roman authorities, leading to growing frustrations among the Visigoths, who had been mistreated and deprived of promised subsidies. In response, Alaric besieged Rome 3 times, with the final siege resulting in a 3-day sack of the city. Though, fortunately, many sacred sites were spared. But this was the first time in 800 years that Rome had fallen to a foreign enemy, signaling the erosion of Roman power and a foreshadowing of the eventual collapse of the Western Empire. The 410 sack is often viewed as a pivotal moment in the transition from classical antiquity to the Middle Ages, reflecting the shifting power dynamic in Europe and the rise of the Germanic kingdoms. All right, exciting intro out of the way, don't you think? We go back to 410 AD today and the lead up to it. Now, of course, I'll welcome you to the channel if you're new and welcome you back if you're returning. And here's what we're going to do. You're going to leave an interesting comment. And if it's the most interesting one, I'm going to pin it to the top. You'll be famous for life. Eternal glory. It doesn't sound too bad, doesn't it? Now, without further ado, let's all get on with the video. Make yourself nice and relaxed. We're going to go really slow. Of course, we have to start from the roots, well before the actual sack in 410 AD. You see, after 4 centuries of interaction with the Roman Empire, the Germanic tribes saw significant technological, social, and economic transformations, albeit at a cost, of course. During the period spanning from the 1st to the 4th century, the populations, economic output, and tribal alliances of these groups experienced significant growth. Additionally, their military capabilities expanded to the extent that they posed a challenge to the Roman Empire. You can see where this is going. Which leads us to the Goths. Now, it's not the Goths that hang around outside of train stations. This is the Germanic tribe. I've got a whole video on, actually several of them, but today we're mainly going to be concentrating on the events of 410 and the lead up to them in whatever relevant context. Now, this Germanic tribe of the Goths had intermittently invaded the Roman Empire, starting all the way back from 238. However, around the late 4th century, there was another group that entered the scene. Can you guess who? If you said the Huns, you are correct. They initiated their own invasions into the territories of the Germanic tribes. And, well, they were remarkably effective. Now, of course, the Germanic tribes, they couldn't stick around for too long, not with the Huns pushing their way in, because of course when the new group pushes its way in, the old group gets pushed out. Well, where are they going to go? Of course, they went right into the territory of the Roman Empire. Now, in 376, the Huns had compelled a significant number of Therving Goths under the leadership of Fritigern and Alavivus to seek sanctuary within the Eastern Roman Empire. But shortly thereafter, the Goths were disillusioned with the empire due to famine, ridiculous levels of taxation, and of course, there was a general feeling of animosity from the Roman populace, along with a pervasive administrative corruption. Thus, the Goths had had enough. Regardless of being good house guests, which I'm sure they were famous for, they decided that they would initiate a rebellion and commenced in engaging in acts of pillage all over the Eastern Balkans. An army of Roman soldiers, under the command of the Eastern Roman Emperor Valens, advanced with the purpose of suppressing the rebellion. As for Fritigern, he achieved a significant victory over Emperor Valens at the Battle of Adrianople in 378, and it was so significant because the emperor actually died at this battle. It's one thing to lose, it's another to have the emperor fall on the field. Now that's a memory that you don't want. Now, several years later, in 382, Theodosius I, the new Eastern Emperor, achieved peace by signing a treaty with the Therving Goths, who later became known as the Visigoths. I'm sure you've heard that name before. Now, the contract established the Visigoths as subjects of the empire, and the term for this is foederati. Now, the Visigoths were granted control over the northern territories of the dioceses of Dacia and Thrace. Although these lands were still under Roman rule, the Visigoths were required to serve in the military, and they were regarded as having self-governing authority. But Fritigern passed away around 382, and in the year 391, a Gothic leader named Alaric was proclaimed king by a faction of the Visigoths. However, there is a disagreement on the precise timing of this event, with Jordanes claiming Alaric became king in 400, while some modern scholars suggest 395. Well, as well as the specific nature of his position. But either way, he initiated a military campaign into the Eastern Roman territory that extended beyond the Goths' assigned territories. And this was a problem. the Romans specifically told them to stay in the little box they were given. Well, unfortunately, Germanic barbarians don't quite like being grounded, so it wasn't going to last for too long. Now, Alaric in 392 was vanquished by Theodosius and his commander Flavius Stilicho, who compelled Alaric to return to being a subordinate of the Roman Empire. But in the year 394, Alaric was back at it. He commanded a contingent of Visigoths as a member of Theodosius's military force, with the objective of invading the Western Roman Empire. During the Battle of the Frigidus, approximately 50% of the Visigoths in attendance died while engaging in combat against the Western Roman army, which was under the command of the usurper Eugenius and his general Arbogast. Theodosius emerged victorious in the conflict, and despite Alaric being honored with a title for his courage, the relationship between the Goths and the Romans became strained. Now, why was this? Well, it was mainly due to the perception that the Roman generals had deliberately exploited the Goths by forcing them to shoulder the majority of the fighting. Operation Human Shield must be. Of course, the Goths were always at the front line, always the first to charge. Perhaps we could use them to soak up some of the arrow fire. They'll run out of arrows eventually. We won't run out of Goths, fingers crossed. Well, Alaric was additionally reportedly furious that he had not been given a more prestigious position in the imperial administration, and that the Romans were playing favors among their own people. Just not fair. Things should be based on merit. Well, upon the death of Theodosius, 10th of January 395, the Visigoths essentially saw their contract with Rome, which was established in 382, as terminated, going into the grave with the man who signed it. Alaric expeditiously guided his soldiers back to their territories in Moesia, rallied the majority of the federated Goths in the Danubian provinces under his command, and promptly revolted by invading Thrace and advancing towards the eastern Roman capital of Constantinople. Simultaneously, the Huns launched an invasion of Asia Minor. Well, the demise of Theodosius also caused significant disruption to the political framework of the empire. The children of Theodosius, Honorius and Arcadius, were assigned the Western and Eastern empires respectively. However, due to their young age, no one was expecting them to be effective as leaders in any capacity. They needed help. Well, a power struggle arose between Stilicho, who asserted his authority over both emperors, but he remained in the western region with a victorious army against Eugenius, and Rufinus, the Praetorian prefect of the eastern region, who assumed guardianship of Arcadius in the eastern capital of Constantinople. Stilicho asserted that Theodosius had granted him exclusive guardianship on the emperor's deathbed, and asserted his power over both the eastern and western empires. Rufinus engaged in negotiations with Alaric in order to persuade him to retreat from Constantinople, potentially by offering him territories in Thessaly. Well, regardless of the circumstances, Alaric departed from Constantinople and proceeded to Greece, where he began to pillage the diocese of Macedonia. Now, Stilicho led a joint western and eastern Roman army out of Italy heading east. Alaric strategically positioned himself behind a defensive formation of wagons in the plain of Larissa, which is, well, the wagon formations are very quintessential for the quote-unquote barbarians. Old habits die hard. Stilicho, the opposing force, laid siege to Alaric's position for an extended period of time, showing reluctance to engage in direct combat. But ultimately, Arcadius, seemingly swayed by individuals who were against Stilicho, ordered him to go from Thessaly. Stilicho complied with his emperor's commands by dispatching his eastern forces to Constantinople and returning with his western army to Italy. Gainas, a Gothic leader, commanded the eastern troops that Stilicho had dispatched to Constantinople. Rufinus was also brutally killed by the soldiers he encountered in November 395. Well, the identity of the person who gave the commands, whether it was Stilicho or Eutropius, still remains unknown. Either way, Stilicho withdrew, and after the withdrawal, Alaric was able to plunder a significant portion of Greece, which included Piraeus, Corinth, Argos, and Sparta. Athens managed to make a payment in order to prevent being plundered. Well, it's kind of strange to give somebody a lot of money to stop them from coming in and stealing all of your money. Maybe it was more about the artwork and statues. You can't really replace them now, can't you? Well, in 397, Stilicho, after reconstructing his army with predominantly barbarian allies, finally made his way back to Greece, and he anticipated a warm reception from the Eastern Roman administration. Following a series of conflicts, though, Stilicho successfully cornered and laid siege to Alaric at Pholoe. Subsequently, Stilicho once again withdrew to Italy, while Alaric advanced into Epirus. The siege did not go as planned. Well, there is a reason for Stilicho's repeated failure to defeat Alaric, but it's all a subject of debate. There have been suggestions that Stilicho's army, which consisted primarily of barbarians, was deemed to be unreliable. Alternatively, it's also believed that Stilicho's withdrawal was prompted by an edict from Arcadius and the Eastern government. Perhaps Stilicho reached a compromise with Alaric and acted disloyally towards the Eastern faction. In any case, Stilicho was officially designated as a public enemy in the Eastern Empire during the same year. The devastating campaign led by Alaric in Epirus compelled the Eastern Roman authority to propose terms to him in 398. Alaric was appointed the Magister Militum in Illyricum, granting him the desired Roman command and unrestricted authority to acquire necessary resources, such as weapons, inside his given province, of course. Meanwhile, Stilicho suppressed a rebellion in Africa in 399, incited by an Eastern Roman Empire, and consolidated his control over the Western Empire by arranging the marriage of his daughter Maria to the 11-year-old Western Emperor Honorius. Now, in the year 400, Aurelianus, the recently appointed Praetorian prefect of the East, following the execution of Eutropius, removed Alaric from his position as the ruler of Illyricum. Well, he did not like that. Nobody gives him a raw deal. Approximately 700 to 7,000 troops and their families were brutally killed during a violent uprising in Constantinople in July of the year 400. Things were only getting worse. Gainas, who had previously held the position of Magister Militum, also staged a rebellion, but he was subsequently slain by the Huns led by Uldin. Uldin then brought Gainas' severed head as a gift to Constantinople. Well, as a result of all this, especially Rome's utilization of the feared Huns, and being isolated from Roman authorities, Alaric perceived his position in the eastern region as shaky at best. During Stilicho's engagement in combat against the incursion of Vandals and Alans in Rhaetia and Noricum, Alaric took the initiative to lead his troops in an invasion of Italy in 401. They successfully arrived in Italy in November, with no opposition to greet them. Thus, the Goths successfully seized several cities and laid siege to the western Roman capital, Mediolanum. Now that's all the way up near Milan, by the way, so quite a way away from Rome. Still in Italy, though. People definitely getting nervous. Now back to Stilicho. Well, he now had Alan and Vandal Federates incorporated into his army, and he successfully ended a siege by compelling a crossing at the Ada River. Alaric withdrew his siege of Mediolanum to Pollentia, and Stilicho initiated an unexpected assault on Easter Sunday, 6th of April 402, resulting in the Battle of Pollentia. The conflict concluded with a stalemate, and Alaric retreated. Following concise talks and strategic movements, the two opposing forces engaged once more at the Battle of Verona, resulting in Alaric's defeat and subsequent siege in a mountain stronghold. Oh, it did not go too well for him either. Significant losses for the army. Bad day for the Visigoths. Well, at this juncture, certain Goths among Alaric's military began to have cold feet. They were going to abandon him. Among them was Sarus, who actually defected to the Roman side. Subsequently, Alaric and his military forces retreated to the frontier regions next to Dalmatia and Pannonia. Honorius, driven by terror following the close encounter with the seizure of Mediolanum, relocated the capital of the Western Roman Empire to Ravenna. This decision was motivated by Ravenna's superior defensibility due to its natural marshes, as well as its advantageous proximity to the sea, which offered greater opportunities for escape. Transferring the capital to Ravenna perhaps isolated the Western court from occurrences outside the Alps, leading to a focus on safeguarding Italy, and thereby diminishing the strength of the Western Empire as a whole. Now, over time, things changed between Alaric and Stilicho. In fact, little by little, they formed a kind of partnership. And Stilicho consented to assist in the acquisition of the Praetorian prefecture of Illyricum for the Western Empire. Well, in order to achieve this goal, Stilicho appointed Alaric as the Magister Militum of Illyricum again in 405. Nevertheless, in that very year, the Goth Radagaisus launched an invasion of Italy, so suspending any potential intentions. Stilicho, together with the Romans, received support from the Alans, Goths, led by Sarus, and Huns, led by Uldin. Together they successfully defeated Radagaisus in August of 406, albeit it resulted in the destruction of northern Italy. You meant to conquer it, not destroy it. 12,000 of Radagaisus's Goths were conscripted into the Roman army, while the remaining Goths were turned into slaves. The victorious Roman army sold such a large number of people into slavery that it actually caused a temporary slump in slave prices due to the incredible amount of slaves around. It was not until the year 407 that Stilicho redirected his focus towards Illyricum, assembling a fleet to assist Alaric's planned assault. However, the Rhine limes eventually succumbed to the overwhelming influx of Vandals, Suebi, and Alans, resulting in their collapse and the subsequent flooding of Gaul. The Roman citizens rebelled against the usurper Constantine III, resulting in more rising in attacks. And in 408 the following year, Stilicho reached a reconciliation with the Eastern Roman Empire, and the Visigoths, led by Alaric, became effectively insignificant to them. In the spring of 408, Alaric launched an invasion and successfully seized control of several territories in Noricum and Upper Pannonia. He insisted on receiving almost 300,000 solidi, equivalent to almost 5,000 pounds of gold, by the way, weight, not currency, and he issued a warning to attack Italy if his demand was not met. Talk about an ultimatum. Now, this sum was almost equal to the property revenue produced by a single senatorial family in 1 year. Stilicho faced significant challenges in persuading the Roman Senate to accept the payment of the ransom. In fact, the payment was intended to secure a new alliance between the Romans and Alaric, who would then proceed to Gaul to combat the usurper Constantine III. The controversy surrounding the issue of compensating Alaric had a detrimental impact on the rapport between Stilicho and Honorius. Well, it happened anyway, but prior to the receipt of payment, the Eastern Roman Emperor Arcadius passed away due to illness on May 1st, 408. Theodosius II assumed the position of his father's departure, and Honorius desired to travel towards the east in order to ensure smooth inheritance of his nephew. However, Stilicho persuaded him to remain and permitted himself to undertake the journey on his own instead. Now, a high-ranking government official, Olympius, who was also a rival of Stilicho, disseminated unfounded rumors alleging that Stilicho intended to install his own son, Eucharius, as the ruler of the Eastern Empire. These allegations gained widespread credence among the population. The Roman soldiers revolted and initiated the assassination of officials who were recognized as loyalists to Stilicho. Stilicho's barbarian forces proposed to launch an assault on the mutineers. However, Stilicho prohibited it. Instead, Stilicho proceeded to Ravenna to confer with the Roman emperor in order to address the problem. Honorius, having been completely convinced of the reports of Stilicho's betrayal, issued a command for his apprehension. Thus Stilicho took refuge in a church in Ravenna, but he was enticed to leave by promises of protection. Unfortunately, upon exiting, he was apprehended and informed that he would be promptly executed on the instructions of Honorius. Stilicho declined to permit his supporters to engage in resistance, and as consequence, he was indeed executed, 22nd of August, in the year 408. Rest in pieces, Stilicho. But the execution of Stilicho had a very unwelcome result. You see, it halted the disbursement of that promised funds to Alaric and his Visigoths, who were still waiting for their 4,000 pounds of gold. They weren't going to get it, and they weren't going to be happy about it. Well, the commander, who was of mixed Vandal and Roman descent, is acknowledged for his role in preventing the decline of the Western Roman Empire through his 13-year reign. The consequences of his death would have significant impacts on the Western region. His son, Eucharius, was also promptly killed in Rome. Now perhaps if Stilicho had stayed alive, he could have negotiated. Perhaps that ransom would have been paid, and the 410 sack would not have happened. Or perhaps, maybe the Goths were just waiting for any excuse. I suppose we'll never know. Well, moving on. Olympius was designated as the Magister Officiorum and assumed the role of the influential figure in government, taking over from Stilicho. The newly established authority displayed a vehement opposition towards Germanic influence of any kind, and shown an intense preoccupation with eliminating all individuals who had previously shown support or even sympathy for Stilicho. The Roman soldiers initiated a campaign of indiscriminate killing against allied barbarian foederati warriors and their families within Roman cities. Numerous individuals escaped from Italy and sought sanctuary with Alaric in Noricum. Now, the contemporary historian Zosimus states that the number of refugees was 30,000. However, modern estimates believe that to be unreasonably large. Either way, Alaric made an effort to reach a consensus with Honorius by requesting hostages, gold, and authorization to relocate to Pannonia. However, Honorius would have none of it, and he declined. Alaric, having knowledge of the vulnerable condition of the defences in Italy, launched an invasion in early October, precisely 6 weeks following the demise of Stilicho. In addition, he communicated this information to his brother-in-law, Ataulf, urging him to promptly join the assault with additional troops. Alaric and his Visigoths looted Arminium and other cities while traveling south. Zosimus wrote that Alaric's march proceeded without any opposition, and reportedly at a relaxed pace, as if they were attending some kind of festive event, as Zosimus puts it. Sarus and his cohort of Goths, who were still in Italy, maintained a stance of neutrality and detachment, waiting to see how things would play out. Now, onto Rome at the time, which possibly accommodated up to 800,000 people, establishing itself as the most populous city during the era. In late 408, the Goths, led by Alaric, initiated the first siege on the city. A wave of panic engulfed the streets, prompting an effort to revive pagan customs in the city, which had a diverse religious population at the time, in order to protect against the Goths. You see, people had only recently, within living memory for some, seen the conversion of the Roman Empire to Christianity. And a lot of people were still in the old camp of the old pagan ways. Of course, when things started hitting the fan, there were plenty of people to point fingers and say that it was divine retribution, as there always is, always will be perhaps. So of course they thought, well, why not we ask Jupiter for help? Perhaps he's still listening. In fact, the Pope even consented to it, gave the thumbs up, but he added the condition that these sorts of things should be carried out in a more confidential manner. While the pagan priests insisted that sacrifices could only be conducted in the Roman Forum, but this proposal was ultimately abandoned. Now, Serena, the wife of the outlawed Stilicho and relative of Emperor Honorius, was actually present in the city at the time, and based on, albeit scant proof, was suspected by the Roman population of supporting Alaric's invasion. After all, she knew what they did to her husband. Can't blame her for being angry. Galla Placidia, the sibling of Emperor Honorius, was likewise confined within the city, and granted her approval to carry out the execution of Serena, who was by that time asphyxiated. Poor thing. Not a good way to go. Well, the prospects of assistance from the imperial administration also diminished as the siege persisted, and Alaric assumed command of the Tiber River, so obstructing the flow of supplies into Rome. The amount of grain was reduced to 1/2, and then further reduced to 1/3 of its original quantity. The city then experienced a swift proliferation of starvation and sickness, resulting in the accumulation of decomposing bodies left completely unattended in the streets. Subsequently, the Roman Senate resolved to dispatch a pair of envoys to Alaric. Upon hearing of the envoys' claims about the Roman people's military training and preparedness for battle, Alaric reportedly responded with amusement, stating, "It is simpler to cut through the densest grass than the thinnest." The envoys inquired about the conditions necessary for the siege to be ended, and Alaric insisted on receiving all the gold, silver, household items, and slaves of barbarian origin present in the city. An emissary inquired about the remaining possessions that would be available to the residents of Rome, and Alaric responded, "Your lives." I mean, it's pretty badass, isn't it? Don't you think? I mean, you must feel sorry for the Romans, but, well, Alaric, too cool. Well, in the end, the city pretty much had no choice but to surrender 5,000 pounds of gold, 30,000 pounds of silver, 4,000 silk tunics, 3,000 hides of dyed crimson, and 3,000 pounds of spices, mainly pepper, to the Goths in order to end the siege. The barbarian slaves sought refuge with Alaric, so augmenting his forces to approximately 40,000, and it's highly likely that a significant number of these enslaved barbarians were previously loyal to Radagaisus. In order to generate the necessary funds, Roman senators were required to donate in proportion to their financial resources. As a result, there was corruption and misuse of funds, and the total amount fell short. Subsequently, the Romans disassembled and liquefied pagan statues and shrines in order to compensate for the shortfall. Zosimus recounts that there was a statue of Virtus, and when it was melted down to appease the barbarians, it appeared as though all traces of Roman courage and fearlessness had been completely eradicated. Honorius eventually agreed to the payment of the ransom, and as a result, the Visigoths ended the siege and retreated to Etruria in December of 408. A sad, sad day for Rome. Well, in January 409, Happy New Year. The Senate dispatched a diplomatic mission to the imperial court in Ravenna, with the aim of persuading the emperor to negotiate with the Goths. Additionally, they proposed offering Roman aristocratic children as hostages to the Goths as a form of guarantee. Alaric would subsequently renew his allegiance with the Roman Empire. Honorius, under the sway of Olympius, declined and summoned 5 legions from Dalmatia, amounting to a total of 6,000 soldiers. Their intended mission was to travel to Rome and establish a military presence in the city. However, their leader, a man named Valens, led his troops to Etruria instead, as he considered it dishonorable to avoid confronting the Goths. He and his troops were intercepted and assaulted by Alaric's entire army, resulting in the death or captivity of nearly all of them. In fact, only 100 individuals successfully evaded this fate and arrived back in Rome, safe but quite shaken. Now a subsequent diplomatic mission comprising Pope Innocent I and Gothic guards was dispatched to Honorius to implore him to acquiesce to the Visigoths' requests. The imperial government was informed that Ataulf, who was Alaric's brother-in-law, by the way, had traversed the Julian Alps with his Goths and entered Italy with the purpose of uniting with Alaric. Honorius assembled all the Roman forces that were accessible in northern Italy. He assigned 300 Huns from the imperial guard to Olympius, along with potentially other soldiers, and instructed him to intercept Ataulf. The confrontation thus took place in the vicinity of Pisa. Despite his troops allegedly eliminating 1,100 Goths while suffering a mere 17 casualties, Olympius was compelled to withdraw and return to Ravenna. Zosimus suggests that Huns led by Olympus were the only participants in this battle. Ataulf subsequently allied with Alaric. As a consequence of this failure, Olympius was dethroned and compelled to escape to Dalmatia in order to save his life. Jovius, the Praetorian prefect of Italy, assumed the role of the influential figure behind the ruler and was granted the prestigious role of patrician, replacing Olympius. Jovius orchestrated a rebellion among the soldiers in Ravenna, who insisted on the execution of the Magister Utriusque Milite Turpilo and Magister Equitum Vigilantius. He subsequently ordered the deaths of both men. Jovius, a close associate of Alaric, had previously shown support for Stilicho. As a result, the new administration was willing to engage in negotiations, at least come to the table. Thus, Alaric traveled to Arminium with the purpose of meeting with Jovius and articulating his demands. And when he got there, he demanded an annual payment of money and food, as well as territories in the provinces of Dalmatia, Noricum, and Venetia for his people. Jovius also sent a secret letter to Honorius, proposing that if they were to provide Alaric the job of Magister Utriusque Militiae, they would perhaps reduce Alaric's other requests. Honorius declined the request for a Roman position and dispatched a derogatory letter to Alaric, which was recited during the discussions. Now, Alaric, filled with anger, abruptly ended the negotiations upon hearing the insults from Honorius, causing Jovius to go back to Ravenna in order to enhance his bond with the emperor. Honorius was resolutely dedicated to engaging in battle, and Jovius made a solemn oath on the emperor's authority to never negotiate peace with Alaric. Alaric himself quickly reconsidered his decision upon learning that Honorius was making efforts to enlist 10,000 Huns in order to combat the Goths. He assembled a cohort of Roman bishops and dispatched them to Honorius with his revised conditions. He ceased his pursuit of Roman political positions and no longer demanded payment in gold. Currently, he only asked for territories in Noricum and the amount of grain deemed essential by the emperor. Historian Olympiodorus the Younger, in his later writings, regarded these phrases as highly temperate and rational. However, it was already too late, as the government of Honorius, constrained by their sworn commitment, and determined to engage in warfare, declined the proposal. Alaric thereafter advanced towards Rome. Oh, and that anticipated arrival of the 10,000 Huns, well, that never occurred. Lucky day for the Goths, I suppose. In late 409, Alaric captured Portus and resumed the siege of Rome. In light of the resurgence of famine and illness, the Senate convened a meeting with Alaric. He insisted that they select one of their own as emperor to compete with Honorius, and he encouraged the nomination of the elderly Priscus Attalus for this purpose, a pagan who had let himself to be baptized. Alaric was then appointed as Magister Utriusque Militiae, while his brother-in-law Adolf assumed the role of Comes Domesticorum Equitum in the newly established competing administration. As a result, the siege was terminated. Whew, got away with that one. Now, Heraclian, the governor of the agriculturally prosperous province of Africa, basically the grain basket of the empire, maintained his allegiance to Honorius. Attalus dispatched a Roman contingent to quell him, declining to deploy Gothic troops due to his suspicion of their motives. Subsequently, Attalus and Alaric proceeded to Ravenna, compelling certain cities in northern Italy to yield to Attalus. Honorius, overwhelmed by dread due to this unexpected development, dispatched Jovius and other individuals to attack Attalus, beseeching him to divide the Western Empire. Attalus stated that he would just engage in discussions regarding the location of Honorius's exile. Jovius, on the other hand, defected to Attalus and was appointed as a patrician by his new ruler. Jovius desired to subject Honorius to mutilation, a practice that would later become prevalent in the Eastern Empire. Well, Honorius, feeling more and more alone, now in a state of extreme paranoia, was getting ready to escape to Constantinople, when a group of 4,000 soldiers from the Eastern Empire arrived at the docks in Ravenna to protect the city. Honorius's determination to await word of the events in Africa was reinforced by their presence. Heraclian emerged victorious against Attalus's military and disrupted the supply lines to Rome, posing a significant risk of another famine in the capital. Alaric desired to dispatch Gothic forces to launch an invasion of Africa and establish control over the province. However, Attalus once again declined, harboring suspicions of the Visigoths' motives for the region. Upon receiving advice from Jovius, Alaric decided to remove his puppet emperor. He called Attalus to Arminium and formally deprived him of his imperial insignia and title during the summer of 410. Alaric thereafter resumed discussions directly with Honorius. Honorius scheduled a rendezvous with Alaric, approximately 12 kilometers away from Ravenna. While Alaric was waiting at the designated meeting location, Sarus, who had previously been a sworn adversary to Ataulf, was now allied with Honorius, launched an assault on Alaric and his troops using a small contingent of Roman soldiers. It's been suggested that Sarus may have also been defeated by Alaric in the 390s in the election for the kingdom of the Goths, harboring a little bit of resentment there. Alaric, however, survived the attack, but he was deeply angered by the betrayal, and honestly, fed up with the repeated unsuccessful attempts at reaching a compromise. Consequently, he abandoned further negotiations with Honorius and returned to Rome, where he laid siege to the city for the third and final time. Third time lucky. Always goes like that, doesn't it? Well, August the 24th, 410, the Visigoths infiltrated Rome via the Salarian Gate, which some claim was opened through treachery, while others argue it was due basically to a lack of food. They proceeded to ransack the city for a duration of 3 days. Numerous prominent structures in the city, like the mausoleums of Augustus and Hadrian, which served as the final resting place for several former emperors, were looted, resulting in the dispersal of the ashes contained within the urns in both graves. All movable assets were pilfered throughout the entire city. In fact, the Goths only spared a few places, including 2 main basilicas associated with Peter and Paul. However, they did steal a large 2,000-pound silver ciborium from the Lateran Palace. This ciborium had been given as a gift by Constantine. The extent of structural harm to the structures was primarily confined to the vicinity surrounding the former Senate House and the Salarian Gate. Notably, the gardens of Sallust were set ablaze and then left unreconstructed. The Basilica Aemilia and the Basilica Julia were also set on fire. Of course, the inhabitants of Rome were profoundly distressed, to say the least. Perhaps there's no adjective to describe the panic. A multitude of Romans, including Galla Placidia, the sister of the emperor, were captured and held as prisoners. Certain individuals would be held for ransom, while others would be traded as slaves, and a further group would be experience assault and murder. Well, Pelagius, a British Roman priest, managed to endure the siege, and he left us with a detailed narrative of the ordeal in a letter addressed to a young lady named Demetrias. This is the account from him, Pelagius. This dismal calamity is but just over, and you yourself are a witness of how Rome that commanded the world was astonished at the alarm at the Gothic trumpet, when that barbarous and victorious nation stormed her walls and made her way through the breach. Where were then the privileges of birth and the distinctions of quality? Were not all ranks and degrees levelled at that time and promiscuously huddled together? Every house was then a scene of misery and equally filled with grief and confusion. The slave and the man of quality were in the same circumstance, and everywhere the terror of death and slaughter was the same, unless we may say the fright made the greatest impression on those who had the greatest interest in living. End of the account from Pelagius. Following this, a significant number of Romans were subject to torture in order to coerce them into divulging the whereabouts of their precious possessions. One of the individuals was St. Marcella, an 85-year-old woman who lived in a state of devout poverty and did not own any concealed wealth. Marcella, who was a close associate of St. Jerome, was involved in an episode that St. Jerome described in a letter to a woman named Principia, who had been there during the sack. And this is what was written in the letter. When the soldiers entered Marcella's house, she is said to have received them without any look of alarm, and when they asked her for gold, she pointed to her coarse dress to show them that she simply had no buried treasure. However, they would not believe in her self-chosen poverty, but scourged her and beat her with cudgels. She is said to have felt no pain, but to have thrown herself at their feet and to have pleaded with tears for you, Principia, that you might not be taken from her, or owing to your youth have to endure what she as an old woman had no occasion to fear. Christ softened their hard hearts, and even among blood-stained swords, natural affection asserted its rights. The barbarians conveyed both you and her to the Basilica of the Apostle Paul, that you might find there either a place of safety, or, if not that, at least a tomb. A few days later, Marcella succumbed to her injuries. Well, the sack, although considered modest by the norms of the time, and any other time really, was nonetheless controlled and moderate. There was no widespread massacre or large-scale enslavement of the residents of the city, and the two principal basilicas of Peter and Paul were designated as safe zones. The majority of the structures and monuments in the city remained more or less undamaged, at least not intentionally so. But still, many were deprived of their priceless possessions, and large numbers of refugees from Rome migrated to the province of Africa as well as Egypt and the East. Several refugees were victims of theft while they were seeking shelter. St. Jerome documented that Heraclian, the Count of Africa, engaged in the sale of some of these young refugees to brothels in the eastern region. According to the historian Procopius, there is a narrative in which Honorius, upon hearing that Rome had perished, was originally taken back, mistakenly believing that the news was about his beloved chicken, who was actually named Roma. This is from the account of Procopius. At that time, they say the Emperor Honorius in Ravenna received a message from one of the eunuchs, evidently a keeper of the poultry, that Rome had perished. And he cried out and said, "And yet it has just eaten from my hands," for he had a very large chicken, Rome by name, and the eunuch, comprehending his words, said that it was the city of Rome which had perished at the hands of Alaric, and the emperor, with a sigh of relief, answered quickly, "But I thought that my foul Rome had perished." So great, they say, was the folly with which this emperor was possessed. The Achaemenid Empire, founded by Cyrus the Great in the mid-6th century BC, was the first Persian empire, and is renowned for its monumental architecture, advanced bureaucracy, and the creation of the royal road for efficient communication across its vast territories. The Achaemenids were notable for their tolerance and respect for the diverse cultures that were within their empire, allowing conquered peoples to maintain their own customs and beliefs. It was this approach that fostered a sense of unity and relative stability throughout the empire, at least in the good times. Regardless, their contributions to art, governance, and engineering left a lasting legacy that influenced subsequent empires in the region and overall laid a foundation to the acts of Persian culture that persisted long after the empire's fall to Alexander the Great. Hi, how are you? And welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's great to have you with me again. And if you're new here, well, you're in the right place. That is, if you want to relax and learn something new. Well, if you'd like to support the channel, as always, links to Patreon are in the description. And to help YouTube push my video out to more people, it's probably a good idea to click that like button. Did you do it? Thanks in advance. And now, without any further ado, let's talk about the culture and some of the more specific aspects of the Achaemenid culture that was not covered in my chronological video. Indeed, that's what you get when you have a strictly chronological form. Some things are talked about in more detail than others. We've talked about in our Achaemenids video the rulers and the wars, the rise and fall. But what happened in between? What about the day-to-day life of someone in the Achaemenid Empire? Well, that's what it's all about today. So, in no particular order, I'm going to go through some cultural aspects of what it would have been like to be in the First Persian Empire. Get relaxed. Let's start. The Achaemenid Empire, known for its expansive governance and cultural achievements, significantly shaped the structures of subsequent empires across Asia and the Middle East. Its methodologies in administration were highly influential and set precedents that were emulated even by the Greeks and the Romans. This Persian model was notably pivotal for the Abbasid Caliphate of later times, and heralded in the Islamic Golden Age, with its epicenter right back in the heartland of Mesopotamia, close to ancient Babylon. The Abbasids drew heavily from Persian aristocracy for support, incorporating Persian linguistic, architectural, and cultural elements into Islamic society. In fact, a lot of the things that you see in Islamic art are borrowed from the earlier Persian empires. The Achaemenid legacy, as great as it is also recognized for its role as being a key player in the Greco-Persian Wars, and its benevolent act of emancipating Jewish exiles in Babylon. While this indicates its broad cultural and social impact, along with, of course, religious implications. Take a look in the Old Testament. You'll find the Achaemenids there too. The exchange between Achaemenid Persia and the Athenian Greeks highlights another significant aspect of cultural reciprocity. Moreover, the empire contributed to the dissemination of the great philosophy and religion, Zoroastrianism. Still around today, by the way. It's a religion that has deeply influenced the cultural and historical identity of Iran. It might surprise you that in modern-day Iran, there are still many Zoroastrians who are free to practice their religion as they see fit. They even have their own temples, fire temples to be specific, dotted all over Iran, especially in Tehran and Isfahan. Now, Many historians have highlighted the lasting influence of Achaemenid governance practices on Abbasid society and beyond, characterizing it as a reintegration of Achaemenid systems within Islamic governance. So, let's talk about that for a moment. The Persianate culture, through the Abbasid period carried forward by Turkic origin empires, for example, the Seljuk Turks, Ottomans, Safavid, and even the Mughal empires, have left their own great mark on the vast region, extending Iranian civilization to the fringes of Europe and even throughout Southeast Asia. It's of particular note that the second advent of Islam, through Iranian Islam, which played a dominant role in shaping the Islamic world and spreading Persianate culture, establishing it as a cornerstone of Islamic civilization across Central Asia, Turkey, and even India. The traditions of the Achaemenid dynasty amalgamated together to set a precedent in the ancient world for its unique model of governance, which allowed for the integration of diverse cultures, languages, and traditions within a single system. This empire, likened to the vast realms of Germany and the dominions under Napoleon, was not just a collection of conquered lands, but it became a sophisticated federation of states, each with its own distinct identity and autonomy. Now, let's be fair. The central authority did have to enforce its own general laws across the empire, but it did, credit where it's due, preserve and, in some cases, foster the individual characteristics of each nation, from their legal systems all the way up to their social customs, regardless of what the Persian upper classes thought of them. Now, one thing we may say, and once again credit where it's due, my aforementioned fire temples in modern-day Iran, the tolerance of allowing these practices to continue are something that it is an extension of the older Achaemenid tolerance culture. Indeed, it's rather surprising to hear that Iran is allowing what definitely looks from the outside to be a pagan religion to operate so freely within its country. But then again, if we want to ask what the situation is, perhaps we should ask the Iranians themselves, as they would probably know a lot more than our Western media organizations would like to tell us. Now, this method of rule, this blanket tolerance, was emblematic of the empire's ethos, comparable to light that simultaneously illuminates and gives life, allowing each subject nation to flourish under their own terms, of course beneath the benevolent oversight of the Persian kings. And such an approach not only maintained peace and order across the vast distances in the empire, but it also enriched a group of empire that was most of a mosaic of cultures, languages, and traditions. All in all, a vibrant and dynamic civilization that does not get the credit it deserves. The Achaemenid era, in particular, certainly marked a golden age of Persian influence, setting its cultural, artistic, religious, and administrative innovations far beyond its own borders, eastward and westward. The achievements in creating an efficient administrative system, a network of roads, and a sense of security, prosperity, and even belonging for its own people were something unparalleled and not seen, or at least attempted to be replicated, until the height of the Roman Empire. Now, with the introduction out of the way, let's talk a little more about the culture of the Achaemenids. First, let's take a look at the language and writing. For if we want to understand how our people were, we should perhaps try and hear it in their own tongue. Of course, I'm not going to be speaking any Achaemenid language, so I'm sorry if you're looking forward to that. But we will talk a little bit about their script and their language in general. Now, during Cyrus II and Darius I's rule, with the political center in Susa, Elamite was actually predominant as the chancellery's language, and we know this by the administrative documents from the Persepolis, fortification and treasury, and there's plenty of them. Of course, it's very easy to preserve cuneiform records because they were all written on clay tablets, so we're still pulling them out of the ground. These documents, though, in particular, shed light on the empire's operational aspects, and it suggests that while Elamite was pivotal in Susa, for example, one of the largest cities, its application as a governmental standard across the empire was not universal. Think about how Latin was the standard in the early church days and within administration for government, same as Greek in certain parts, but people still spoke their own languages. So, in many inscriptions, Elamite translations actually sat next to the Old Persian and Akkadian versions, which indicate its secondary role. And as a matter of fact, as far as we know now through the records we've found, post 458 BC, the use of Elamite pretty much fades away. You just don't see it anymore. Now, the empire's expansion into Mesopotamia, that's the land between the two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates, brought Aramaic to the forefront as the medium for interregional written communication, addressing the linguistic diversity within the empire's territories. The adoption of official Aramaic, as it was called, or Imperial Aramaic, played another critical role in the Achaemenids' ability to maintain cohesion across their expansive realm. Although the exact status as Aramaic as an official language, well, that's still up for debate. All in all, Aramaic's influence did persist long after the empire's decline. Spoiler alert, I know. But its script and vocabulary was foundational to the Pahlavi writing system of later times. Now, Old Persian, featured on certain seals and artistic artifacts, is predominantly seen in western Iran's Achaemenid inscriptions, indicating its usage in that region. Nonetheless, by Artaxerxes II's era, the imperfect grammar and orthography in inscriptions suggest scribes were somewhat distanced from the language, relying heavily on older texts for reproductions. Additionally, Greek actually served as a significant bureaucratic tool within the Achaemenid administration, highlighting its widespread use despite the empire's extensive Greek interactions and conquests. Remarkably, despite all of these interactions, old Iranian sources do not reflect Greek linguistic influence. But, there is evidence that we've found of Greeks that were living and working in Iran, or Persia, sure. And they participated in projects, for example, Darius's palace at Susa is one example I can think of off the top of my head, and they left behind a lot of Greek inscriptions and documents to prove this. So there is that. Now, moving on from written language, let's get into some of the more day-to-day culture. Get out of the office, so as it seems. And we'll start with a little bit on religion. I mean, it's a cultural cornerstone, right? So let's start from there. Worship of Mithra was widespread across the Achaemenid Empire. His temples and symbols were ubiquitous, influencing personal names and dedications of numerous festivals to him, which were, of course, big events that everybody showed up to. This devotion shows the profound integration of that Mithraic worship within the general fabric of society, influencing all of those little parts. Now, the Achaemenid Empire was indeed, as aforementioned, noted for its religious tolerance, an attribute considered very exceptional for its time. And this tolerance was exemplified by Cyrus the Great's release of the Jewish people from Babylonian captivity, allowing them to simply return home, and he even facilitated the restoration of their sacred sites. So Cyrus the Great is seen as a little bit of a saint to the Jewish people. But it was Zoroastrianism. That was the big one. Its expansion into southwestern Iran during this era of the Achaemenid Empire marked a massive cultural development, with the religion being embraced by even the ruling class, all the way down to the humble farmer. And it effectively is synonymous with this Persian identity. The formalization of the traditional Iranian pantheon, alongside the introduction of Zoroastrian free will concepts, underscored the religion's influence. Now, if you want to learn more about that, I do have a full video on Zoroastrianism, and I talked a little bit about it in my general video on the Achaemenid Empire. So, take your pick. Now, Herodotus, observing during Artaxerxes and Darius II's reign, highlighted the Persians' very distinct religious practices, which included sacrifices to natural elements without the use of idols, altars, or even temples. And all of this leads us to the conclusion that their gods were rather transcendent in nature and omnipresent. You didn't just have to show up to the temple to see the god. They were everywhere. This practice, of course, diverged from Greek customs, which anthropomorphized deities. Excuse me. Of course, it's all a little difficult for the Greeks to understand, but they got their head around it eventually. Now, the latter adoption of Urania worship from Arabian and Assyrian cultures indicated another openness to religious influences, and the syncretic nature of Persian religious practices in general. Now, despite Herodotus's account indicating an absence of divine images, Berosus, writing later, credits Artaxerxes II with introducing cult statues across the empire. And this suggests another evolution, perhaps not in the religion itself, as the gods were omnipresent, but there was a change in the expression, a change in the art that surrounded religion. and dare I say that art coming out of religion is probably the best looking art. But, of course, everything is subjective. But of course, couldn't all be religious ceremony, right? The Persians enjoyed a bit of a party as well, and quite often. Now, as noted by Herodotus, the Persians celebrated significant banquets for birthdays that concluded reportedly with numerous desserts, a custom that differed from the Greek dining traditions, of course. Additionally, Herodotus recorded that Persians consumed abundant amounts of wine, copious even, and uniquely incorporated it into their decision-making process thusly. They would discuss vital matters while completely intoxicated, and then, the following day, when they were in somewhat a better mental state, they would determine the viability of the decisions that are made. Now, let's talk about the role of women and where they fit into this. After all, they're half the population. In the Achaemenid Empire, the societal status and roles of women, of course, varied across the different cultures and regions, which is just another way of emphasizing this vast diversity of the empire. There wasn't a single Achaemenid people. Therefore, everyone's positions are going to be different. Now, this portrayal of Persian women, particularly those from Persia proper, has often been shaped by a lot of biblical and mythological references, as well as descriptions from ancient Greek sources, which may or may not fully capture the complexities and nuances of their lives. However, the archaeological Persepolis fortification tablets offer a more direct glimpse into the lives of women connected to the royal court in Persepolis, ranging from royal figures all the way down to female laborers. Within the Persian court, there was a clear hierarchy among the royal women, and this hierarchy, of course, placed the king's mother at the pinnacle. Not a new idea. Followed in descending order by the queen, the king's daughters, his concubines, and finally the other royal women of the household. Marriages for the king typically involved a female from the royal family or a noble woman closely related to a satrap or another prominent Persian figure. While marriages between relatives were permitted, there isn't much substantial evidence supporting the practice of close familial marriages. For example, between full siblings, brother and sister. Now, contrary to the Greek accounts depicting the king surrounded by hundreds of concubines in a secluded harem, archaeological findings do not corroborate the existence of a harem, or even the practice at all of isolating women from male company at the Persian court. In fact, what we do know is that royal women not only shared meals with the king, but they also accompanied him on travels, and even possibly participated in royal hunts and banquets. The queen, in particular, is known to have held her own audiences, and managed her personal affairs independently. Of course, that suggests a level of autonomy and public presence that isn't really associated with the seclusion implied by the concept of a harem. So I think that we can perhaps chalk that up to a bit of imagination on Herodotus's part, as he's often keen to do. Now, the women in the Achaemenid Empire, especially those of royal and aristocratic status, were educated in skills such as archery and horsemanship, indicating that they were really not confined to these private spaces. These women often managed vast estates, and even their own businesses, employing numerous servants and professionals, and appeared in public alongside their husbands. This visibility often extended to social events like hunting expeditions and feasts, where the presence of women was customary until certain points in the festivals where it was the boys' time. Now, while no woman, that we know of at least, ever assumed the role of monarch or regent in the Achaemenid Empire, queens consort like Atossa and Parysatis wielded significant influence over state affairs. Now, the reason why I say that we know of is because a lot of the times when we look at Egyptian and other Bronze Age cultures, when there was a ruler that people didn't like, they would simply do their best to erase them from the pages of history. So, perhaps there may have been, but it seems terribly unlikely. Well, the formal administration and religious services do appear to have excluded women entirely from the official positions. Nevertheless, archaeological evidence from Persepolis reveals that some women were actively employed as free laborers working side by side with men. Some even led their own work gangs and received higher wages than their male counterparts. Although generally, 99% of the cases, women's wages were lower, unless they were exceptionally skilled craft workers, and even in that case, it was most likely then just equal pay to their male counterparts. Now, what about art and architecture? Well, there's plenty of that left over. It was emblematic of an empire that spanned 3 continents, and it stands out for its synthesis of diverse cultural elements amalgamated into a distinctive Persian ethos. The empire's builders and artisans drew from a broad palette that included Median, Assyrian, and even Asiatic Greek influences, all molding together into something that was uniquely and recognizably Persian. This rather eclectic approach is evident across the vast territories that were once under Achaemenid sway, all the way from the Mediterranean, reaching to the Indus River. It manifests in the monumental stone structures and paradisiacal gardens segmented by flowing water. Of course, the Achaemenids were certainly known for their ambitious architectural projects, which included their sprawling cities, majestic temples and palaces, and of course solemn mausoleums, like the tomb of Cyrus the Great. The essence of their architectural innovation lay not just in the scale and grandeur, but in the harmonious integration of varied elements that still allowed for a Persian identity to shine through. Achaemenid art, likewise, demonstrated its own profound capacity for integration and innovation. It's seen in the intricate frieze reliefs, the exquisite metalwork of items like the Oxus treasure, the ornate decoration of palaces, the use of glazed brick masonry, and the perfection of crafts such as carpentry and masonry itself. Persian art was categorized by its ability to absorb and transform artistic styles and techniques from across the empire's vast territory, and really make something from all the best parts of them. Definitely unique. Of course, all of this amalgamates in the Palace of Persepolis, which stands out as that quintessential testament to Achaemenid architectural and artistic achievement. Its grandeur and detailed craftsmanship underscore the empire's architectural ambition, along with its artistic finesse. Darius I's account of constructing his palace at Susa reveals the global scale of resources and craftsmanship that went into the Achaemenid projects. Materials and artisans were sourced from across the wide ranges of the empire. Timbers from Gandhara and Carmania, gold from Bactria and Sardis, precious stones like lapis lazuli and carnelian from Sogdiana, silver and ebony from Egypt, turquoise from Chorosmia, and decorations from Ionia, with ivory sourced from Ethiopia, Sind, and Arachosia. The workforce, well, they were just as diverse as the materials, with stone cutters coming all the way from Ionia and Sardis, goldsmiths coming from Media and Egypt, and woodworkers from Sardinian and Egypt, Babylonians for brickwork, and Medes and Egyptians for all those little wall adornments that just made it that extra bit special. That little mint leaf on the side, the sprinkle of basil on top of the spaghetti. Okay, stop being silly. Now, the tradition of monumental tomb construction, that was another significant aspect of Achaemenid architectural practice, and it reflects both the grandeur but also personalized aspects of imperial ideology. The most iconic of these sepulchral monuments are found at Nash el-Rustam, an ancient necropolis, which is located roughly 12 kilometers northwest of the ceremonial capital, Persepolis. The site is renowned for hosting the rock-cut tombs of 4 Achaemenid sovereigns, that being Darius I, Xerxes I, Artaxerxes I, and Darius II. Each tomb carved into the face of a limestone cliff stands as an example to the might, piety, and enduring legacy of the kings intended leave behind, and a legacy left behind they certainly did. Now, beyond Nash-e-Rustam, other Achaemenid monarchs chose somewhat different locations for their resting places, demonstrating a diversity in burial practices within the dynasty. Wasn't like in Egypt how everyone was just crammed into the Valley of the Kings, depending on the dynasty, of course. Notably, Artaxerxes II and Artaxerxes III commissioned their tombs adjacent to Persepolis, closer to the empire's spring capital. These tombs, while following the architectural tradition of their predecessors, signify a fairly obvious continuation, but also an evolution of the royal sepulchral tradition, with each monarch making a personal mark through their choice of location and even design. Which brings us to the very notable tomb of Cyrus the Great, that founder of the Achaemenid Empire, which occupies a unique place within the Persian necropolis tradition. Located in Pasargadae, Cyrus's tomb is distinguished by its simplicity and solemnity. At least, it certainly does in contrast to those elaborate rock-cut facades of Nasht el-Rustam. Now, this monument, you may have seen it before. It's actually recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Yeah, you can go there. And it not only marks the resting place of the empire's founder, but it also symbolizes the inception of the Achaemenid architectural and cultural legacy. It's through these diverse burial sites that the Achaemenid rulers sought to immortalize their reigns and ideologies. Now, a little bit on Cyrus the Great, because if you want to understand Achaemenid culture, you better understand Cyrus the Great. The foundation of the empire by Cyrus marked the beginning of a new era in the Near East. His establishment of a multi-state empire governed from the 4 major capitals of Pasargadae, Babylon, Susa, and Ecbatana was a testament to the empire's vastness and diversity. This innovative system of governance allowed for the integration of various cultures and regions into a broad, cohesive imperial structure, while also granting a degree of regional autonomy through the satrapy system. Each satrapy served as an administrative unit, typically organized and based on geographical boundaries, and was overseen by its own satrap, or governor. Now this structure was complemented by a general who oversaw military recruitment and maintained order, and also a state secretary who was responsible for keeping official records. These positions created a direct line of communication and accountability to both the satrap and the central government, ensuring efficient administration and control across the empire's extensive territory. The military and administrative innovations of Cyrus were instrumental in the empire's expansion and consolidation, especially the notable creation of the Immortals. You may have heard of them, an elite unit of 10,000 highly trained soldiers. This exemplified the empire's military and strategic capabilities. And don't believe the movies. They were actually a lot better at fighting than, is it Frank Hubert who did the 300 film? I can't quite recall. Either way, they were a lot better than the comic books will tell you. Additionally, the establishment of an extensive postal system, that's right, the post system, based on a network of relay stations known as chapar khane, facilitated rapid and reliable communication. The discovery of the Persepolis Administrative Archives in the 1930s provided unprecedented insights into Achaemenid administrative and governmental systems. With a smaller portion in Aramaic and a singular tablet identified written in Old Persian, shed light on the inner workings of the Achaemenid administration. The presence of numerous seals and seal impressions among these documents shows the bureaucratic process and data flow within Persepolis, and it gives us a pretty good glimpse into the daily management of the empire's affairs over a period of around 50 consecutive years from 509 to 457 BC. The introduction of the Persian darik, a gold coin, alongside its silver counterpart of lesser value, the siklos, by Darius I, marked a significant milestone in the economic history of the Achaemenid Persians, and, frankly, the world. This bimetallic monetary standard, a pioneering concept at the time, laid the foundation for economic systems that would persist well into the modern era. Darius's reign was characterized by far-reaching economic reforms, including the establishment of a standardized coinage system that facilitated trade and economic integration within the vast empire. The Daric, in particular, became a symbol of Persian wealth and economic power, playing a critical role in the empire's commercial activities. Darius had also revolutionized the empire's economic structure through the implementation of a regulated and sustainable tax system. I'm sure that made him popular. This system was meticulously designed to reflect the economic potential and productivity of each satrapy, ensuring a fair and balanced contribution from each region. The tax assessments varied significantly, with Babylon, for instance, being required to contribute a substantial amount in both silver talents and provision for the army. India's tribute highlighted its renown for gold, while Egypt, with its abundant crops, was tasked with becoming the granary of the empire, contributing both grain and silver. So really, it wasn't that bad. I mean, if you had an abundance of a certain thing in your lands, well, why not use your tax that thing to pay your taxes, rather? It wasn't just give us money. It was basically give us what you can. But then again, if you didn't give enough, perhaps the taxman would come to your door. While the taxation on subject peoples was not merely a means of filling the empire's coffers, but it was also a method of integrating the diverse regions under Persian rule through a single, unified economic policy. The evidence suggests that the empire also regulated the slave trade. Well, unfortunately, they had that as well. So they imposed taxes on private slave sales, indicating another advanced level of administrative control and an early form of sales tax. Now, beyond the economic reforms, and just before we finish up, Darius's reign was notable for the codification of the data, a comprehensive legal system that laid the groundwork for future Iranian laws, reflecting the emperor's commitment to justice and order throughout his domain. Moreover, the construction of Persepolis as the new ceremonial capital embodied the empire's glory and sophistication, serving as just one more testament to why Persia is an unforgettable empire. The Battle of Kadesh, fought around 1274 BC between the forces of Egypt under Pharaoh Ramesses II and the Hittite Empire led by Muwatalli II, is one of the earliest well-documented battles in history. Taking place near the city of Kadesh on the Orontes River in modern-day Syria, it was a pivotal conflict in the struggle for control over territories in the ancient Near East. And despite grand claims of victory by Ramesses, depicted in numerous inscriptions across Egypt, the battle is generally considered a stalemate, with both sides incurring heavy losses and ultimately failing to achieve a decisive victory. This battle eventually led to the signing of the first recorded peace treaty in history, a document which still hangs in the UN headquarters to this very day. Hello there, welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again. And if you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, A like, comment, and subscribe definitely helps push the video out more. Did you like it? Thank you in advance. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic for today. So, please get relaxed, and we may begin. The history of the Battle of Kadesh. After the Hyksos 15th dynasty was expelled around 1550 BC, Egyptian New Kingdom rulers, notably Thutmose I, Thutmose II, and Amenhotep II, aggressively aimed to regain control over their state's borders. Their military campaigns extended from Megiddo to the Orontes River, including conflicts with Kadesh. This period saw the general destabilization of the Jehi region, which was around southern Canaan, with Egyptian campaign accounts reflecting this instability between 1400 and 1300 BC. Thusly, the reigns of Thutmose IV and Amenhotep III marked a continuation of territory lost to the Mitanni in northern Syria, despite Egypt's ongoing efforts. One source that we have for this is the Amarna letters from the 18th dynasty, which indicate Egypt's declining influence in the region, showing a decreased interest in Canaan until the dynasty's end. The last dynasty's ruler, Horemheb, actively campaigned in the region, signifying a rejuvenation of Egyptian interest towards the end of the 18th dynasty. The revival persisted into the 19th dynasty. Seti I, like his predecessor Ramesses I, was a military leader solely focused on restoring Egypt's empire to its former glory. Seti's inscriptions at Karnak detail his campaigns into Canaan and ancient Syria, where he reoccupied Egyptian posts, garrisoned cities, and, in an informal peace with the Hittites, regained control of the coastal areas along the Mediterranean, thusly continuing campaigns in Canaan. His capture of Kadesh and the Amurru kingdom were significant victories, commemorated by stelae. His son and heir to Egypt, Ramesses II, also participated in these military ventures. Historical records do suggest that Ramesses ordered a large quantity of weapons in preparation for his expedition to Kadesh by his 5th regnal year. However, the control over both regions might have reverted to Hittite dominion after some time. The fate of Amurru is a matter of debate. Hittitologists posit that while Amurru could have been once again fallen under Hittite control, it was more likely that it remained a vassal state to the Hittites. Now, if you want a detailed history about the Hittites in general, I've got a video that, yes, is a little bit old and the visuals are a bit different, but it's going strong at about 5,500 views at the moment, so it must be good. If you want to learn about the Hittites in general, then it's probably a good place to start. But today let's just concentrate on the Battle of Kadesh. So leading up to the battle, the initial campaigns of Ramesses II into Canaan played a crucial role, and that's why we have to start there. In the 4th year of his reign, he undertook a northward march into Syria, aiming to either reclaim Amurru or as a strategic move to verify the allegiance of his vassals and, of course, scout the potential battlegrounds. By the spring of the 5th year of his reign, in May 1274, Ramesses set out from his capital, P. Ramesses, which is modern-day Cantir, advancing beyond the fortress of Tagel and toward the coastal route of Gaza. This campaign to reclaim Amurru was explicitly cited by Muwatalli II, the Hittite ruler, as his reason for moving south to face the Egyptians head-on. Ramesses II commanded an army organized into 4 divisions, and they were named thusly: Amun, Re, Set, and the Ta division, the last of which appears to have been newly established at the time. Of course, these are all named after Egyptian theological terms. Additionally, there was a unit that was referred to as the Ne'arin or Niarin, whose exact nature is not fully clear due to the limited documentation that we have. But we do know a few things. The forces were possibly Canaanite military mercenaries who aligned with the Egyptians, or perhaps they were Egyptian units themselves. Well, either way, Ramesses had stationed these troops in Amurru, ostensibly to maintain control over the port of Sumur. Not Sumer, Sumur. Very different. Now, the role of the Niarin division would prove to be pivotal in the ensuing battle. Notably, the Egyptian army also incorporated Shurden troops as mercenaries, and this marks the first recorded instance of the Shurden serving with the Egyptian military framework. Remember, first recorded. Now, their involvement would grow to be significantly influential, especially in the late Bronze Age, with the Shurden later emerging among the Sea Peoples. Yeah, that's right. Those guys who inflicted widespread devastation across the eastern Mediterranean at the close of the Bronze Age. In fact, many people just simply attribute the end of the Bronze Age to the Sea Peoples entirely, but, well, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. Now, there certainly exists a lot of challenges in determining the exact size of the Egyptian chariot force at Kadesh, and it's estimated that it comprised no fewer than 2,000 chariots, which were, of course, distributed among the Amun, Re, Ta, and Set divisions, with each of them most likely commanding around 500 chariots respectively. The estimate might also need to account for the chariots of the Niarin, should they have been distinct from the main Egyptian army. Now, on the opposing side, the Hittites, the King Muwatalli II had rallied several allies, including Ramesses, the king of Aleppo, among others. Ramesses II documented a comprehensive list of 19 allies that Muwatalli had convened at Kadesh. Muwatalli had strategically concealed his forces behind Old Kadesh. Unbeknownst to Ramesses, he was deceived by 2 captured nomads, who falsely claimed that the Hittite army was stationed far, far away near Aleppo. These nomads were, in reality, Hittite spies, tasked specifically with misleading the Egyptian pharaoh. And it worked. Strange to think that in the 1200s BC they had spies and espionage, but they did. Well, trusting this information, Ramesses instructed his troops to quickly establish their camp. He then led a rapid march towards Kadesh, completely unaware that a formidable Hittite force was there, lying in wait for him. Ramesses' arrival at the battlefield is detailed in 2 inscriptions associated with the battle, one called the poem and one called the bulletin. Let's read from the poem, and this is a translation that can change between whichever source that you view. So, from the poem. Now then, His Majesty has readied his infantry, chariotry, and the sure den of his master's capture. In year 5, the 2nd month of the 3rd season, day 9, His Majesty crossed the fortress at Sele and entered Canaan. His infantry navigated the narrow passes as if they were traversing the highways of Egypt. Following several days, His Majesty was in Ramesses Meri Ammon, located in the Valley of the Cedar. Proceeding northward, upon reaching the mountainous terrain of Kadesh, His Majesty advanced, and he forded the Orontes River with the lead division of Ammon, named He Gives Victory to User Mat Re Setep En Re. His Majesty approached the town of Kadesh. The division of Ammon followed directly. The division of Re was crossing the ford south of Shabdunah, about 1 eater from His Majesty's position. The division of Tar was positioned south of the town of Arnaim, and the division of Set marched along the road. His Majesty had arranged the foremost ranks of all the army's leaders while they were still on the shore in the land of Umuru. End of the text from the poem source. Now, onto the shorter source of the bulletin. In year 5, in the 3rd month of the 3rd season, day 9, under the majesty of Ramesses II, the Lord moved northward, and His Majesty arrived near the town of Shabdunah. As Ramesses II and the Egyptian vanguard were approximately 12 kilometers from Kadesh near Shabdunah, they encountered 2 Shasu nomads. These nomads informed His Majesty that the Hittite king was located in the land of Aleppo to the north of Tunip, around 200 kilometers away. So according to the Shasu, the Hittite king was too afraid of the pharaoh to venture south. This misinformation, as aforementioned and stated in his Egyptian records, was an intentional dissemination. Subsequently, an Egyptian scout arrived at the camp with 2 Hittite prisoners in tow. The prisoners were then brought before Ramesses for the interrogation, and the information was given thusly, as from the bulletin. Upon their presentation to the pharaoh, he questioned their identity, to which they responded, "We are servants of the Hittite king, sent to spy on you." Perplexed, Pharaoh then inquired, "Where is the adversary from Hatti?" I was informed he was in the land of Aleppo. The prisoners from Tunip corrected him, saying, "The king of Hatti is indeed close by, along with the numerous allies who have joined him. They have marshaled their infantry and chariots, armed and ready for warfare. Their numbers surpass the grains of sand on the shore, and indeed they are fully prepared for combat, stationed behind the ancient city of Kadesh. Following the revelation of the Hittite army's proximity, Ramesses convened a meeting with his princes to address the negligence of his governors and officials for failing to accurately report the location of Muwatalli and his forces. During this critical juncture, Ramesses found himself accompanied solely by his bodyguard unit and the division of Amun. In response to the urgent situation, the vizier received instructions to expedite the march of the divisions of Tar and Seth towards the encampment, noting that the division of Re was nearing its arrival at the camp. As discussions with the princes progressed, and orders were given for the Amun division to ready itself for combat, the Hittite chariots launched a surprise attack across the river, targeting the center of the Re division as it advanced towards Ramesses' position. The Re division, caught off guard in open terrain and faced with the very frightening prospect of the chariots, dispersed in chaos, with some retreating towards the Amun camp, albeit hotly pursued by the Hittite charioteers. The assault intensified as the Hittite chariots encircled the north, breaching the Egyptian camp's defenses and breaching the Amun division's shield wall, triggering more panic among its ranks. The effectiveness of the Hittite offensive began to slowly diminish as the chariots navigated the densely packed camp, with some charioteers accidentally crashing into each other and perishing, and if not perishing from the impact, certainly getting stabbed to death as they thrashed around on the ground with broken legs and backs from the fall. Not a good way to go. Well, complete chaos. And in the midst of this chaos, Ramesses portrayed himself as solitary, abandoned by his officers, charioteers, soldiers, shield-bearers, at least according to the Egyptian narrative. Despite being overwhelmed, Ramesses managed to repel the initial wave of attackers and rejoined the Egyptian lines, likening his ferocity in battle to the deity Set, a war god sent to Earth. Pretty cool. Now he recounted dispersing the Hittite chariots encircling him, charging through their ranks with his horses. Whether or not this is what actually happened certainly paints Ramesses as quite a brave character. I suppose it depends on who's doing the writing. Either way, a good bit of propaganda that makes the Egyptians look like the real tough guys. Now confronted with a dire situation, the pharaoh invoked the protection of his deity Amun and took to the offensive, leading the charge with his personal guard, a contingent of chariots from the Amun division, and the remnants of the dispersed Re division. Ramesses, gallantly at the front of the line, fought back against the Hittite adversaries. You see how this is kind of one-sided, but that's what the Egyptian sources tell us. The Hittite forces, under the impression that they had completely vanquished the Egyptians, engaged in looting the Egyptian encampment, thereby rendering themselves vulnerable to Ramesses' strategic counteroffensive. He successfully repelled the looters, driving them back towards the Orontes River, thereby safeguarding the Egyptian camp from further plunder. During this case, the lighter, more agile Egyptian chariots easily overtook and defeated the more bulky and heavier Hittite chariots, capitalizing on their speed and maneuverability. Of course, the Hittite chariots were great out in the open, but around these tight corners and the uneven ground of the camp, well, they weren't as good as the smaller variants. Well, despite this setback, Muwatalli remained at the helm of a formidable force, comprising not only reserve chariotry and infantry, but also the fortified town's protective barriers, and that's gotta count for something. As the Hittites' retreat reached the river, Muwatalli orchestrated a counter-strike with an additional deployment of 1,000 chariots, led by the most noble of his soldiers. This move aimed to reassert Hittite presence near the Egyptian encampment. However, it didn't go as planned. The strategy encountered some unexpected resistance. The Nearin troops, a contingent from Amaru, made a timely and, frankly, very surprising entrance to the battlefield, seemingly out of nowhere, stepping in to further complicate the situation for the Hittites. Compounding Hittite distress, the Egyptian Tar division also made its presence felt from the south, posing a significant threat to the rear of the Hittite forces. The battle was turning in the Egyptians' favor. The battlefield dynamic shifted even more dramatically after 6 intense charges led by the Egyptian forces that resulted in the Hittite forces being nearly encircled with their backs against the Orontes River, and I doubt that all of them could swim. The encirclement forced the remaining Hittite troops into a desperate attempt to flee by abandoning their chariots, simply leaving them there, throwing down all of their things and attempting to swim across the river, likened in the Egyptian narratives to be scurrying away like crocodiles. However, many were not very fortunate. Of course, some made it across, but the majority of them succumbed to the depths of the Orontes River. And, well, they did not last the day. The aftermath of the battle has, of course, been subject to many different interpretations. It ranges from an outright Egyptian triumph to a more equivocal stalemate. Now, some scholars even argue for an Egyptian defeat, suggesting that the Egyptian historical records were more propagandistic than factual in nature. And honestly, I don't blame them for this. Now, while there's no solid evidence to come to this conclusion, when you read through the Egyptian narratives, it seems so fanciful, especially when they're talking about Ramesses II and his heroic actions. It certainly seems like something that's, well, a little bit blown out of proportion. But how far out of proportion can it be blown? Would it be for propaganda purposes, all the way to a complete lie about the victory? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. But there's certainly some credence to think that certain aspects were made different for political purposes. It's not the first or the last time that has happened. Now, Despite the forced retreat of the Hittite army, the Egyptians were unable to secure Kadesh, which marks the battle's conclusion without a decisive victory. Now, what was the victory condition? Was the condition on beating the Hittites, defending their camp, or was it on the capture of Kadesh? If it is on the latter, then we can't really chalk this one up to an Egyptian victory. And even if we chalk it up to a Hittite victory, which we're not going to do, we could perhaps call it a Pyrrhic victory for both sides. Now, facing the logistical challenges of maintaining a prolonged siege on the fortified city of Kadesh, Ramesses made the strategic decision to simply withdraw his forces, directing them southwards towards Damascus before he himself returned to Egypt. Now, despite not achieving this objective of capturing the city of Kadesh itself, Ramesses declared a personal victory, and he portrayed the retreat as a rout of his adversaries. The assertion, however, is pretty much seen as largely symbolic, highlighting his ability to extricate his forces from a potentially disastrous ambush through the deployment of his innovative, lighter, and frankly faster two-man chariots, which proved to be advantageous against the slower, heavier Hittite chariots. Of course, think of it in this way. If they had used the same chariots during the raid on the camp, then the Hittites, well, it may have been a more even ground, and they may have even managed to capture or kill, in whichever order, Ramesses himself. But that's just speculation now, isn't it? But you know, the Egyptians, they're not the only ones with written records. The Hittites had their own account of it. Contrasting narratives emerge from the Hittite records preserved in Hattusa. That was the Hittite capital, by the way. And of course, the Hittite records suggest a slightly less favorable outcome for the Egyptian forces. Color me surprised. Well, the Hittites suggest that Ramesses' retreat was a consequence of defeat rather than a tactical withdrawal. These accounts provide a perspective that certainly diverges significantly from the triumphant Egyptian narrative, suggesting a rather complex aftermath to the battle that is, of course, once again, subject to the listener's interpretation. But in terms of modern historians, they genuinely still view the battle's outcome as inconclusive. Not much was really lost or gained, and they recognize it as a stalemate, but with significant long-term implications for Egyptian military strategy and tech advancements. And of course it marks just another pivotal moment in Egypt's ongoing conflict with the Hittites. Well, in the aftermath on the Hittite side, Mu'tali expanded his campaigns into the Egyptian territory of Appa, asserting Hittite control and positioning his brother, the future Hattusili III, as the regional governor. This expansion effectively limited Egypt's influence in Asia to Canaan, a region that itself became unstable due to revolts among Egypt's vassal states. The ensuing years saw Ramesses undertaking a series of campaigns to reinforce Egyptian authority in Canaan, setting the stage, of course, for more confrontations with the Hittites. Ramesses' subsequent military campaigns particularly in the 8th and 9th years of his reign, saw quite a few notable successes, including the capture of the Hittite-held cities of Dapur and Tunip, territories that had not seen Egyptian military presence since the era of Thutmose III, and that was nearly a century ago. However, the victories were short-lived, as the strategic importance and defensibility of the region between Umuru and Kadesh proved to be more or less untenable, leading to its recapture by Hittite forces shortly thereafter. A second campaign against Dapur in Ramesses' 10th year mirrored the impermanence of his earlier achievements. The protracted conflict eventually led to the negotiation of a formal peace treaty with Hattusili III, which was signed 15 years after the Battle of Kadesh. This historic agreement, documented on a silver tablet with a clay copy discovered in Hattusa and currently displayed at the Istanbul Archaeology Museum, symbolizes one of the earliest recorded instances of an international peace treaty. And, as mentioned in the introduction, this treaty, which is also commemorated at the United Nations headquarters, is well known to this day. Walk into the UN, you'll see it up there on the wall. So what is the treaty? What did they get? What did they lose? Well, let's talk about the treaty a little bit. It meticulously outlines pledges of peace and also mutual respect, effectively ending decades of conflict over Syrian territories and establishing a precedent for international peace agreements. Its clauses articulate a clear intention to maintain peace, delineate boundaries, and prevent future hostilities, signifying mutual recognition of sovereignty and also a commitment to coexistence. A significant aspect of the treaty is its provision for mutual defense, promising aid in the event of an external aggression, or perhaps an internal turmoil. Think about rebellions, that sort of thing. And all in all, that reflects a pretty deep level of strategic alliance that pushes the agreement beyond this mere peaceful cohabitation. This clause of it not only facilitated a defensive pact against common enemies, but it also ensures stability within each empire by discouraging internal dissent and rebellion, thereby strengthening Hattusili's position and securing his dynasty's future. Furthermore, the treaty's emphasis on the extradition of political refugees and dissidents underscores a broader theme of legitimacy and political stability in general, with both empires agreeing to a protocol that prevented the harboring of fugitives who could pose threats to internal security. The invocation of divine witnesses in the treaty reflects another profound role religion played in legitimizing political authority and legal agreements in the ancient world. By calling upon the gods to witness and enforce the treaty, the document taps into the religious beliefs and practices of the time, emphasizing the sacred nature of the oath and severe divine repercussions if it is violated. All in all, this treaty of Ramesses II and Hattusili III is just an example of the advanced diplomatic acumen that the ancient civilizations don't often get credit for. It showcases an ability to negotiate a complex international agreement, also foresight in establishing mechanisms for peace and cooperation, and of course the integration of legal, political, and religious elements into a binding document. So, for Ramesses, the decision to enter into an alliance with the Hittites marked a pragmatic shift in his foreign policy objectives. After years and years of costly and inconclusive military campaigns, which were aimed at reclaiming lost territories in Syria, Ramesses recognized the diminishing prospects of military success, especially against a force as formidable as the Hittites. Of course, in light of this realization, he just turned to victory through diplomacy, aiming to bolster his reputation as a capable and influential pharaoh on the world stage. And he did. By accepting the terms of this treaty, Ramesses aimed to achieve several strategic objectives. Firstly, he sought to maintain the status quo in the region and prevent any further depletion of Egypt's resources through costly wars like the one against the Hittites. Secondly, he aimed to secure Egypt's claims in Syria by establishing a mutually beneficial agreement with the Hittites, which of course would grant Egypt access to ports in Hittite territory and facilitate trade routes extending as far north as Ugarit. Thirdly, Ramesses aimed to mitigate the emerging threat posed by the rising power of Assyria, which had begun to assert its own dominance within the region. By forging this alliance, Ramesses simply hoped to deter Assyrian encroachment into Syrian territories and safeguard Egypt's interests against external threats. Did it work? Well, if you want to know, you should go watch my video on Assyria. Shameless self-plug, I know. Furthermore, by portraying the treaty as a victory over the Hittites, Ramesses sought to assert his supremacy as the ruler of Egypt and, of course, enhance his political stature among his own subjects. Through carefully crafted depictions at the Ramesseum and other monuments, Ramesses presented himself as the architect of the settlement, positioning the Hittite king as simply a supplicant seeking terms of peace. While this narrative, of course, allowed Ramesses to protect an image of strength and also leadership, further consolidating his authority and bolstering his legitimacy. Now, on the other hand, for Hattusilis, the treaty with Egypt offered a means to address more internal challenges to his reign and navigate the complex politics of the ancient Near East. Facing questions of legitimacy and internal dissent, Hattusilis sought to consolidate his position as the rightful king of the Hittites by securing the endorsement of Ramesses. By entering into an alliance with Egypt, he aimed to neutralize the threat posed by his nephew, Urhi-Tesub, who sought to challenge his rule with the support of Ramesses. Of course, old Ramesses can only pick one side, can't he? And he chose Hattusilis. Urhi-Tesub knew that if he started up a rebellion, well, he'd have to fight both the Hittites and the Egyptians. And even fighting one of them is quite a tall order. Additionally, Hattusilis also recognized the pressing need to confront the growing threat that was posed by Assyria right on their doorstep, and it had already encroached on Hittite territories in Hanigalbat. The prospect of this further Assyrian aggression prompted Hattusilis to seek the protection of Egypt and forge a defensive alliance against what was quickly becoming a common adversary. Moreover, by aligning with Egypt, Hattusilis aimed to stabilize the volatile politics within his own region and consolidate his control over Hittite territories in Syria, simultaneously averting the risk of a conflict with Egypt over disputed lands. The Corinthian War, a complex conflict that unfolded against the backdrop of the power vacuum left in the wake of the Peloponnesian War, pitting Sparta against a coalition of 4 allied states, Athens, Corinth, Argos, and Thebes, supported indirectly by the Persian Empire. Sparked by Spartan expansionism and its hegemonic ambitions in the wake of its victory over Athens, the war represented a significant chapter in the struggle for supremacy within the Greek world. And I bet that you've never even heard of it. Well, maybe you have. But in case you haven't, let's learn all about it. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again, and if you're new to the channel, it's great to meet you. If you want to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, if you feel like subscribing, liking, and leaving your thoughts in the comments, well, that certainly helps too. And now, let's get on to the topic at hand. The Corinthian War, 395 to 387 BC. Make yourself comfortable. In the aftermath of the Peloponnesian War, which concluded in 404 BC, Sparta emerged with the backing of almost every mainland Greek state and the Achaemenid Empire. Additionally, in the period following the war, Sparta managed to extend its influence over several Aegean island states. This broad support base began to crumble in the years subsequent to their victory, however. Despite the collective effort that led to their triumph, Sparta was the sole beneficiary of the spoils, and tribute payments, of course, from the states that were defeated in the war, and from those who were part of the former Athenian Empire. And if you don't know about the Peloponnesian War, it was Sparta versus Athens. If you want to learn about that, go and watch my Peloponnesian War video. You'll have fun, I guarantee it. Now, the discontent among Sparta's allies grew when in 402 BC, Sparta launched an attack on Elis, a member of the Peloponnesian League, which had incurred Spartan displeasure during the Peloponnesian War. This aggressive move by Sparta was not supported by Corinth or Thebes, both of which declined to contribute troops to the Spartan campaign against Elis. Now, a couple of years later, in 398 BC, when Sparta proposed an expedition to Ionia, Thebes, Corinth, and Athens collectively opted out, with Thebes notably interfering with the Spartan king Agesilaus' sacrificial ceremony on their soil before his departure. Despite lack of support from these key states, Agesilaus, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, perhaps Agesilaus, launched a successful campaign against the Persians in Lydia, even reaching as far as Sardis. At the same time, the Persian satrap Tissaphernes was executed due to his inability to halt Agesilaus, and his successor, Tithraustes, resorted to bribing the Spartans to redirect their campaign northwards into Pharnabas's satrapy of Hellespontine Phrygia. By any means necessary, I suppose. Agesilaus complied, taking the money, while also making preparations to assemble a significant naval force. Now Pharnabazus, unable to defeat Agesilaus's forces in battle, chose a different strategy to compel Agesilaus to withdraw by inciting conflict within the Greek mainland itself. He sent out Timocrates of Rhodes with 10,000 gold darics to distribute among key cities on the mainland, including Athens, Thebes, Corinth, and Argos, with the aim of encouraging them to adopt policies against Sparta. The mission was successful. Money talks, and everybody has their price. As Timocrates managed to sway influential groups in each of these cities to oppose Spartan dominance, which I suppose credit where it's due, money notwithstanding, it's a brave feat to go up against the Spartans. Plutarch records that Agesilaus, well, I'm having trouble with that, aren't I? Plutarch records that Agesilaus remarked as he left Asia, "I have been driven out by 10,000 Persian archers." But he didn't literally mean archers. There were no arrows flying around from the Persians on the Greek mainland, at least not at this point. The statement rather cleverly references the Darics, which were cleverly known as archers for their design, indicating that the deployment of such a sum in bribes to Athenian and Theban politicians was what effectively forced him to retreat. The Thebans, already showing a stronger disposition against Sparta, played a significant role in instigating a war, illustrating the extent to which financial influence and politics can shape the landscape of ancient Greece. Now, off to another ancient Greek source. Xenophon recounts that the Thebans, preferring indirect confrontation, incited their allies, the Locrians, to levy taxes in disputed areas that were also claimed by Phocas. This action led to the Phocians invading Locris and devastating its lands. The rather incensed and aggrieved Locrians sought Theban intervention, prompting Thebes to launch an invasion straight into Phocian territory. And the conflict escalated when the Phocians, who were allied with Sparta, called the Spartans for aid. Of course, Sparta were all too ready to answer. Seizing the opportunity to reprimand Thebes, they commanded a general mobilization. Things were about to heat up. Now, in response to all this, Thebes dispatched an embassy to Athens, seeking support against the Spartan threat, albeit they were quite a little bit panicked at this point. They didn't think that the Spartans were going to just jump right in. While the Athenians, aligning with Thebes, decided to sit down and have a vote on what they were going to do. And eventually, with all things added up, they decided to aid Thebes, cementing a perpetual alliance within what was known as the Boeotian Confederacy. Now back to Sparta. Their strategy involved coordinating two armies. One of them was led by Lysander, a very famous general, and the other led by Pausanias, to converge and assault Haliartus, which was a city within Boeotia and quite one of strategic importance for them. Now, Lysander, arriving ahead of Pausanias, convinced Orchomenos to secede from the Boeotian Confederacy and marched with his forces and those from Orchomenos towards Haliartus. Now, when the time came, at Haliartus, Lysander was slain in a skirmish provoked by his forces' proximity to the city walls, and the battle was largely indecisive, marked initially by Spartan losses, but later by Spartan victory over Theban forces, who had pursued them onto terrain that was unfavorable. Now Pausanias reached the battlefield a day later, negotiating the return of Spartan casualties under the guise of a truce, before returning to Sparta. Upon his return, people were a little bit annoyed with his latency. He should have been on time, and it was not a good day to be late. Therefore, Pausanias faced charges for his delayed support of Lysander, and, well, he knew what was going to happen to him if he was found guilty of this, so he decided rather wisely to flee to Tegea and avoid conviction. Smart move. Of course, he wasn't late to Tegea. He certainly made haste there. Now, following these initial skirmishes, anticipation grew on both sides for the escalating wider conflict, and by the end of 395 BC, Corinth and Argos had decided to join forces with Athens and Thebes, significantly strengthening the opposition against Sparta. To coordinate their efforts, a council was established in Corinth to oversee the alliance's strategic decisions. Efforts to expand their coalition were successful, as emissaries garnered support from numerous smaller states, including East Locris, Thessaly, Leucas, Acarnania, Ambracia, regions in Chaldean Thrace, Athmania, Euboea, and Aenis. Additionally, the combined forces of the Boeotians and the Argives managed to seize control of Heraclea Trachenia, further solidifying their position. Now, in contrast to all this, Phocis and Orchomenos remained the sole regions in Greece to maintain allegiance to Sparta, and that's got to tell you something about the court of public opinion. Then again, no one really wanted to live like a Spartan. I mean, they knew about the diet of the Spartans, the treatment of the helots, and even if you were upper class, well, it didn't really count for much if all you were doing was preparing for constant war. A lot of people in general wanted to be like the Athenians. Strong military, sure, but philosophy, art, poetry, that is the pursuits of the upper class, the learned scholars. You can't all be fighting all the time. The widening support for the anti-Spartan alliance prompted a strategic reassessment in Sparta. I mean, they were strong, but fighting the whole of Greece, it's a tall order. Recognizing the threat posed by this formidable coalition, the Spartan leadership resolved to dispatch a considerable military force to confront the allied states. As part of this mobilization, a messenger was sent to Agesilaus, the Spartan king, instructing him to return to Greece, as he was out campaigning in Asia. Agesilaus, who had anticipated continuing his military successes in Asia, received this directive with notable disappointment. Well, heeding the call, he led his forces back towards Greece, crossing the Hellespont, and ready to re-engage with this unfolding conflict. Following a confrontation where Thebes emerged victorious against Phocis, the anti-Spartan coalition amassed a large force at Corinth. In response, Sparta dispatched their own army. The opposing forces clashed at the Nemea River's dry bed within Corinthian territory, where the Spartans achieved a decisive victory. Typical of hoplite warfare, the right flank of each army prevailed in battle. The Spartans overcame the Athenians, while the Thebans, Argives, and Corinthians bested their Peloponnesian adversaries. However, as the Thebans, Argive, and Corinthian forces regrouped from their pursuit, the Spartans launched a counterattack, inflicting heavy losses upon them. The coalition forces suffered 2,800 casualties, significantly higher than the 1,100 losses incurred by the Spartans and their allies. Now, the subsequent significant engagement of the war was the Battle of Cnidus, which was a naval battle. During Agesilaus's campaign in Asia, both the Persians and the Spartans had built up substantial fleets. Agesilaus gathered 120 triremes from the Aegean states, appointing Peisander, his brother-in-law, who had absolutely zero naval command experience, as the fleet's leader. The Persian fleet, a joint force of Phoenician, Cilician, and Cypriot ships, was commanded by the Achaemenid satrap Pharnabazus II and Conon, an experienced Athenian admiral, then in self-exile serving the Achaemenids. Following his defeat at Aegospotami. Now, before the battle, this fleet had reclaimed Rhodes from Spartan control in 396. So 2 years after that, in 394, the fleets clashed near Cnidus. Despite fierce resistance from the Spartans, especially around Peisander's ship, they were ultimately unmatched and suffered heavy losses, with many ships either sunk or captured, effectively eliminating the Spartan naval presence. So, after their victory at this Battle of Cnidus, Conon and Pharnabazus proceeded along Ionia's coastline, ousting Spartan governors and garrisons from several cities. Although Spartan strongholds at Abydos and Sestos, along with smaller bases, remained under Spartan control. And despite these successes, Mytilene on Lesbos continued to support Sparta. Now, the immediate aftermath of Cnidus saw various cities, evidenced by numismatic findings, that's coins if you don't know, forming an alliance with Sparta. And there were some pretty important ones too. It included Rhodes, Knidos, Ephesus, Samos, Byzantium, and Lampsakos, among others, marking a significant shift in the power dynamics following the battle. As Agesilaus's army made its way through Thessaly, it repelled attacks from the local Thessalians, eventually reaching Boeotia. And there it encountered a coalition force assembled by the states of the anti-Spartan allegiance. Agesilaus's troops, primarily consisting of freed helots. Helots was the slave class in Sparta, by the way. Kind of like a feudalistic serf, but a lot worse. And seasoned mercenaries from the 10,000 were reinforced by half a Spartan regiment from Orchomenos, and another half that had been ferried across the Gulf of Corinth. The confrontation took place at Coronea, located within Theban territory, mirroring the earlier Battle of Nemea. The battle's dynamics, of course, saw both armies' right wings achieving victory. The Thebans managed to penetrate the enemy lines, while the Allied forces on their side faced defeat. In response to their broader predicament, the Thebans regrouped to fight their way back to the camp. Agesilaus directly engaged with the Theban forces, leading to a fierce clash that resulted in significant Theban casualties before the survivors managed to break through and return to their allies. Following this engagement and the victory at Coronea, Agesilaus and his army crossed the Gulf of Corinth by sea, making their way back to Sparta. Now, by the end of 394, the Spartans had secured a tactical advantage on land, despite suffering a significant setback at sea. The coalition states, comprising Corinth, Argos, Athens, and Thebes, managed to withstand the Spartan phalanx in open battle. They maintained their alliance, effectively restricting Spartan movements through central Greece. And over the subsequent years, Sparta's military strategy mainly focused on trying to eliminate Corinth or Argos from the conflict. Now, on the other hand, the coalition aimed to sustain their unity against Sparta, with Athens and Thebes seizing the opportunity to expand their influence within their territorial spheres of control. In 393, following their naval success at Cnidus, Pharnabazus and Conon initiated a series of naval operations in Ionia, capturing Spartan allied cities and promoting pro-Athenian and pro-democratic sentiments, pretty much going around convincing people that they were the good guys. Now, despite Pharnabazus' threats, Abydus and Cestus resisted expelling their Spartan presence. Pharnabazus' attempts to subdue these holdouts by devastating their surrounding territories proved to be unsuccessful, prompting him to delegate the task of winning over Hellespontine cities to Conon. Now, Pharnabazus and Conon then decided to establish a base on the Aegean island of Melos, marking the Achaemenid's fleet's furthest western advance since the Greco-Persian Wars. Their presence incited democratic revolutions and fostered new alliances between the islands and Athens. The fleet's subsequent actions targeted Spartan territory directly, laying waste to Phrae and conducting raids along the Messenian coast, likely aiming to incite a Messenian helot revolt against Spartan rule. The campaign eventually withdrew, mainly due to logistical challenges, and they had heard that the Spartans were coming to get them, so it was probably time to hightail it out of there. Now, continuing their efforts to weaken Sparta, Pharnabazus and Conon seized the island of Cythera, installing a garrison and an Athenian governor. This move effectively made Cythera an Achaemenid-controlled territory, and it disrupted that strategic route between Peloponnesia and Egypt, posing a direct threat to Sparta's harbor on Teanarum. This strategy echoed the unheeded advice of the exiled Spartan Demaratus to Xerxes I during the invasion of Greece in 480. After solidifying control over Cythera, Pharnabazus visited Corinth, providing financial support to Sparta's adversaries and funding the reconstruction of the Corinthian fleet, further amplifying the threat to Spartan dominance in the region. Convinced by Conon that rebuilding the long walls around Piraeus would significantly undermine Sparta, Pharnabazus allocated a fleet of 80 triremes and additional funds for this monumental task. Conon, with this support, played his own role in reconstruction efforts initiated by Thrasybulus in 394, efficiently utilizing the fleet's rowers and Persian-financed labor to complete the fortifications well ahead of schedule. No unions, though, a bit easier. The strategic move fortified Athens, enabling it to reassert control over key Aegean islands like Skyros, Imbros, and Lemnos, where it established its own Athenian colonies. Now Pharnabazus was rewarded for his contributions with a marriage to the king's daughter. But he was recalled to the Achaemenid Empire in 393 and succeeded by Tiribazus as satrap. Meanwhile, Corinth experienced internal conflict between the democratic and oligarchic factions. The Democrats, bolstered by Argive support, expelled the oligarchs, who then, of course, ran straight to the Spartans and asked them for aid. The Spartans, operating from Sicyon, captured Corinth's port of Lycaeum, but failed to secure the city against the combined forces of the Athenians and Boeotians. The following year, in 392 BC rather, Sparta's envoy Antalcidas sought Persian intervention against the Athenian-led alliance, citing Conon's use of the Persian fleet to rebuild the Athenian power. However, a peace conference convened by Tiribazus, featuring delegations from Athens, Argos, Corinth, Thebes, and Sparta, collapsed due to irreconcilable demands and unfair terms, and this led to Conon's arrest by Tiribazus. But it's okay, he managed to escape. Good job. Subsequently, Tiribazus reported back to Susa, that's back in Achaemenid territory by the way, and Struthus, adopting an anti-Spartan stance, replaced him. Spartan commander Thebron, sent to counter Struthus, was ambushed, and he was killed, showcasing an ongoing struggle for influence between Sparta and Persia in the region. Now, Dithridas succeeded Thebron, managing minor successes, but ultimately failing to shift the balance of power in a decisive way. In Corinth, the democratic faction maintained control of the city, while the exiles, supported by Sparta, held the port of Lycaeum, launching raids into Corinthian territory. In 391, King Agesilaus of Sparta campaigned in the vicinity, capturing several fortifications and taking numerous prisoners and loot. However, While Agesilaus was encamped to manage the spoils, Athenian general Iphicrates achieved a significant victory against a Spartan contingent at Lycaeum. Iphicrates' force, primarily composed of light infantry and peltasts, exploited the Spartans' vulnerability to skirmish tactics, eventually routing them and inflicting heavy casualties. Following these events, Agesilaus returned to Sparta, while Iphicrates continued operations around Corinth, reclaiming strategic points, though failing to recapture Lycaeum. His campaigns extended to Phlius and Arcadia, where he decisively defeated the Phliasians and raided Arcadian lands. Subsequently, an Argive army entered Corinth, effectively merging Argos and Corinth by seizing the Acropolis and erasing the boundary markers between the two cities. This merger symbolized a significant political realignment in the region. Now, following Iphicrates' success, major land operations in Corinth all but ceased. However, Agesilaus conducted further campaigns in Argive territory and Arcania, the latter resulting in a Spartan victory and a subsequent peace treaty with the Achaemenians to prevent further Spartan incursions. The following year, 388 BC, Agesilaus led a Spartan force against Argos, conducting raids without facing much direct opposition, but they eventually withdrew due to some unfavorable omens. While the Spartans, who were recovering from their naval losses at Cnidus, regained dominance over the Gulf of Corinth by 392, and following unsuccessful peace negotiations, they dispatched a fleet under Ecdicus to support Rhodes' exiled oligarchs. But they faced a stronger fleet from the democratic states. Spartan commander Teleotius took over it, initiating operations against Rhodes. The Athenian naval response, which was led by Thrasybulus, focused on strategic campaigning in the Hellespont, securing alliances and restoring crucial Athenian revenues by imposing duties on shipping routes through Byzantium. Thrasybulus's command extended all the way to Lesbos, where he secured victories, but he was ultimately killed, not by the Spartans, but by pirate raiders. Bad luck, I suppose. Now back to the Spartans. They appointed Anaxibius as the new commander in the region, who initially succeeded against Pharnabazus and captured Athenian ships. The Athenians, seeking to counter Spartan advances, sent Iphicrates, who eventually ambushed and killed Anaxibius in a very carefully planned attack. In 389, the Athenians launched an assault on the island of Aegina, which is situated a little bit off the coast of Attica. However, their fleet was soon repelled by the Spartans, though the Athenians did persist with their land operations. Under the leadership of Antalcidas, the Spartan fleet made its way east towards Rhodes, but they found themselves blockaded at Abydos by Athenian commanders in the region. Concurrently, the Athenian forces on Aegina faced counterattacks and ultimately withdrew after enduring several months of grueling conflict. The Spartan naval forces, who were now under command of Gorgipas, managed to catch the Athenian fleet by surprise near Athens and capture several of their ships. The Athenians, rather unimpressed by this development, decided to retaliate, and the Athenian general Chabrias executed a successful ambush on Aegina, where he decimated the Aeginians and their Spartan allies. And remember, the Spartan naval force commander, Gorgobos? Well, he didn't last very long, because he was killed in this ambush. Well, following this, the Spartans dispatched Telutias to take command of the fleet stationed at Aegina, taking advantage of the Athenians' lowered defenses post-Chabrias's victory. Telutias orchestrated a raid on Piraeus, capturing a significant number of merchant vessels, which they later outfitted to their new purpose. In the meantime, Antalcidas engaged in diplomatic negotiations with Tiribazus, securing a pact that would bring Persian military support to the Spartan side if the coalition refused peace proposals. Now, this shift in the Persian stance was influenced by Athenian support for figures like Evagoras of Cyprus and Achoris of Egypt, who were both in conflict with Persia, prompting a re-evaluation of their strategy towards Sparta. After breaking the blockade at Abydos, Antalcidas defeated an Athenian contingent and then consolidated his fleet with reinforcements from Syracuse. With this bolstered naval force, he positioned himself at the Hellespont, threatening Athens' grain supply routes, reminiscent of a similar strategy that was used in the Peloponnesian War. Now, faced with this threat, Athens was compelled to consider peace, and a peace conference was convened by Tiribazus in the late 387 BC, and it saw all major parties ready to come to the table and negotiate. Everybody was more than a little tired of it at this point. Now, a decree from the Persian king Artaxerxes proposed new terms, suggesting the cession of Asian cities and certain islands to Persia, while demanding autonomy for other Greek cities, save for Lemnos, Imbros, and Skyros, which would be returned to Athens. Non-compliant state would face combined land and naval warfare from Persia and its allies. So, it was pretty important that everybody would agree on the same terms. So this treaty, ratified by the Greek city-states over the following year under the looming threat of Persian and Spartan military action, became known as the King's Peace. It effectively placed Greece under Persian suzerainty, marking a significant moment of external influence in Greek affairs, and establishing a precedent for a common peace, where all cities were declared autonomous, albeit under Spartan oversight. The disbanding of Theban and other leagues, along with the dissolution of the Argos-Corinth experiment in joint governance, underscored the re-establishment of Spartan dominance. The resolution of the Corinthian War, after 8 years of conflict, just shows the complexity of diplomacy, warfare, and allegiances that were pervasive among the Greek city-states and the Persians whenever they felt like joining in. In the aftermath of the King's Peace, Persia and Sparta, the principal architects of this treaty, capitalized on the strategic advantages that it afforded them. Persia relieved from Athenian and Spartan encroachments into Asia, solidified its influence over the eastern Aegean. By 380 BC, it had extended its reach, successfully capturing both Egypt and Cyprus, thus reinforcing its dominance in the region even more. While Sparta, on the other hand, utilized its supreme position within the Greek political hierarchy to dissolve any and all alliances or coalitions that it deemed a threat, and there were plenty of them. The autonomy clause of the peace was particularly exploited to dismantle opposition, as seen in the punitive dismemberment of the Mantinea into 5 separate villages. Under the leadership of Agesilaus, who favored an expansionist and assertive foreign policy, Sparta's military endeavors spanned from the Peloponnese to the Chalcidic Peninsula, maintaining its hegemony over mainland Greece until its defeat at the Battle of Leuctra 16 years later. The conclusion of the Corinthian War also heralded Athens' gradual recovery and resurgence as a significant force in the Greek world. With their fortifications and naval power restored, the Athenians looked to re-establish their influence beyond their borders. By the mid-4th century BC, they had successfully formed the Second Athenian League, a coalition of Aegean states, regaining a measure of the power and territory lost following their defeat in the Peloponnesian War. Ramesses II, also known as Ramesses the Great, and for good reason, was one of Egypt's most powerful and celebrated pharaohs, reigning from 1279 to 1213 BC during the New Kingdom's 19th dynasty. His was a reign lasting over 66 years that made him a legendary figure in Egyptian history, known for his ambitious building projects, including the temples of Abu Simbel and the Ramesseum, his mortuary temple. He was also famed for his role in the Battle of Kadesh against the Hittites, often celebrated as one of the largest chariot battles ever fought, and was the earliest well-documented battle in history. He was a builder, a warrior, a leader, solidifying his legacy as a symbol of the Egyptian Golden Age. Hello my friend, and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and if you are coming back for more, great to have you back with me again. It's going to be a great video. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. The best way is just to enjoy the videos, whatever way you seem fit. However, if you wish to go above and beyond, you will find the means to do so in the description. But for now, let's get nice and relaxed, and let's hear about the life of Ramesses II. Ramesses II was born into a pivotal era of Egyptian history. You see, his grandfather, Ramesses I, was originally a civilian, but he rose through the ranks to become a vizier and a military officer under the great pharaoh Horemheb. Recognizing his loyalty and capabilities, Horemheb chose Ramesses I as his successor, a decision that would set the stage for the ascension of one of Egypt's most formidable dynasties. As for Ramesses II, well, he was around 11 years old when his grandfather ascended the throne. This period marked the beginning of his exposure to the intricacies of Egyptian royalty and governance, a whole new world for such a young lad. The reign of Ramesses I, however, was somewhat short-lived, paving the way for Seti I, who was Ramesses II's father, to assume the throne. Under the rule of Seti I, Egypt saw a resurgence of its power. Seti was known for his military campaigns and efforts to restore Egypt's prestige, which had waned in the years prior. At the tender age of approximately 14, Ramesses was appointed Egypt's Prince Regent. A lot of responsibility for a 14-year-old. Well, this early start in the realm of governance, added with his exposure to military and administrative duties under his father's tutelage, prepared him for what was to become a legendary reign, marked by architectural wonder, extensive building programs, and military expeditions that further solidified Egypt's supremacy. Well, he ascended the throne on the 31st of May, 1279 BC, which in the Egyptian calendar corresponds to 3rd Shemu, day 27. I'm not going to explain the intricacies of the Egyptian calendar. I'm just telling you how we know the dates. Well, this day in 1279 BC marked the beginning of a reign that would last over 6 decades, which is very impressive for the time. The Jewish historian Josephus, in translating Manetho's Aegyptica, Manetho being an Egyptian historian, by the way, in his work Contra Apionum, refers to Ramesses II as Armesus Miamum, and attributes him a reign of 66 years and 2 months. Thus this figure closely aligns with the evidence from Papyrus Gorb Fragment L, which notes that the year 67, first Arket day 18 of Ramesses II reign, was immediately followed by the date marking year 1, second Arket day 19 of his son's Merneptah's reign. This suggests that Ramesses passed away approximately 2 months into his 62nd year as pharaoh. I'm inclined to believe them. My mathematics isn't so good, and neither is my knowledge of the Egyptian calendar. Perhaps a full video on the Egyptian calendar soon, Let's learn about it together. Well, to a more modern research, we have in modern times propositions that Ramesses died between the second Arket day 3 and day 13, based on the Theban Graffito 854 dated to Merneptah's year 1, second Arket day 2. However, there is a fragment from the mid-20th dynasty necropolis journal from the workman's village of Deir el-Medina, indicating that second Arket day 6 was a feast day for commemorating the sale of Usima Re Setepenre, another name for Ramesses II, which suggested a celebration of his passing. Such of these sailing feasts, kind of like a funeral, were observed in Thebes or Deir el-Medina to honor the deified royals. For example, the sailing of Ahmose Nefertari was celebrated on the 2nd Shemu 15th, Seti 1st on 3rd Shemu 24, and Ramesses II on the 2nd Arket 6. Well, whichever case, this sailing ritual, which I'll just elaborate on quickly, essentially preparing the pharaoh and having him go down the Nile on a kind of barge, a kind of funeral popular at the time. So it was laid on a boat, covered by a kind of shrine or canopy, attended to by the priests. Well, early in his reign, he was proactive in restoring Egyptian authority over territories lost to foreign powers like the Nubians and the Hittites, and in securing Egypt's borders. Now you see, the Nubians, they were in the south, which the Egyptians viewed as Upper Egypt. You see, the flow of the Nile would go that way. So towards the Mediterranean, that would be Lower Egypt, and going south along the Nile, Upper Egypt. So, south of Upper Egypt, or at least further up from the Nile, would be the Nubian kingdoms, and the Hittites were kind of near central Anatolia, modern-day Turkey. You can still see their capital city, Hattusa, in modern-day Anatolia. Quite a wonder to see, and certainly on my personal list. Add it to yours. Well, his military campaigns, of course, were not limited to the grand battles like Kadesh, which we will get to later, but they also included skirmishes and, of course, smaller conflicts that all helped to stabilize the region and maintain Egypt's influence. His efforts against the revolts in Nubia and campaigns in Libya further solidified his reputation as this formidable military leader. Thus, the Egyptian army under his command was a massive force, estimated to be around 100,000 soldiers, of course playing this crucial role in projecting Egyptian power and influence across the known world, or at least the world that was known to the Egyptians. One of these significant early military campaigns that Ramesses faced was the threat from what were known as the Shurden Sea Pirates. In the second year of his reign, these pirates were causing significant disruption along Egypt's Mediterranean coast, attacking and plundering cargo ships traveling to Egypt. The Shurden were seafaring warriors, likely originating from the coast of Ionia, southwest Anatolia, or possibly the island of Sardinia. Thus Ramesses devised a strategic plan to deal with them. He stationed troops and ships at critical points along the coast, and waited for the pirates to strike, luring them in. Well, when the Shurden pirates took the bait and engaged their targets, Ramesses' forces launched a surprise counterattack. In this decisive sea battle, the Egyptian forces managed to capture all of the pirates in a single, well-executed maneuver. It is a victory that is well documented on a stela from Tanis, which describes the Shurden pirates as having come in their warships from the midst of the sea, and none were able to stand before them. This suggests that the battle actually took place near the Nile's mouth, where Ramesses' forces were likely strategically hidden to launch their surprise attack. Well, following the victory, many of the captured Shurden were incorporated into Ramesses' bodyguard, and this was a practice that was not uncommon in ancient military strategies, to utilize the defeated foes as your own military assets. Kinda like recycling, you know what I mean. Well, these Shurden guards are easily recognizable in Egyptian inscriptions, notably those depicting the Battle of Kadesh, as they wore distinctive horned helmets with a central spike, round shields, and were armed with naue swords, a type of weapon that underscores their origins from the Aegean or Eastern Mediterranean regions. Now, it wasn't just the sure den. Ramesses' forces also confronted and defeated other seafaring tribes during this battle, including the Luca, likely the ancestors of the Lycians, and the Shekelesh. The initial military campaigns of Ramesses set the stage for these significant conflicts to come, particularly with the much more formidable Hittite Empire. His first campaign occurred in the 4th year of his reign, and was marked by the erection of the first commemorative stele of Nar el-Kalb, near modern-day Beirut in Lebanon. However, the inscription on this stele has been mostly lost to weathering, rather unfortunate, which obscures a lot of the details of the campaign. Hopefully we can find something waiting under the ground. Those old tablets certainly seem to keep their quality. Well, during this same year, Ramesses achieved a significant victory by capturing the Hittite vassal state of Amurru during his campaign in Syria, an action that was part of a broader effort to reassert control over Canaan and push the boundaries of Egypt's influence further into Syrian territory. And speaking of which, we find ourselves at the Second Syrian Campaign, and of course, the Battle of Kadesh. Now, the most famous battle was indeed the Battle of Kadesh for Ramesses. It took place in his 5th regnal year. It was a battle that was the culmination of a campaign in Syria against the resurgent forces of the Hittite king Mu'attalis. Ramesses aimed to secure a victory at Kadesh to extend Egypt's frontiers into Syria and emulate the triumph of his father, Seti I, who had entered the city a decade earlier. Thus, to prepare for such a campaign, Ramesses built his new capital, Ramesses, where he established extensive military production facilities. These factories were capable of producing significant quantities of weapons, chariots, and shields, equipping the Egyptian army for the long and difficult campaign ahead. Of course, the Hittites were, as I've mentioned, a formidable force. They weren't just a bunch of tribesmen or rebellious pirates. Nope. If the Battle of Kadesh had have gone differently, perhaps all of those long videos would be about the Hittite Empire rather than the great Egyptians. But it didn't, so here we are. Well, let's find out. After a month of advancing through Canaan, Ramesses and his forces arrived at Kadesh on the 1st of May, 1274 BC. The Egyptian troops were unexpectedly ambushed by Hittite forces, leading to a chaotic battle where the Egyptian chariotry was initially overwhelmed. However, reinforcements helped the Egyptians to counterattack and eventually rout the Hittites, who abandoned their chariots and fled across the Orontes River to safety within the walls of Kadesh. Although Ramesses held the battlefield and claimed a great victory, the strategic outcome was more complex. The inability of the Egyptians to sustain a long siege and their subsequent retreat allowed the Hittite forces to occupy, albeit briefly, Egyptian territories in the Damascus region. This outcome led many to view the campaign as a Hittite victory, despite the tactical success of the Egyptians on the field. And if you want a very detailed breakdown of the battle, I've already done a full video on it, which I'm surprised that the video about the Battle of Kadesh came before the video about Ramesses II, but thus we find ourselves in this position. Now on to the third Syrian campaign. So following the Battle of Kadesh, the Egyptian sphere of influence was confined to Canaan, while Syria predominantly fell under Hittite control. Inspired by the Egyptian military's apparent weaknesses and encouraged by the Hittites, Canaanite princes began revolts against Egyptian rule. Determined to counteract these developments, Ramesses embarked on his third Syrian campaign, late in the 7th year of his reign. The campaign was more successful against the Hittites, with Ramesses managing to split his forces effectively. Now one part of his army, led by his son Amun-her-Kepeshef, pursued the Shashu tribes across the Negev to the Dead Sea, capturing Edom Seir, and then advancing to Moab. Meanwhile, Ramesses himself led another force that attacked Jerusalem and Jericho, before also entering Moab and reuniting with his son's forces. The reunited Egyptian army continued its campaign, capturing key locations such as Hezbon and Damascus, and successfully re-establishing Egypt's influence over the territories around Damascus. In the 8th and 9th years of his reign, Ramesses continued to assert Egyptian military power far beyond its traditional boundaries. His armies crossed the Dog River and pushed into Amuru, advancing as far north as Dapur. This region had not seen an Egyptian military presence since the time of Thutmose III, almost 120 years earlier. Ramesses II's forces laid siege to Dapur, eventually capturing the city. His journey northward was marked by the erection of the commemorative statue, signifying his presence and conquest in northern Amuru, well beyond the strategic city of Kadesh. And indeed, he loved putting up little statues everywhere. I just wish we had more of them left to see. Sands of time, I'm afraid. Well, by November of 1272, Ramesses had returned to Egypt, arriving in Heliopolis, which means the city of the sun, by the way, and that's the Greek word for it, Helios being sun and polis being city, just in case you were wondering. Well, even though he had arrived back in Egypt, his control over the newly conquered territories was certainly short-lived. The thin strip of land between Amuru and Kadesh proved to be very difficult to hold, and within a year these areas had reverted back to Hittite control. This prompted Ramesses to lead another military expedition against Dapur in his 10th year. Remarkably, during this campaign, he claimed to have entered the battle without his armor for the first 2 hours, a testament of his confidence, or perhaps arrogance, depending on who you ask. Either way, this campaign was a family affair, with 6 of his young sons participating, their youth marked by the traditional side locks of hair, as we can see in some of the stelae. Now, despite his repeated military successes, the gains in these regions were simply not durable, nor were they practical to maintain. The contested territories oscillated, therefore, between Egyptian and Hittite control, with neither side able to secure a decisive and lasting victory. Ramesses' engagements in these areas, such as the captures of towns in Retjenu and Tunip in Naharin, were significant enough to be recorded on the walls of the Ramesseum, that being his mortuary temple, which we'll talk a little bit about later. Well, by his 18th year, the situation had somewhat stabilized, allowing Ramesses to put up a stele at Beth Shean on January 19th, 1261. This stele served as a symbolic assertion of his presence and power in the region, despite this ephemeral nature of his territorial control. The episode involving the deposed Hittite king, Musili III, marks another significant moment in the diplomatic history of the ancient Near East. Musili III fled to Egypt after his unsuccessful overthrow of his uncle, which led Hattusili III, the new Hittite king, to demand that Ramesses, the pharaoh of Egypt, extradite the fugitive prince back to Hatti. Well, Ramesses denied him, and he said, "Well, I don't know anything about that. I don't know who you're talking about. Go away." Thus, his denial of Musili's presence in Egypt, despite the fact he was obviously there, brought the two empires to the brink of war. However, by the 21st year of Ramesses' reign, which was around 1259, the situation evolved towards a more diplomatic resolution. Ramesses and Hattusili agreed to meet at Kadesh, the site of their earlier military standoff, to negotiate a peaceful end to the conflict. And they did. The meeting resulted in the earliest known peace treaty in world history. And in fact, if you go to the UN headquarters, a copy of this peace treaty hangs up on the wall. It's a very historic document. I wonder if they had have known back in those years when Ramesses had sat down with Hattusili, if this would be such an important event. Well, perhaps they did. Who knows? Either way, the peace treaty is notable for several reasons. It was recorded in both Egyptian hieroglyphs and Hittite cuneiform, with both versions largely agreeing on content, though differing slightly in perspective. The Hittite version claims that the Egyptians sought peace, whereas the Egyptian version said that the Hittites were the ones who came to them to ask for peace. Well, it could be either way. Either way, the treaty was engraved on a silver plaque, which was then taken back to Egypt and inscribed into the walls of the temple at Karnak. This preserved text for posterity and signified its importance. Well, the treaty's 18 articles not only called for peace between the two empires, but also emphasized that this peace was mandated by the gods of both lands. And while the treaty did not explicitly define the borders, Other documents like the Anastasi A papyrus help infer that the Phoenician coastal towns up to Sumer were under Egyptian control. And that's not the Sumer you're thinking of. That was long gone, but we think of Sumer, the Egyptian city. Well, marking the northern boundaries of Ramesses' influence. So it was not too clearly defined in the original agreement, but further documents tended to put things into a bit more perspective. Now, following the treaty, there were no further Egyptian military campaigns in Canaan, indicating a stable and secure northern border for Egypt under Ramesses II. This period of peace allowed the pharaoh to strengthen his rule domestically until his death. The diplomatic correspondence between Hattusili III and Kadashman Enlil of Babylon reflects a broader implication. Hattusili's letters suggested a shift in regional dynamic, where former adversaries were now encouraging cooperation against common enemies, for example, Assyria. This change was part of a larger pattern where major powers sought stability through diplomacy rather than continued conflict. What a novel idea. Well, Ramesses' campaigns into Nubia now, particularly south into the first cataract of the Nile, form a significant part of his military legacy that's not often talked about. Pretty much anything to do with Ramesses lives under the shadow of the Battle of Kadesh and the peace agreement. Well, by the age of 22, he was actively leading military expeditions into Nubian territory, demonstrating an early involvement in Egypt's colonial and military activities. And during these campaigns, he was not only at the forefront of the battle, but he brought along his sons, a family affair, as part of the royal entourage, indicating his role in their military training and intention to showcase the continuity of rule and valor. The conquest and continued dominance over Nubia were important for Egypt both strategically and economically. Nubia had been under Egyptian control for around 200 years by the time of Ramesses. But the region's rich resources and its strategic position as a buffer against other African powers made its reassertion a significant focus for Ramesses' military efforts. These campaigns and their significance are vividly recalled in the decorations of several temples Ramesses constructed in northern Nubia. The temples at Beit al-Wali, Gurf Hussein, and Kalab Shah are adorned with reliefs and inscriptions that detail these military exploits. In fact, the Oriental Institute's epigraphic work during the Nubian salvage campaign of the 1960s helped to uncover and preserve these vital records. One of the most telling depictions of these campaigns is found on the south wall of Beit el-Wali temple. Here, Ramesses is depicted charging into battle on his war chariot against the tribes of south of Egypt. What is notable about this depiction is the presence of his two young sons, being Khaem-Wamset and Amun-er-Khepeshef, who are portrayed behind him in their very own war chariots. A portrayal that not only emphasizes Ramesses' role as a warrior king, but also highlights once again these familial aspects of the campaigns, Ramesses preparing his sons the only way he knows how. Of course, it's always best to learn on the job, right? Well, another intriguing aspect of these campaigns, as depicted on the temple walls, is Ramesses' claim of having engaged in battle against certain tribes without the aid of his soldiers. That's right. Well, this could suggest a surprise attack or a special expedition where Ramesses felt compelled to simply demonstrate his personal bravery and leadership by fighting without the usual military support, possibly in a skirmish or sudden confrontation with local tribes. So, during Ramesses II's reign, Egyptian influence extended significantly along the Mediterranean coast, particularly over a 300-kilometer stretch up to Zawiet el-Rakam, where evidence of Egyptian fortifications have been found. These fortresses, built on what was referred to as Libyan land, indicate that Egypt exerted some degree of control over this region, although the precise military and political circumstances of these fortifications remain somewhat unclear. While detailed records of Ramesses' military campaigns against the Libyans are sparse, various inscriptions hint at his victories over them. These references might be retrospective, celebrating his involvement in campaigns led by his father, Seti, who likely established initial control over the region and initiated the construction of these defensive structures. This would mirror Seti's efforts to rebuild and fortify the ways of Horus across the northern Sinai, suggesting a strategic approach to securing Egypt's frontiers. By the 30th year of his reign, Ramesses celebrated his first Sed festival, a jubilee event intended to rejuvenate the pharaoh's strength and honor his rule. This marked Ramesses as one of Egypt's most enduring rulers, a king whose reign would eventually span 66 years, unheard of, really, making him an exceptional figure among the pharaohs, not just for his longevity, of course, but also for his accomplishments. But hey, longevity always gets you points. Now, at this point in his reign, Ramesses had not only ensured peace and security along Egypt's borders, but had also overseen a period of prosperity and monumental building that revived Egypt's power and prestige. His achievements by his 30th year had already far surpassed those of most of his predecessors. So, he continued to celebrate these Sed festivals, traditionally held every 3 years after the 30th year. However, Ramesses, ever the exceptional ruler, held these festivals sometimes every 2 years. Everyone loves a good party, don't they? Celebrating an unprecedented 13 or 14 such festivals during his long reign. Well, by the end of the reign, he had embarked on an extensive building program that was unparalleled in scope since the era of the pyramids, which was, by the way, some 1500 years earlier. He mobilized the Egyptian population to transform the landscape from the Delta to the Nubia, leaving an architectural legacy that surpassed any pharaoh before. So here's a look at some of the significant aspects of his building initiatives. He was known for remodeling and usurping the works of his predecessors. He transforming existing temples across Egypt, particularly in Thebes, ensuring that these spaces celebrated his divine nature and power. And celebrate they did. By modifying these structures, he shoehorned himself into the narrative of Egyptian gods and kingship. Unlike the shallow reliefs of previous pharaohs in the masonry and artistic space, which was susceptible to being erased and overwritten by successors, Ramesses had his carvings much deeper engraved into the stone, a technique that not only preserved his inscriptions from being easily altered, but also made them more prominent under the Egyptian sun, reflecting his association with the sun god Ra. He also used art to propagate his victories and achievements. Temples and other structures across Egypt were decorated with reliefs that depicted his triumphs over foreign enemies, serving as visual propaganda that reinforced his image as this powerful warrior king. Thus his cartouches and images appeared everywhere, even on structures that he did not originally build. Oh, that word just then, cartouche. It's the French word for bullet. And the reason why they called them cartouches, well, if you look at a lot of the name stels of the old Egyptian pharaohs, they're often wrote in this bullet-shaped border. Thus, when the French were excavating and during that golden age of archaeology, pilfering a lot of little artifacts, they called these inscriptions cartouches. So there you go. Well, his desire to be omnipresent led to his name and likeness being a common sight across countless monuments and buildings throughout all of Egypt. In fact, Ramesses established a new capital city called Pi-Ramesses in the Nile Delta, which had served as a summer palace during his father Seti I's reign. This new capital was not just a political center, but also a manifestation of Ramesses' vision and his desire to create a legacy that would endure through the ages. He also expanded gold mining operations, which were mainly around Akuyati, which is modern-day Wadi al-Aki, helping to finance his extensive building projects and, of course, bolster the economy of Egypt. Take a cheeky little bit for yourself, too, Perhaps one of his most famous architectural developments was the temple complex at Abu Simbel, carved out of a mountainside and renowned for its colossal statues of Ramesses at its entrance. These temples celebrate his reign and his divine status, and were designed to awe both his subjects and the gods. Next, of course, is the Ramesseum, a mortuary temple in western Thebes, built by Ramesses between Kurna and the desert, an object of awe since the 19th century. Now, unfortunately, it lies mostly in ruin. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, I'm sure you're familiar with, once marveled at this gigantic temple complex, showcasing the grandeur of Ramesses' reign. The temple was oriented northwest to southeast and featured a sequence of courts leading up to the main temple area. The complex started with an enormous pylon that formed the first court, where scenes depicted Ramesses and his army triumphing over the Hittite forces at the Battle of Kadesh. Adjacent to this pylon was, of course, the royal palace, and at the back stood a colossal statue of Ramesses. Though only fragments of the base and torso remain today, the original stood at over 17 meters tall and weighed over 1,000 tons. That's pretty heavy. The second court contained part of the pylon's internal facade and a portion of the Osiride portico. Here, the walls narrate the story of the battle against the Hittites, with scenes of war and the pharaoh's victories. The upper registers of this court, there are scenes honoring Min, the god of fertility, depicting feasts and celebrations. The grand hypostyle hall, measuring 41 by 31 meters, still has 39 of its original 48 columns standing. The columns are also adorned with scenes of Ramesses before various gods. Portions of the whole ceiling, decorated with gold stars on a blue background, are preserved, adding a celestial touch to the grandeur of the hall. The walls also feature processions of Ramesses' children, hinting at the familial aspect of his reign. Surrounding the main temple were extensive storerooms constructed from mud brick, which outline the functional aspects of the temple's operations. Traces of a scribe school found among the ruins indicate the temple's role in education and administrative work. Thus, the Ramesseum not only served as a religious center, but as a monument to Ramesses' military achievements and divine status. Sadly, of course, it's now a shadow of its former self, a ruin, a dusty, old, broken ruin. What a shame. Well, that brings us to the end of our video about Ramesses. His impact on Egypt was indeed profound. A reign of 66 years and 2 months. By the time of his death, he was approximately 90 years old, and that is a very good innings for those days. Of course, his advanced age brought with it many health issues, as of course it always does, including severe dental problems, arthritis, and the hardening of the arteries. Despite the personal ailments, he had brought considerable wealth to Egypt through the vast supplies and spoils he had amassed from various empires. He outlived many of his wives and children, and changed Egypt forever, especially with the monuments and temples that he left behind, a legacy so influential that 9 subsequent pharaohs adopted the name Ramesses in his honor. Surely a testament to an enduring legacy and the high regard in which he was held for generations to come. Of course, we're still talking about him now, aren't we? So many thousands of years later. Born in the year of 83 BC, Mark Antony was a Roman politician and general who was pivotal in the transition from the Roman Republic to empire, serving as one of the rulers of Rome following Julius Caesar's assassination. His alliance with Cleopatra VII of Egypt, both political and romantic, defined much of his later career and led to a significant rivalry with Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus. This contention culminated in their defeat at the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, after which Antony and Cleopatra retreated to Egypt and ultimately died in 30 BC. Antony's legacy is one marked by charismatic leadership, strategic skill, and the dramatic end of the Roman Republic, paving the way for the rise of the Roman Empire under Octavian. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. If you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. Those who want to go above and beyond may click the like and subscribe, or even take a look at the video description. You'll find the means to do so. But without further ado, and with the spiel out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed for another long video. Marcus Antonius, commonly known in English as Mark Antony, was a Roman politician born on the 14th of January 83 BC into the plebeian Antonia family. His father, Marcus Antonius Criticus, was the son of a famed orator and himself named after him. Antony's early life was overshadowed by the turbulent politics of Rome, including the murder of his grandfather during the purges of Gaius Marius in the winter of 87 to 86 BC. His mother, Julia, was a distant cousin of Julius Caesar, linking Antony to one of Rome's most influential figures. Antony was just an infant when Lucius Cornelius Sulla made his famous march on Rome in 82. His father's career was marked by ineptitude and corruption, criticized by the orator Marcus Tullius Cicero as being so incompetent that he was harmless with power. In 74 BC, his father received a military command to eliminate Mediterranean piracy, but he died in 71 in Crete without any real significant achievements to his name. The death of his father left Antony and his brothers, Lucius and Gaius, under the care of their mother. Julia later married Publius Cornelius Lentulus Sura, a prominent but financially reckless patrician. Lentulus was deeply involved in the Catilinarian conspiracy and was executed on the orders of Cicero in 63 BC. Thus we find ourselves in Antony's adolescent years, reportedly tumultuous. Plutarch, the famous biographer, notes that he and his brothers spent most of their youth gambling, drinking, and engaging in scandalous love affairs. Cicero, a political adversary, even claimed Antony had a homosexual relationship with Gaius Scribonius Curio, a common form of slander used in Roman politics at the time to discredit opponents. Despite the lack of concrete details about his early political activities, Antony was known to be an associate of Publius Clodius Pulcher, a populist politician with strong street gang presence. Antony was also said to be involved with the Lupercal cult, being named a priest of this group later in his life. By the age of 20, Antony, through his unwise choices, had accumulated significant debt, prompting him to flee to Greece in 58 BC to avoid his creditors. It was there that he immersed himself in studies of philosophy and rhetoric in Athens, aiming to refine his skills and perhaps reset his turbulent career. In 57 BC, he embarked on his military career by joining the staff of Aulus Gabinius, the proconsul of Syria, where he served as the commander of the cavalry. This role under Gabinius, who who had been consul the previous year and had supported the exile of Cicero at the behest of Antony's ally, Publius Clodius Pulcher, marked the beginning of Antony's rise in the Roman military. It was during this period that Hyrcanus II, the Roman-endorsed Hasmonean high priest of Judea, sought refuge with Gabinius to protect himself against his rival and son-in-law Alexander. Hyrcanus's precarious position dated back several years before to 63 BC, when the Roman general Pompey had captured him and his father, King Aristobulus II, during Rome's campaign against the waning Seleucid Empire, well and truly into its sunset years. Pompey then deposed Aristobulus and installed Hyrcanus as a puppet ruler over Judea, albeit under Roman oversight. Antony had distinguished himself in military service during this period, achieving his first commendations following significant victories at the fortresses of Alexandrium and Marcaros. By 56 BC, with the rebellion squashed, Gabinius restored Hyrcanus to his high priesthood in Judea. In 55 BC, Gabinius shifted his attention to the political turmoil unfolding in Ptolemaic Egypt. Pharaoh Ptolemy XII Auletes had been overthrown in a popular uprising, actually led by his own daughter, Berenice IV, in 58 BC, forcing him into Roman exile. This Ptolemy XII, previously supported by Pompey during his own power struggles, now sought to reclaim his throne with Roman assistance. Despite the Senate's disapproval, and without official orders, Gabinius decided to intervene after Ptolemy offered a substantial bribe of 10,000 talents. Certainly helps to grease the wheels. Plutarch had noted in his biography that it was Antony who persuaded Gabinius to undertake this venture. Thus, the forces of Gabinius quickly subdued the Egyptian frontier defenses, and after marching to the palace, the guards immediately surrendered with no resistance. The successful campaign led to Pompey XII's restoration as a king of Rome, or be it a client king rather. The Romans solidified their influence over Egypt by stationing the Gabiniani, a force of 2,000 soldiers, in Alexandria to support Ptolemy's rule. This arrangement gave Rome significant sway over Egypt's economic resources, particularly the all-important grain supply, as Egypt at the time, well, the climate was a little bit different, certainly considered a breadbasket of the ancient world. According to later claims by Antony, this campaign was also notable for his initial encounter with Cleopatra, the young daughter of Ptolemy VII, and yes, indeed, we will get to her later. Now, turning our attention back to Rome, the politics was evolving with the formation of the First Triumvirate in 60 BC, a secretive pact between Crassus, Pompey, and Caesar. This alliance aimed to dominate Roman politics. Crassus had quelled the Spartacus-led slave revolt. Pompey had expanded Roman territories in the east, and Caesar, with financial backing from Crassus, had secured the consulship for 59 BC. Caesar was subsequently appointed as the proconsular governor of Illyricum, Cisalpine Gaul, and Transalpine Gaul for 5 years, using these positions to launch his own campaign into Free Gaul. The breakdown of this alliance saw Crassus and Pompey again manipulating the electoral process to become consuls in 55 BC, with Caesar's command extended to support their political goals. During his service in the East, Antony married his cousin, Antonia Hybrida Minor, daughter of Gaius Antonius Hybrida. Their marriage, occurring sometime between 54 and 47 BC, produced a daughter named Antonia, though it remains unclear if this was Antony's first marriage or not. His alignment with Publius Claudius Pulcher was a strategic move that significantly bolstered his political and military trajectory. Claudius, who enjoyed the backing of Marcus Licinius Crassus, was not only influential in his own right, but also had strong connections with Julius Caesar. This association led to Antony being placed on Caesar's staff during the Gallic Wars in 54 BC, a role that allowed him to showcase his military and leadership skills. Antony's performance in Gaul was reportedly impressive, highlighting his capabilities as a commander and soldier. Despite some strains on their relationship, Antony and Caesar maintained a bond that proved beneficial to both, especially as Caesar's influence helped Antony climb the political ladder. Following his stint in Gaul, Antony was sent back to Rome, where he was elected quaestor for the year 52 BC. During this period he served Caesar closely, returning to Gaul to lead Caesar's cavalry to a pivotal victory at the Battle of Alesia against Vercingetorix. After his term as quaestor, Antony continued to work under Caesar as one of his legates, commanding 2 legions. This period was crucial, as it solidified Antony's position in Caesar's inner circle and military command structure. Meanwhile, the politics in Rome was increasingly volatile. The first triumvirate, consisting of Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus, was unraveling. Caesar's succession in Gaul, successors rather, had created envy and apprehension among his peers, particularly Pompey, who began to align more with the conservative figures around him, such as Cato. This shift in alliances was marked by escalating street violence, led by gangs under the direction of figures like Claudius and his adversary Titus Annius Milo. The death of Claudius in 52 BC, during a violent encounter with Milo's entourage, threw Rome into further chaos. Claudius's death led to riots and even the burning of the Senate House, the Curia Hostilia, which pushed the Senate to appoint Pompey as the sole consul, tasked with restoring order and eventually to conduct a proper election. Antony, after completing his duties in Gaul, had returned to Rome and was entrusted with the role of protecting Caesar's interests. His appointment to the College of Augurs allowed him to influence public policy by interpreting omens, a role that held significant political sway. Antony used this position to support Caesar, especially against his detractors in the Senate, and, well, at this point, there was no shortage of them. Thus, in 49 BC, Antony was elected as a plebeian tribune, providing him with the authority to veto Senate decisions that were detrimental to Caesar. Now, this role was an important one, as it positioned Antony as a key defender of Caesar's policies, especially as tensions between Caesar and Pompey, now devoid of Crassus's mediating influence, moved inexorably towards conflict. Antony's journey from Caesar's staff in Gaul to a significant political defender in Rome shows his adaptability and skill in both military and political spheres. While the escalating tension between Caesar and Pompey had reached a breaking point in early 49 BC, Gaius Claudius Marcellus and Lucius Cornelius Lentulus Crus, the consuls that year, were staunch opponents of Caesar. Despite remaining physically in Rome, Pompey wielded significant military power as the governor of Spain, commanding a sizable number of legions. Throughout 50 BC, a tense negotiation unfolded between Caesar and the Senate, with Caesar insisting on his right to stand for the consulship in absentia, while maintaining command over his forces. Well, amidst these negotiations, Antony, leveraging his position as tribune, proposed a compromise initially set forth by Curio. Both Caesar and Pompey should relinquish their commands and return to private life. This suggestion received favorable attention from many senators, but it faced strong opposition from consuls and Cato. Antony then adjusted his proposal, suggesting that Caesar keep only 2 of his 8 legions and the governorship of Illyrium, if he could stand for the consulship in absentia. Pompey viewed this compromise as acceptable, but Cato and Lentulus Crus refused to yield. Feeling threatened and claiming fear for his safety, Antony fled from Rome and rejoined Caesar in Cisalpine Gaul. Shortly after Antony's departure, on January the 7th, 49 BC, the Senate, led by Cato and with Pompey's quiet support, passed a Senatus Consultum Ultimum, stripping Caesar of his command and demanding his return to Rome to face trial. The decree further declared Caesar as a public enemy if he failed to disband his army immediately. With peaceful resolution now seeming impossible, Caesar used the treatment of Antony, whose tribunician sacrosanctity was violated, as a pretext to march on Rome. Crossing the Rubicon on January 10th, Caesar ignited the civil war. Antony, as Caesar's second-in-command, played his own role in the ensuing events. Surprised by Caesar's swift advance, Pompey retreated from Italy to Greece. After securing Rome, Caesar turned his attentions to Spain, leaving Antony as governor of Italy and commander of the army stationed there. Despite his popularity with the soldiers, Antony was generally disliked by the Roman citizenry, who resented the hardships brought about by the civil war. By the end of 49 BC, Caesar had captured significant territories, including Italy, Spain, Sicily, and Sardinia. In early 48 BC, Caesar prepared to confront Pompey in Greece with 7 legions. He left his brother, Gaius Antonius, and Publius Cornelius Dolabella to defend Illyricum, but they were defeated by Pompey's forces and ultimately lost control of the Adriatic Sea. With his fleet defeated, Caesar could not transport all his legions, and sailed with only 2, instructing Antony to follow with the remainder once possible. Antony faced a blockade from Pompey's fleet under Lucius Scribonius Libo, but managed to outmaneuver him, allowing Caesar to join him in March 48 BC in Greece. It was there where Antony's military skill was evident, and he was considered second only to Caesar in command and reputation. The 2 first besieged Pompey's larger army at Dyrrhachium, but were pushed back. Despite the setback, Pompey did not pursue the retreating forces, a decision Caesar believed could have ended the civil war. The armies then met at the plain of Pharsalus, where Caesar placed Antony in command of the left wing. The battle on August 9th, 48 BC, was a decisive victory for Caesar, and marked a turning point, signaling the effective end of the Republic. Though not the final battle, Pharsalus significantly diminished Pompey's position, leading many senators and soldiers to defect over to Caesar's side. Well, after his defeat, Pompey fled to Egypt, hoping for refuge. However, fearing reprisal from Caesar, Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII ordered Pompey's assassination, a decision that profoundly impacted the Roman political landscape and set the stage for the next phase of Caesar and Antony's political careers. It was in the wake of Pharsalus that Julius Caesar, now unchallenged as the master of the Roman world, appointed Mark Antony as his master of the horse, making him the second most powerful man in Rome when Caesar himself was absent. With his substantial authority, Antony was left to govern Italy and manage Rome's day-to-day affairs, while Caesar pursued further conquests, this time in Egypt, where he became embroiled in the Alexandrian War. It was here Caesar supported Cleopatra's claim to the throne over that of her brother Ptolemy XIII. His involvement in Egypt deepened Roman influence over the Ptolemaic kingdom, perhaps after he and Cleopatra became romantically involved and she bore him a son named Caesarion. Well, back in Rome, Antony's governance faced significant challenges of its own. Without Caesar's guiding hand, Antony struggled to maintain political stability. One of the most pressing issues was the proposal of debt forgiveness by the tribune Publius Cornelius Dolabella in 47 BC. This proposal, which aimed to cancel all outstanding debts, was highly popular among the masses. I wonder why, particularly with Caesar's veterans who were deeply in debt. However, Antony opposed the proposal, partly because he suspected Dolabella of having an affair with his wife, Antonia Hybrida. When Dolabella tried to enforce this law by seizing the Roman Forum, Antony's response was brutal. He sent his soldiers to disperse the crowd, crack some heads as it seems, and this resulted in the deaths of hundreds. Well, of course, this act of violence destabilized Rome, and it certainly made Antony very unpopular. Caesar, learning of the turmoil, cut short his stay in Egypt and returned to Italy in late 47 BC to attempt to restore order. But the rift between Caesar and Antony began to widen, as a result of Antony's handling of the Dolabella affair. Despite their past camaraderie, Antony found himself politically isolated. Caesar even considered transferring Antony's consulship to Dolabella as a way to reconcile with the latter. But Antony's opposition and his role as an augur, interpreting the omens as unfavorable, blocked these moves. Eventually, Caesar found it expedient to remove Dolabella from Rome altogether, not through punishment, though, but by making him one of his generals for future campaigns. The fallout from these events was significant for Antony. For the years 46 and 45 BC, he held no public office, and was generally sidelined in political affairs. Instead, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus took over Antony's previous roles, serving both as Caesar's consular colleague in 46 and as master of the horse. Meanwhile, Caesar continued his campaigns, achieving victory in North Africa and later in Spain, where he defeated the last of his Republican opponents, bringing an end to the long civil war. During this period, Antony's personal life also underwent significant changes. After the scandal involving Dolabella, Antony divorced Antonia Hybrida and married Fulvia. Now, Fulvia was a prominent and politically active figure, having been widowed by both Publius Clodius Pulcher and Gaius Scribonius Curio. Antony and Fulvia's marriage, formalized in 47 BC, was seen by many, including Cicero, as a union that had been emotionally established much earlier. Well, in any case, this marriage certainly strengthened Antony's political position, and produced two sons, Marcus Antonius Antilus and Iulus Antonius, born in 47 and 45 BC respectively. Well, as Caesar paraded his victories, and even brought Cleopatra and his new son Caesarion to Rome, Antony remained in the capital, navigating those turbulent waters of Roman politics now more as an observer than as a participant. Perhaps that's better to simply observe, ask Caesar in a couple of years' time. Well, his marriage to Fulvia not only signified a new chapter in his personal life, but also indicated a strategic realignment in his approach to the power dynamics within the Roman Republic, which was rapidly transforming under the dominance of Caesar. Whatever the underlying tensions, Antony's loyalty to Caesar remained steadfast, and their estrangement was short-lived. In 45 BC, Antony traveled to Narbo to meet with Caesar, and by 44 BC, full reconciliation was achieved when Antony was elected as Caesar's co-consul. This period marked a significant thawing and repair in their relationship, with plans for Antony to govern Rome in Caesar's absence, due to his upcoming campaign in Parthia. Rumors circulated that Antony had been approached by Gaius Trebonius, one of Caesar's generals, with a proposal to join a conspiracy to assassinate Caesar. Antony reportedly rejected this overture, and there is no indication that he informed Caesar of these discussions, suggesting either a deep fidelity to Caesar or perhaps a calculated political decision to distance himself from any treasonous activities. As consuls, Caesar and Antony presided over the Lupercalia festival on February 15th, 44 BC, an event deeply entwined with Rome's foundational myths, celebrating the she-wolf Lupus, who nursed Romulus and Remus in the old legends. The political atmosphere in Rome was tense, with Caesar centralizing power and assuming the title of Dictator Perpetuo, signaling no end to his rule, the dictator for life, which many feared would end the Republic and pave the way for a monarchy. Well, it was during this festival of Lupercalia that Antony offered Caesar a diadem, symbolizing kingship, which Caesar made an effort to publicly refuse. But this act, whether orchestrated by Antony alone or planned with Caesar, was laden with symbolism. While the offer could be seen as an attempt to flatter Caesar, it could also be interpreted as a maneuver by Antony to gauge or influence public sentiment and Caesar's own intentions towards kingship. The mixed reaction from the crowd highlighted the contentious nature of Caesar's rule. They applauded his refusal of the diadem, seeing it as a rejection of monarchical ambitions. Yet the event did little to quell the underlying fears of his detractors. This dramatic gesture at the Lupercalia became a catalyst for those seeking to preserve the Republic. A faction of senators, led by Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus, resolved to assassinate Caesar, to prevent him from potentially declaring himself as king. The plot was primarily motivated by the belief that Caesar's rule was becoming tyrannical, but Antony's theatrical offering of the diadem to Caesar contributed to the urgency of their cause. Despite considerations to eliminate both Caesar and his key supporters, including Antony, the plan was ultimately confined to Caesar, based on the reported insistence of Brutus. The conspirators thus planned their attack to coincide with a Senate meeting on the Ides of March, which is March 15th, 44 BC, where they expected to catch Caesar unguarded. It was on that fateful day Antony, who was supposed to accompany Caesar to the Senate, was detained by Trebonius, ensuring he was not present to intervene. Thus, as Caesar entered the Senate, he was mobbed by the conspirators under the guise of presenting a petition, and once surrounded, the assassination unfolded swiftly. He was stabbed 23 times, dying from his injuries on the floor of the Senate. This assassination was not just a pivotal moment for Rome, but also for Antony, who suddenly found himself at a crossroads, his patron and ally gone, and the future of Rome uncertain. Thus, in the immediate aftermath, Antony's political skill and understanding of the Roman mob and the legions would emerge as he navigated this volatile new situation, shaping his path towards leadership and eventual conflict with Caesar's heir, Octavian. In the chaotic aftermath of Julius Caesar's assassination, Antony initially fled Rome, disguised as a slave, fearing a widespread purge of Caesar's supporters, that those who had plotted the assassination and carried it out would strike while the iron is hot and finish the job. However, realizing the anticipated violence had not materialized, he quickly returned, positioning himself as the lead figure in the unfolding political crisis. The conspirators, self-titled as the Liberatores, which of course means liberators, don't have to explain that, do you? Had locked themselves on the Capitoline Hill, mistakenly believing that Caesar's death would automatically herald the restoration of the Republic. Antony, utilizing his position as the surviving consul, seized control of the state treasury. He was further empowered when Calpurnia, Caesar's widow, entrusted him with Caesar's personal papers and extensive estates, marking Antony as the principal leader over the Caesarians. Meanwhile, Caesar's master of the horse, being Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, brought over 6,000 troops into Rome to maintain order and intimidate the conspirators. Lepidus favored a direct assault on the capital, but Antony, seeking a more peaceful resolution, and recognizing that the majority on both sides preferred a compromise, advocated for negotiations. On March 17th, a settlement was rapidly reached, facilitated by Antony's diplomatic skill and the implicit threat of Caesar's veterans stationed nearby. The Senate agreed to pardon the assassins in exchange for the ratification of all of Caesar's reforms and appointments, including those of Brutus and Cassius, key figures among the conspirators. Antony's concession to appoint his rival Dolabella as co-consul in Caesar's place was part of this compromise, showcasing Antony's ability to navigate this complex political sea. Thus it was 2 days later, on the 19th of March, Caesar's will was publicly read, revealing his posthumous adoption of his great-nephew, Gaius Octavius, who was later renamed Gaius Julius Caesar, and is historically known as Octavian. Though not the primary beneficiary, Antony did receive some legacies, which he used to assert his dominance over the Caesarians. In a further gesture of conciliation, Antony agreed to give Caesar a public funeral, a decision that proved to be another pivotal moment in Roman history. On the 20th of March, during the funeral, Antony's stirring and poetic eulogy, combined with the dramatic presentation of Caesar's blood-stained clothes, whipped the public into a frenzy. The event turned into a riot, with several buildings associated with the conspirators burned to the ground. The chaos forced many of the conspirators to flee from Rome. In the wake of the funeral, Antony maneuvered to sideline Brutus and Cassius further by assigning them the menial task of wheat procurement from Sicily and Asia, which they refused, choosing instead to leave for Greece. Meanwhile, Cleopatra returned to Egypt. Antony, undeterred by the specific directives of Caesar's will, acted as the de facto leader of the Caesarians. He introduced the Lex Antonia, which formally abolished the dictatorship, aligning himself with those who had opposed Caesar's autocratic rule. Simultaneously, he claimed to discover laws in Caesar's papers that benefited the veterans, particularly with land grants, enhancing his support among them. To consolidate his political alliance with Lepidus, Antony engaged his daughter, Antonia Prima, to Lepidus's son. By surrounding himself with a guard of over 6,000 of Caesar's veterans, Antony projected himself as Caesar's rightful heir, largely siding with Octavian, who was struggling to assert his position as Caesar's designated successor. When Octavian arrived in Rome in May of 44 BC, he was ready to claim his inheritance and assert his position as Caesar's true successor. Despite Antony's considerable political influence, Octavian saw an opportunity to rival him as the leading figure within the Caesarian faction. Thus Antony's political standing was precarious. He had alienated many of Caesar's supporters by opposing the motion to deify Caesar, which diminished his appeal among the late dictator's followers. Moreover, when Antony refused to hand over Caesar's fortune to Octavian, the young heir borrowed heavily to fulfill the bequests in Caesar's will to the Roman people and his veterans, also establishing his own bodyguard of veterans. This strategic move earned Octavian the support of those who sought to use him to counter Antony's dominance. Now, the Roman Senate, especially Cicero, viewed Antony as a potential tyrant and a significant threat to the Republic's stability. Thus, by the summer of late 44 BC, Antony faced a political dilemma. He could either condemn the so-called liberators, Caesar's assassins, thus alienating the Senate, or he could uphold the compromise reached after Caesar's death, thereby seeming to betray Caesar's legacy and strengthening Octavian's position. Now, Roman historian Cassius Dio noted that while Antony maintained an official advantage as consul, public affection was increasingly shifting towards Octavian due to his lineage and perceived allegiance to Caesar's memory. Octavian encouraged Cicero, a prominent senator, to launch a series of attacks against Antony in the September of 44 BC. These speeches depicted Antony as a danger to the Republic and galvanized senatorial support against him. The risk of civil war between Octavian and Antony escalated, as Octavian continued to draw Caesar's veterans away from Antony, with 2 of Antony's legions defecting to him by November of that year. At this time, Octavian, technically still a private citizen without formal command, led his forces in a legally precarious position. Facing increasing hostility, and with his consular term coming to an end, he sought a military command to secure an army for his protection. Traditionally, the Senate assigned provinces to consuls to govern after their terms had ended. Antony and Dolabella were assigned Macedonia and Syria respectively. However, Antony much preferred Cisalpine Gaul, then under the control of Decimus Junius Brutus Albinus, who was one of Caesar's assassins. When Decimus refused to relinquish his province, Antony marched north in December 44 BC, with his forces to seize it by any means necessary, initiating a siege at Mutina. The Senate, led by Cicero's fervent oratory, condemned Antony's aggressive move, and then on the very same day declared him an enemy of the state. In response, on New Year's Day of 43 BC, the Senate ratified Octavian's command, aligning him with the consuls Hirtius and Pansa, and tasked them with defeating Antony. The ensuing Battle of Mutina in April of 43 BC saw Antony's forces defeated, prompting his retreat to Transalpine Gaul. However, the battle cost the lives of both consuls, leaving Octavian as the sole commander of their armies, a formidable force of 8 legions. With Antony's initial defeat, the Senate sought to reassess its authority by distributing commands among those they believed would champion the Republican cause. Decimus Brutus was given commands of the legions in northern Italy, while Sextus Pompey was entrusted with the Republic's fleet, which operated out of Sicily. Brutus and Cassius, the leaders of Caesar's assassins, were appointed as governors of Macedonia and Syria respectively. These assignments were intended to reinforce the Republican framework and counterbalance the rising power of Caesar's adherents. However, the legions under Octavian, composed primarily of Caesar's veterans, outright refused to follow Decimus Brutus. This defiance allowed Octavian to maintain his command and influence. Meanwhile, Mark Antony recovered from his earlier setbacks by forming an alliance with Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, who held the governorship of Transalpine Gaul and nearer Spain. Lepidus, despite his strong Caesarian leanings, had maintained cordial relations with various political factions, including the Senate and Sextus Pompey. His overtures to the Senate, however, were quickly overshadowed when his legions defected to Antony, giving Antony control of 17 legions, which was the largest army in the Western Roman Republic. By mid-May 43 BC, Octavian initiated covert negotiations to form an alliance with Antony, aiming to unify the Caesarian factions against the liberators who had assassinated Caesar. Octavian, remaining in Cisalpine Gaul, sent representatives to Rome in July demanding his appointment as consul and the revocation of Antony's status as a public enemy. When the Senate refused, Octavian marched on Rome with his 8 legions, took control of the city in August, and had himself appointed consul alongside a relative. He then began to prosecute Caesar's murderers under the Lex Paedia, declaring all conspirators and Sextus Pompey enemies of the state. In November of 43 BC, Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus met near Bononia to discuss the future governance of the Republic. After 2 days, they agreed to establish a 3-man dictatorship, known historically as the Second Triumvirate, which would govern for 5 years. This triumvirate divided military and administrative control. Antony took Gaul, Lepidus received Spain, and Octavian was assigned Africa, with Italy jointly governed by all 3. Their immediate goal was to avenge Caesar's murder by waging war against his assassins, who held territories in the eastern Mediterranean and Mediterranean islands. The triumvirate was formalized by the Lex Titia on the 27th of November 43 BC, and Octavian and Antony cemented their alliance with Octavian's marriage to Antony's stepdaughter Claudia. Their primary objective was now clear: to make war on Caesar's murderers. Before setting out to confront Brutus and Cassius, the triumvirs initiated a campaign of proscriptions, similar to those used by Sulla in 82 against their enemies in Rome. These proscriptions listed individuals who were stripped of their citizenship and whose properties were confiscated. This campaign was both lucrative and deadly. It resulted in the execution of 2,000 equites and a third of the Senate, including Cicero, who was of course a personal enemy of Antony and had been a close friend of Octavian. While the proscriptions and confiscations significantly replenished the state's treasury, which was depleted by Caesar's civil wars, and new taxes were imposed to fund the war against Brutus and Cassius. By January 42 BC, the proscriptions ended, having lasted 2 months. While admittedly less bloody than Sulla's, they deeply traumatized Roman society, and many of those proscribed fled to Sextus Pompey in Sicily, or just joined up with the liberators in the east. Senators who pledged loyalty to the triumvirate were allowed to retain their positions. On the 1st of January, 42 BC, the Senate deified Caesar as the divine Julius, and confirmed Antony as his high priest, further solidifying the triumvirate's power as they prepared for the forthcoming conflicts. In 43 BC, as the second triumvirate contended with internal strife, Brutus and Cassius seized control of Rome's eastern territories and assembled a formidable force of 19 understrength legions. Their strategy was to avoid direct confrontation with the triumvirs, instead aiming to secure a strong defensive position and disrupt the triumvirs' supply lines using their superior naval forces led by Sextus Pompey from Sicily. Sextus Pompey's fleet initially posed a significant threat, launching raids on the Italian coast and blocking maritime supply routes. Although Octavian's admiral, Quintus Salvidianus Rufus, managed to fend off an attack at Rhegium, he was later defeated in a naval engagement. It was only after Antony arrived with additional ships that the blockade was finally broken, though Sextus did retain control of Sicily. The triumvirs prioritized defeating Brutus and Cassius, leaving Lepidus to manage Rome, and sailed to Macedonia with the bulk of their forces in the summer of 42 BC. Brutus and Cassius fortified a strong defensive position along the Via Egnatia near Philippi, using the natural terrain to their advantage. Antony and Octavian positioned their forces to confront them, but initial attempts to draw the liberators into battle were unsuccessful. Antony then managed a surprise flank attack through the nearby marshes, leading to the First Battle of Philippi on the 3rd of October 42 BC. Antony overcame Cassius, who, misinformed about the extent of the defeat, took his own life. Meanwhile, Brutus initially succeeded against Octavian's forces, but failed to capture the ailing Octavian. Brutus now in sole command, was pressured by his officers to abandon his cautious tactics and engage in a second battle on the 23rd of October. The decisive leadership of Antony led to a comprehensive defeat of Brutus's force. Thus, Brutus also took his own life following the loss, and his army subsequently pledged allegiance to the triumvirs. The battles resulted in heavy losses, with over 50,000 Romans killed. The victories at Philippi ended the civil war in the triumvirs' favor, leaving only Sextus Pompey's fleet as a remaining challenge to their control over Rome. While Antony was lenient with the defeated forces, Octavian dealt harshly with prisoners, and even desecrated Brutus's body, signaling a divide in their approach to total victory. Well, after the civil war was all finished up, Antony's dominant position operating out of Gaul had him preparing for a campaign against Parthia and the restructuring of the East. He spent time in Athens and then moved to Asia Minor, gaining the support of Greek cities and adjusting the leadership of Rome's client kingdoms. His meeting with Cleopatra in Tarsus led to their famous alliance, crucial for his planned campaign against Parthia. He spent the winter of 42 in Athens, enjoying the support of the Greeks due to his pro-Hellenic policies. Moving across to Anatolia, he was hailed as a new Dionysus and extracted wealth from the cities there. His rule involved adjusting client kingdoms with changes in leadership and financial reparations, and his relationship with Cleopatra began to deepen, marked by their strategic and personal alliance against common threats and mutual benefits. So, Antony took control of the East, while Octavian was responsible for the West. And you see, Octavian had faced the rather daunting challenge of distributing land to Caesar's veterans, a vital move to secure their loyalty. Lacking enough state-controlled land, however, he chose to confiscate land from Roman citizens, affecting many towns and sparking significant unrest, which of course it would. Well, Fulvia, Antony's wife, and Lucius Antonius, Antony's brother, opposed Octavian's land policies, fearing they would shift veteran loyalty away from Antony. Thus, Fulvia used her influence to delay the settlements, and with Lucius's support raised an army against Octavian, leading to open conflict. This war, partly fueled by Fulvia's jealousy of Antony's affair with Cleopatra and her desire to bring Antony back to Rome, escalated when Octavian divorced Fulvia's daughter. Thus, Lucius and Fulvia, after initially opposing Octavian and moving against Rome, were forced to retreat to Perusia. Octavian besieged them, and without Antony's support they had no choice but to surrender, and they did in 40 BC. Octavian pardoned Lucius, but forced Fulvia to flee. This left Octavian in control of Italy, and he also took over Gaul after Antony's governor there died. Amidst these conflicts and the Parthian invasion of Rome's eastern territories, Antony returned to Rome to secure his position after rebuking Fulvia in Athens. However, facing Octavian proved untenable, as their soldiers, sharing a common history under Caesar, refused to fight. Fulvia's death facilitated a reconciliation, leading to the Treaty of Brundisium. This agreement redivided the Roman world, giving Antony the east, Octavian the west, and Lepidus Africa. Antony also married Octavia, Octavian's sister, symbolizing their renewed alliance and preparing for the campaign against Parthia. Thus, the rise of this Parthian Empire in the 3rd century BC, and Rome's expansion into the eastern Mediterranean during the 2nd century BC brought these powers into frequent conflict. The kingdom of Armenia, positioned between Roman Syria and Parthia, became the focal point of their power struggles. Tigranes the Great of Armenia, allied with Parthia, initially fought against Rome, but was defeated by Pompey in 66 BC. Armenia then shifted their allegiance to Rome. In 53, Rome's ambition led Marcus Licinius Crassus, then governor of Syria, to cross the Euphrates and invade Parthia. Rejecting Armenian King Artavasdes II's advice to invade via Armenia, Crassus chose a direct route through the desert. While this decision culminated in the disastrous Battle of Carrhae, where his forces were defeated by a much smaller Parthian army. Following this, Armenia tilted back towards Parthian alliance through royal marriage. Well, after Caesar's assassination, things had changed, with the eastern regions slipping from Rome's grip. You see, Caesar had planned to invade Parthia to avenge Crassus, and also to rival Alexander the Great's legacy. But of course, this plan was halted by him being murdered. Generally tends to make one change their plans a little. Publius Cornelius Dolabella took over Crassus's intended campaign, but lost support, leading to the Parthians siding with Quintus Labienus and the Republicans after their defeat at Philippi. Antony, aiming to reinforce Roman dominance in the east, captured Palmyra on the Roman-Parthian border in 41 BC. However, his winter spent in Alexandria with Cleopatra left the Syrian border poorly defended. Apparently, he was a little distracted. While the Parthians, seizing the opportunity and persuaded by Labienus, invaded, exploiting the weakness left by Antony's absence. In 40 BC, the Parthians, led by King Orodes II's son Pacorus, and the Roman rebel Labienus, invaded Roman territories. They swiftly conquered Syria and southern Anatolia, installing Antigonus as king in Judea after deposing Hyrcanus II. Antony, engaged in Egypt with Cleopatra, sent Publius Ventidius Bassus to repel the Parthians. Ventidius effectively countered the invasion in 39, defeating Labienus and the Parthian army, reclaiming Roman dominion in the east. In the following year of 38 BC, despite initial Parthian advances under Pacorus, Ventidius again triumphed at the Battle of Serestica, killing Pacorus and forcing the Parthians to retreat. The death of Pacorus plunged Parthia into turmoil, leading to the assassination of Orodes II by his own son, Phraates IV. Ventidius, cautious of overstepping his mandate, and overshadowing Antony, focused on stabilizing the eastern provinces rather than pursuing the Parthians further. He successfully subdued regional revolts and was honored with a triumph in Rome for his victories. This campaign reset Roman Parthian boundaries and stabilized the region, albeit temporarily. After this Treaty of Brundisium, the triumvirs overlooked Sextus Pompey, who from Sicily disrupted the Roman grain supplies, undermining the triumvirate's support. Well, to combat this problem, the triumvirs negotiated with Sextus, leading to the Treaty of Misenum in 39 BC, which granted Sextus control over Sicily, Corsica, Sardinia, and a few little parts of Greece, in exchange for his ending of the blockade and resuming grain shipments to Rome. Many of the proscribed senators took refuge with Sextus, but returned to Rome when amnesty was declared, aligning with Octavian or Antony. This, of course, weakened Sextus's position, and when he later reneged on parts of the treaty, they decided to instead engage him in conflict. Well, despite the political turmoil, Antony, still with an eye on Parthia, secured additional troops from Octavian via the Treaty of Tarentum in 37. The two also extended the triumvirate to 33 BC and arranged a marriage between Antony's son and Octavian's daughter to solidify their agreement. Antony, adopting extravagant Dionysian imagery, then returned to the east, leaving his wife Octavia in Italy. With Sextus renewing his blockade, Antony and Octavian's renewed tensions led to further negotiations and military preparation. Antony, still aiming for Parthia, sent Ventidius Bassus to confront the Parthian threat, which resulted in significant Roman victories and the restoration of stability in the east. In Judea, Antony tasked Gaius Sosius with deposing the Parthian puppet Antigonus and installing Herod as the Roman client king. Sosius's campaign was brutal, with extensive pillaging in Jerusalem, which led Herod to secure his position by directly bribing Roman forces. Antony, recognizing Antigonus as a continual threat, had him executed, leaving Herod as a stable ally to Rome, and he ruled until 4 BC. In 38 BC, after renewing the triumvirate, Antony, accompanied by Octavia, spent the winter in Athens. This period concluded with internal strife in Parthia, where Phraates IV assassinated his own father, Orodes, and seized the throne. Of course, Antony, recognizing the opportunity, planned a grand campaign against Parthia, but realized that Octavian wouldn't provide the promised legions under the Treaty of Tarentum. Consequently, he turned to Cleopatra of Egypt for support. With her financial and military aid, Antony amassed an unprecedented Roman force in the east, totaling around 100,000 troops, including 60,000 legionnaires, 10,000 cavalry, and 30,000 auxiliaries. Antony's initial move on the Parthian campaign was to secure Armenia, a former Roman ally turned Parthian vassal after Rome's eastern influence waned post-Carrhae. Though, through diplomatic maneuvering, Antony received the submission of the Armenian king Artavasdes II without resistance. His general, Canidius Crassus, then secured further Roman dominance in the Caucasus by allying with Iberia and subduing Albania, turning these into Roman protectorates. With these strategic victories, Antony's forces moved into Media Atropatene, a Parthian province, hoping for a decisive confrontation. However, the Parthians avoided a direct battle, leading Antony to advance deep into enemy territory. During this advance, 2 legions responsible for guarding Antony's supply lines were ambushed and annihilated by Parthians, a disaster exacerbated by the non-intervention of the Armenian cavalry. Despite this, Antony continued his push, but eventually had to retreat after failing to take the provincial capital. The retreat turned catastrophic, as Antony's army, harassed by Parthians and struggling with harsh winter conditions and mountainous terrain, suffered immense losses. In fact, Plutarch records that about 24,000 of Antony's men perished during this phase. Antony himself managed to lead the remnants of his force back to Syria by the end of 36 BC, having lost around 32,000 men in total during the disastrous campaign. The failure was attributed by contemporaries to the betrayal of the Armenian king, but modern analysis also points to Antony's strategic and logistical misjudgments. Either way, the campaign marked a significant Roman setback in the east, and foreshadowed further complexities in Antony's relationship with both his allies and Octavian. Now, as for Octavian himself, who had been adopted by Julius Caesar and was his heir, well, he had more skillfully navigated Roman politics, and he had done so in a way that isolated and diminished Antony. After forcing Lepidus out of the triumvirate and securing his own power base, Octavian turned his full attention towards Antony, who had entrenched himself in Egypt with Cleopatra. The Roman propaganda machine, controlled by Octavian, cast Antony as a traitor who had forsaken Roman values to become a puppet of a seductive and manipulative Cleopatra. They painted a picture of Antony as a man who had gone native, adopting foreign customs, and even dressing like an Egyptian, which in Roman eyes was a grievous affront to their dignity and an abdication of his Roman identity. The political machinations continued to escalate with Antony's donations of Alexandria, where he distributed titles and lands to Cleopatra and their children, notably recognizing Caesarion, Cleopatra's son with Julius Caesar, as Caesar's legitimate heir. This was a direct challenge to Octavian, whose claim to power significantly rested on his adoption by Caesar. By promoting Caesarion as Caesar's true successor, Antony struck at the heart of Octavian's political legitimacy. This led to the final breakdown of any pretense of alliance between Octavian and Antony. The Roman Senate, under Octavian's influence, declared war not on Antony directly, but on Cleopatra. This clever maneuver was designed to strip Antony of sympathy by portraying him as dominated by a foreign queen rather than as a Roman co-ruler. The Senate's actions and Octavian's control of the narrative turned public opinion completely against Antony. Thus, as Octavian's forces advanced, Antony and Cleopatra's coalition unraveled. The defection of regions such as Cyrenaica and Greece, and the loss of key allies and territories further tightened Octavian's grip. The capture of Methone demonstrated Agrippa's naval prowess and foreshadowed the larger clash at Actium. At the Battle of Actium, September 2nd, 31 BC, Octavian's fleet commanded by Agrippa decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's forces. But the battle was less about tactical specifics and more about symbolism. It represented the collapse of Antony and Cleopatra's dream of a combined Roman-Egyptian empire. Their flight to Egypt marked the end of resistance to Octavian's rule. In the wake of Actium, the path was clear for Octavian to consolidate his power. Antony's retreat to Egypt, where he and Cleopatra would make their last stand, was not just a military defeat but also a significant psychological and political blow. The once great Roman general and the last pharaoh of Egypt, now backed into a corner, their fates sealed, as Octavian prepared for the final act of this long and bloody drama that would end with the transformation of the Roman Republic into the Roman Empire. In the final act of Antony and Cleopatra's dramatic story, Octavian's calculated and relentless pursuit of power led him to Egypt, where the last remnants of Antony's resistance were harbored. By August of 30 BC, Octavian, with his trusted commander Agrippa, launched a decisive invasion of Egypt. This move clearly marked the end of any hope Antony and Cleopatra held for retaining their power and influence. Trapped, surrounded at all sides, no means to escape, Antony, engulfed in despair and misled by false reports of Cleopatra's death, attempted to take his own life by stabbing himself repeatedly. However, upon discovering that Cleopatra was still alive, he was taken mortally wounded to the monument where Cleopatra had taken refuge. There, in a poignant final scene, Antony reportedly died in Cleopatra's arms, an end to a tumultuous life and a storied romance. Octavian, who had now removed his main rival, allowed Cleopatra to organize Antony's funeral, a gesture that was both political and also practical. It also allowed Octavian to appear magnanimous and ensure that Antony's followers would not be further antagonized. However, Cleopatra was now a prisoner, and her fate was sealed. Understanding that she would be taken back to Rome and paraded through the streets like an animal at a circus, a fate unbearable for a queen of her stature, or indeed anyone of any stature, Cleopatra then made several attempts on her life, and after several failures, she had reportedly succeeded in mid-August by using a poisonous asp. At least that is according to the popular belief, though the exact method does remain a topic of historical debate. There were, of course, writers at the time that were saying that she was testing different snakes and poisonous animals on her prisoners to see the effects, to judge how it would go for her own attempt on her own life, but this may also have been propaganda to simply make her look bad. Well, with Cleopatra's death, Octavian had effectively ended the Ptolemaic dynasty. He then took decisive steps to secure his power. Caesarion, the son of Cleopatra and Julius Caesar, was executed, eliminating the last potential rival with a claim as Caesar's heir. Antony's eldest son, Antilos, was also killed. However, Octavian decided to spare Iulus, Antony's son by his previous marriage, and Antony's children with Cleopatra. These children were taken to Rome and humiliatingly paraded in Octavian's triumphal procession, a clear signal of Octavian's total victory. The religion of ancient Greece, a polytheistic and deeply integrated aspect of daily life, centered around a vast pantheon of gods and goddesses. Led by Zeus from Mount Olympus, these deities were integral to Greek culture and influenced morality, the arts, and the societal norms through a myriad of myths and stories. Worship varied, of course, from public rituals, including festivals and sacrificial ceremonies at major sanctuaries like Delphi and Olympia, to private offerings at household shrines. These practices also served to unify the diverse city-states of Greece, fostering a shared cultural identity and influencing philosophical thought, which the ancient Greeks are of course famous for. But even as Greek political power waned and Christianity rose, the legacies of these gods and their stories continue to shape Western culture and remain influential in modern literature and art. Now today, we won't be speaking so much about the pantheon of Greek gods, as that requires a very, very long video of its own. We'll briefly touch upon it, but we're going to talk more about the general practice of religion in ancient Greece, the festivals, the ceremonies, and how exactly spirituality was weaved into every facet of daily life in those times and in that place. But first, let me welcome you to the channel, as each time I have to do. If it's your first time, I hope you're excited to be here, as I'm excited to welcome you. And if it is not your first time and you are returning, well, I'm equally excited to welcome you back for another exciting video. Raise the roof. Now, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it by enjoying the content. But if you want to go a step further, the like and subscribe button are right there. Certainly helps. Further than that, you may look in the video description. Now with that out of the way, let us get nice and relaxed, and we can travel back to ancient Greece together to learn what was it all about. First, we will begin with a timeline focused on giving an introduction of how Greek religion developed, a brief history before we dive into the practices in general. The religion of ancient Greece, with its complex pantheon and equally interesting mythology, of course evolved over many centuries and drew on diverse sources. It's thought that it likely originated from the Proto-Indo-European beliefs, with additional influences extending back to Neolithic Greece. Neolithic is the Stone Age, by the way. Now, the late Helladic Mycenaean civilization, for instance, venerated Poseidon as a chief deity, emphasizing his role as both a god of the sea and of earthquakes. Now this is evident from what is known as the Linear B records, a kind of writing that the Mycenaeans had, which also mention other recognizable Olympians, though notable gods like Apollo and Aphrodite are missing from these early inscriptions. During the Greek Dark Ages, there appears to have been a significant reduction in the Mycenaean pantheon, with only about half of its gods continuing into later Greek religious practice. Archaeological evidence suggests the religious continuity was more pronounced in regions such as Cyprus and Crete, rather than on the Greek mainland itself. The influences on Greek religion extended beyond local and ancestral traditions, however. Interaction with neighboring cultures, such as the Minoans, as well as the broader Near Eastern religions, particularly through Cyprus and Phoenicia, also shaped Greek religious beliefs. Well, I'm sure we've all heard of Herodotus, and if you haven't, he was a 5th century BC historian. Well, he attributed many Greek religious customs to Egyptian origins, certainly an old civilization too, with comparisons have also been drawn between Greek and Ugaritic and Canaanite mythologies. Canaanites are roughly around the area of modern-day Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, this area, suggesting shared motives and narratives that might help date seminal Greek epics like the Iliad and the Odyssey. Now, the theory of a prehistoric religion centered around a dominant great goddess, which was later supplanted by male-led Indo-European religious structures, has also been proposed for Greece, as well as for Minoan Crete. However, we must say that this hypothesis has fallen out of favor among specialists of our modern times, primarily due to insufficient evidence. The evidence that we do have is somewhat circumstantial, and piecing together things from those times, just from archaeological findings, I suppose we can say, well, it's a little bit difficult, so we don't want to jump to any conclusions that may seem a little far-fetched. Nevertheless, it must be said that the prominence of goddesses in Minoan art remains a point of interest, as there were a great many of them. If you want to know more about that, please go and watch my video on the Minoan civilization in the Bronze Age playlist. Now, by the era of those famous Homeric epics, that is, the works by Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, the pantheon of the 12 Olympians, led by Zeus as the Sky Father, was very much established. These gods displayed characteristics that were typical of Indo-European deities. The integration of Dionysus into this group, evidenced in the later Homeric hymns, marked the culmination of this religious evolution, reflecting a synthesis of ancient traditions and newer cultic practices. During the archaic and classical periods in Greece, religion profoundly influenced civic life, leading to the construction of numerous temples. I'm sure you know all about them, dotted around the ancient landscape of Greece, in ruins now, of course. But they did showcase a uniform architectural style across various city-states. Like we said, that this religion seemed to be a unifying force when they couldn't quite agree on other things. Well, the temples not only served religious functions, but they also became central to the social and political life of the cities. Thus, The Greek religion was deeply intertwined with local governance, with priests typically coming from the elite classes. The development of Greek sculpture was significantly driven by religious themes also, which, while it was pivotal, did not seem to similarly influence Greek painting, which is now, unfortunately, lost to history. Throughout Greece, large-scale sanctuaries gained pan-Hellenic status, attracting visitors from across the Greek world and fostering a sense of Greek national identity. This word pan-Hellenic. Hellenic essentially refers to anything Greek, so the Hellenic people, the Hellenic era, and pan just means many. So pan-Hellenic essentially means many Greek. I suppose we can translate it to that. Well, these sanctuaries played a crucial role of their own in the collective religious and cultural consciousness, a meeting place for all Greeks, whether they be from Sparta, Athens, Corinth. It didn't matter. Everybody came to the temple. However, the traditional religious practices faced scrutiny and criticism from the emerging Greek philosophical traditions, which introduced new ethical concepts that, frankly, conflicted with the existing polytheistic beliefs. Early philosophers like Xenophanes criticized the moral character and anthropomorphic representations of the Olympian gods, and Plato proposed the existence of a single supreme deity, as he called it, the form of the good, representing ultimate perfection in the universe. His student Aristotle, however, rejected the existence of multiple deities due to a lack of empirical evidence. He instead posited a prime mover, a kind of detached creator. Thus, the Hellenistic period saw further evolution in Greek religion, influenced by the expansive conquests of Alexander the Great and the ensuing cultural challenges that came with it. Lavish temple constructions by the Diadochi, that is, Alexander's successors, were common, with rulers often seeking to integrate themselves into religious cults, a practice facilitated in regions like Egypt, where deified monarchs were already customary. This era also witnessed the introduction of foreign deities, such as Isis, Atargatis, and Cybele into Greek religion, reflecting the period's increasing cultural syncretism, if one could use that word. Philosophical schools like Platonism, Stoicism, and Epicureanism gained prominence, offering spiritual insights that sometimes diverged from traditional religious practices. The creation of Serapis by Ptolemy I exemplifies the political and cultural synthesis of the period. Moreover, new religious and philosophical movements like Orphism and Pythagoreanism began to question traditional practices such as animal sacrifice, advocating for a more humane approach to spirituality. Hellenistic astrology also emerged as a popular practice towards the end of this period, providing another layer to that already rich tapestry of Greek religious life. But despite these transformations, traditional Greek religious festivals, myths, and practices only continued, though their influence was gradually diminished, both by the educated elite and the general populace. When the Roman Republic conquered Greece in 146 BC, it absorbed much of the Greek culture, including its religion, literary styles, and architectural methods. The syncretism between Greek and Roman religion involved equating Greek deities with Roman ones. For example, Zeus with Jupiter, Hera with Juno, Poseidon with Neptune, and, well, any others that followed suit. Deities like Apollo and Bacchus had been incorporated into Roman culture even before this formal equivalence was established. However, unique Roman gods such as Janus and Quirinus remained distinct, without any Greek equivalents. In terms of temple construction in Greece, the Romans focused primarily on building temples for their imperial cult, which was established in every significant city. You couldn't have a city without one, of course. Other contributions to religious architecture during this period were sparse, as Greece already had an abundance of sanctuaries. The most significant Roman contributions to temple architecture outside Italy may be attributed to Emperor Antoninus Pius. It was he who commissioned the construction of the Temple of Bacchus in Baalbek. The temple stands as one of the most impressive relics from that imperial period. Roman rule also saw the frequent removal of famous statues from Greek sanctuaries, which were often replaced with contemporary Roman copies. This practice was exemplified by Verres, the Roman governor of Sicily, who was notable for his depredations and was prosecuted for his actions after his term ended. He was not very popular. Well, as the Roman Empire expanded, it also facilitated the spread of new cults from Egypt and Asia, which found popularity both within Greece and across the wider Western Empire, further diversifying the religious landscape. Now, the initial decline of Greco-Roman polytheism was partly due to its syncretic nature, as it absorbed beliefs and practices from various foreign religions amid the Roman Empire's expansion. This period also saw Greco-Roman philosophical schools incorporating elements from Judaism and early Christianity. Mystery religions like Christianity and Mithraism, which were pretty much the same thing, gained popularity, further diluting traditional polytheistic practices. Now, the shift towards Christianity gained significant momentum under Emperor Constantine I, who converted to Christianity and enacted the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, granting official tolerance to Christianity within the empire. Despite this official sanction, pagan and Christian communities in Greece and elsewhere generally remained segregated, each maintaining distant cultural practices and places of worship. Julian, a nephew of Constantine and later known as the Apostate, attempted to reverse the Christianization of the empire. You see, Julian, he was raised a Christian, but Christianity was new and, well, teenagers rebelling against their parents. He decided to revert to paganism and sought to revive a unified version of the Greco-Roman polytheism based on Neoplatonism. He organized a centralized priesthood and established a coherent body of doctrine, rituals, and liturgy. Julian also marginalized Christianity by excluding Christian educators from using classical Greco-Roman texts aiming to weaken Christianity's intellectual foundations. But despite Julian's efforts, subsequent emperors such as Jovian, Valentinian I, and Valens continued policies of religious tolerance. However, official persecution of paganism in the Eastern Empire began in earnest under Emperor Theodosius I in 381 CE, pulling that reverse card on them, it seems. While Theodosius enforced strict anti-pagan laws, leading to the disbanding of priesthoods, destruction of temples, and active participation in Christian campaigns against pagan sites. He even extended prohibitions of pagan worship to private homes. That's right, you weren't even allowed to do it in your own bedroom. Well, maybe they wouldn't see you anyway if you just closed the shutters. But this likely played a role in ending the Olympic Games in 393, which were kind of seen as a big old pagan party. Well, in the Western Roman Empire, Emperor Gratian, influenced by his advisor Ambrose, ended the unofficial tolerance of paganism that had persisted since Julian's reign. Gratian confiscated the incomes and properties of pagan priests, disbanded religious orders like the Vestal Virgins, and seized the properties of temples. Despite these suppressive measures, worship of Greco-Roman deities continued in some rural and remote areas well into the Middle Ages. Notably, a temple to Apollo at Monte Cassino persisted until 529 AD, when St. Benedict of Nursia converted it into a Christian chapel, destroyed the pagan altar, and even cut down the sacred grove. Similarly, pagan communities like the Maniots in Greece's Mani Peninsula continued their traditional practices until at least the 9th century. Well, we've talked a bit about the history, the start and the finish, but there's all those little details in between. What did an actual practitioner of Greek religion do? Practitioner rather. Zeus will smite me for that one, I'm sure. Well, let's get into the specifics, all the juicy little details then, shall we? Well, the religious landscape of ancient Greece in general was marked by a notable lack of centralized authority over religious practices and beliefs, which were regulated predominantly at the local or civic level, rather than through any unified ecclesiastical system. So it wasn't like when Catholicism came in and you had the Pope dictating what everybody could do and there was a right way to be a Catholic. Well, in ancient Greece there wasn't really a right or wrong way to be a pagan, or whatever they were going to call you, a worshipper of Zeus, or whatever else it was. You just sort of had to put in a bit of effort. Just show up, and then they'll work out the rest later. It was about the big picture for them, not the little details. And this decentralized nature meant that this term, religion, might not wholly capture the essence of the spiritual and ceremonial practices of the Greeks. Instead, these practices could be more accurately described as a collection of, well, we could say, religious dialects. Kind of the same, but a little different from place to place. Each city-state or polis, that was city or town, had its own version of these dialects, developing and maintaining its own rituals, deities, and temples, which were deeply integrated into the social and political fabric of the community. These local religious practices and beliefs were closely aligned with each other across different regions of Greece, showcasing a kind of homogeneity that was distinctly Greek and highly differentiated from those of non-Greek cultures. This framework of understanding allows for a more nuanced appreciation of the ancient Greek religious experience as a complex and interconnected web of localized spiritual traditions, rather than a single organized religion. There wasn't really a top-down structure. Well, it was inherently polytheistic, though. That was what they all had in common, and incorporated a rich tapestry of gods and goddesses and other supernatural beings, each with specific domains and attributes. That's right, there wasn't just one. Of course, there were always hierarchies, depending on who you asked, but you got all sorts of characters, and I think it's pretty fun that way. Well, at the pinnacle of this divine hierarchy, of course, sat the king of the gods, Zeus, who, while influential, was not omnipotent or omniscient. And below him were deities like Poseidon, who ruled the seas and earthquakes, which is of course pretty important when you're living around the Greek islands. And then you had Hades, who governed the underworld, and Helios, who commanded the sun. These gods were imagined in human form, but possessed the ability to transform into animals or even natural phenomena. Their immortality, however, did not exempt them from their fates, known as the Moirai, whose decrees could limit the gods' actions. For example, despite the gods' interventions, it was fated for Odysseus to return to Ithaca after the Trojan War, and no divine power could prevent it. The gods in Greek mythology exhibited human-like behaviors and emotions, often interacting with humans and sometimes even fathering children with them, and they were known as demigods. Think of Hercules. You remember the show with Kevin Sorbo? Ah, that was great growing up with that one. Xena, too. Moving on. You must like the video if you watched Hercules. Well, these divine beings, these demigods, were not only involved in the affairs of mortals, but also had their own conflicts and rivalries, just like all of the main gods, as depicted in epic narratives like the Iliad, where even the gods argued amongst each other and took sides in the Trojan War. Each major god was associated with specific geographical locations. Athena with Athens, hence the name, Apollo with Delphi and Delos, Zeus with Olympia, and Aphrodite with Corinth. However, their worship was not confined to these cities alone, as each city had temples dedicated to various gods. Moreover, some deities had connections with regions beyond Greece, like Poseidon with Ethiopia, and Troy with Ares and Thrace. The cult of these gods varied significantly from one location to another, reflecting local traditions and interpretations. For instance, the Artemis worshipped in Sparta was a virgin huntress, differed markedly from the fertility goddess Artemis of Ephesus, characterized by her many breasts. This diversity highlights the localized nature of Greek religion, where the identity of a deity was closely tied to specific cultural contexts. Now, Greek religious practice focused more on the correct performance of rituals rather than the adherence to a formal creed. What mattered most, the most important thing, was participation. You had to show up in the communal practices that honored the gods, and this was a lot more important than any personal belief. There wasn't any real 10 commandments. None of that to be seen. It was more of a community thing. Now, the ancient Greeks held complex beliefs about the afterlife. That was a big deal, centered around the underworld that was known as Hades, named after its ruler, the god Hades, who was actually Zeus's brother. Plot twists already, I know. This realm was not merely a single monolithic place, but was differentiated into several areas, reflecting the variety of fates that could befall the souls of the dead. And I know you all want to hear about the Greek hell, so we'll just talk about it briefly. Well, Hades, traditionally, all souls ventured here after death. All of them. Good guys, bad guys, everyone. You just had to go there. And it was a gloomy and shadowy place where all the spirits resided. Next was Tartarus. This was the deepest and darkest pit beneath the earth. Pretty scary, where the Titans were imprisoned and eternal punishments were meted out upon the wicked, and it symbolized extreme torment and suffering. You did not want to end up here in Tartarus. And then, of course, there was Elysium, or the Elysian Fields, which was the complete opposite of Tartarus, and was the place that you wanted to go. It was a place of paradise, reserved for heroes and those who lived a righteous life. It was the land of eternal happiness and contentment. Sounds pretty good. Well, in the mythological stories, certain heroes and noble figures were believed to have been granted physical immortality and lived forever in blissful places like Elysium or the islands of the blessed. This group included famed personalities such as Achilles and Menelaus. Such tales permeate the oldest strata of Greek mythology, found in the epics of Homer and the works of Hesiod, and these beliefs persisted robustly even into the era of early Christianity. For most ordinary Greeks, however, the prospect of death was typically to continue existing as a disembodied soul. The existence was not marked by physical pleasures or pains of earthly life, but was just a shadowy form of half-life in the underworld. Of course, this, well, it varied from region to region, but the general idea was as I've just said. Additionally, the concept of reincarnation found its way into Greek thought through the teachings of philosophers like Pythagoras and Plato. This notion suggested that the soul could be reborn into new bodies across different lifetimes, a belief that was not universally accepted, influenced various philosophical and religious schools in Greece. On the other end of the spectrum, the philosopher Epicurus introduced a materialistic view, teaching that the soul was composed of tiny little atoms that disbanded after death, thereby extinguishing consciousness and existence. The view underscored the finality of death, with no continuation of the self in any form, which was a stark departure from the traditional views on the afterlife. It reminds me somewhat of how Alan Watts had explained it in his old lectures, and I am sorry to go off topic, but effectively what Alan Watts, that philosopher, had said, in a paraphrased version of course, is if you want to know the experience of being dead, well, you must think of going to sleep and then never waking up. And then when you want to think about that, you may also want to think about waking up without having gone to sleep. And you've all done that. That was when you were born. And what did it feel like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? Well, maybe death is just like that. This zero consciousness state. Anyway, maybe a video on Alan Watts in the future. It's somewhat related to our topic, maybe. I'm getting off topic now. Very unprofessional of me. Well, of course, we have to go back to Greek mythology, which when we use the term mythology, I suppose we should be a little bit careful about it, because it's only mythology when it's the old religion. Perhaps in 1,000 years' time, we will be talking about Buddhist mythology, Christian mythology, Jewish mythology, Muslim mythology. Perhaps they will not be scriptures anymore, but simply old stories that just sit on the shelf right next to the Greek myths. Maybe so. We'll have to check back in 1,000 years. But either way, Greek mythology was a cornerstone of ancient Greek religion, and it's a rich tapestry, I'm sure you know. Gods, heroes, and extraordinary creatures. Well, let's start with some of those gods and heroes. Of course, at the head of the myths were all the main characters from Olympus: Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, and Athena, and many more, who interacted with humans and frequently intervened and meddled in their affairs, sometimes simply for their own entertainment, but often driven by their own divine whims and familial disputes. Heroes, both mortal and demigods, such as Heracles with his 12 labors, Odysseus with his ingenious return from Troy, and Theseus who defeated the Minotaur, or Minotaur, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Well, they all played pivotal roles. These stories often explored themes of bravery, morality, and simply the human condition, serving both as entertainment and moral lessons. The mythology was also included an array of fantastical creatures. Titans like Cronus and Oceanus were part of an older generation of gods who preceded even the Olympians. Mythical beings like the centaurs, the nymphs, the satyrs, along with terrifying monsters such as the Cyclops, Scylla, and the Gorgons, and don't forget the Minotaur, added layers of drama and danger to the myths, embodying the Greeks' explanations of the natural world and its phenomena. Now, regarding the origins of the world and the gods, Greek cosmogony varied widely, with no uniform version. Now, Hesiod's Theogony offered one of the most detailed accounts, beginning with chaos and followed by the emergence of primordial deities like Gaia, Earth, Tartarus, the Abyss, and Eros, Love, who then produced the Titans. This older generation of gods eventually gave way to the Olympians, leading to a divine succession myth that underscored the Greeks' understanding of a universe ruled by order and chaos. These myths were initially transmitted orally, and later they were immortalized in written form through epic poems like Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and Hesiod's works. They also found expression in classical Greek drama, with playwrights like Euripides and Aristophanes weaving these stories into their plays. Thus, Greek mythology not only entertained, but it offered explanations for the mysteries of life and the universe, questions that people didn't know how to answer, so they just came up with something interesting. Well, at least it provided the ancient Greeks with a framework for understanding the human experience. Well, as Greek culture was assimilated into the Roman Empire later on, Greek gods and myths were adapted into the Roman context, with many being equated as Roman deities. This syncretism extended the life of Greek myths and ensured the survival into the Roman period and beyond. In fact, during the Renaissance, many years later, a renewed interest in classical learning saw Greek mythology re-emerge as a significant source of inspiration for art, literature, philosophy, influencing generations of European artists and thinkers. In fact, I am going to say that it is my personal opinion, and I believe it is the correct one, that Renaissance art was the best and is the best. I won't look at anything past the First World War. I just don't like it. Anyway, the concept of hubris was integral to ancient Greek moral philosophy, representing the dangerous extremes of pride and arrogance. It was particularly frowned upon because it often involved acts that could harm others or offend the gods. Stupid bravery is different from noble bravery. We're talking inappropriate displays of pride, acts of violence, and disrespect for the natural order, throwing your weight around. Nobody likes that. Hubris actually was legally punishable in cities like Athens, where it was defined broadly to include acts ranging from violence to the improper treatment of corpses. Well, the Greeks highly valued moderation. Most of them, some of them more than others, of course, embodying the ideal in the famous maxim, nothing in excess. This principle was applied across various aspects of Greek life, from eating and drinking to the exercise of power and display of one's abilities. Activities like athletics and intellectual pursuits were of course encouraged, excuse me. But of course they were always only encouraged within the bounds of moderation, emphasizing a balanced lifestyle that prevented any single aspect from becoming all-consuming. Well, unlike many other ancient cultures, the Greeks did not rely on a centralized, revealed scripture, but instead looked to a broad corpus of literature for moral and spiritual guidance. Works by Homer, such as the Iliad and Odyssey, and Hesiod's Theogony and works were considered authoritative, though not necessarily sacred. These texts, along with the lyrical poems of Pindar and others, often began with invocations to the Muses, reflecting a belief in divine inspiration, albeit not in the form of direct revelation. Plato's ambivalence towards traditional mythologies as expressed in his Republic, shows once again the tension between the revered place these classical texts in Greek culture and their perceived moral deficiencies. He argued for the exclusion of such myths from his ideal state, due to their potential to mislead rather than properly guide moral behavior. While most Greek religious texts were not canonical in the sense understood in other religious traditions, certain texts within the mystery cults were held as canonical. These texts used in specific rituals are exceptions to the general Greek practice of not regarding any text as strictly sacred. The Orphic texts, for instance, offer a glimpse into these more structured religious beliefs and practices that stood somewhat apart from mainstream Greek religious and philosophical life. In ancient Greece, the absence of a centralized religious authority, or a unified priestly class even, led to a diverse and localized religious expression. Decentralization meant that the religious texts and rituals varied significantly from one city-state to another, and even from one village to another, influenced largely by local traditions and customs, rather than any theological and rigid doctrine. Priests in Greece often served concurrently as city magistrates, and their religious authority was typically derived from local sanctuaries rather than a centralized church or temple. Notably, Pausanias mentions that at Tegea, the priesthood of Athena Allia was traditionally held by a boy until he reached puberty, highlighting the local and often temporary nature of priestly roles. Well, at least it's an early retirement, one could say. Well, in many cases, priestly responsibilities, especially those related to specific festivals or rituals, were passed down through families, once more emphasizing the local and familial nature of Greek religious practice. And Greek religious rites were predominantly conducted at altars located outside the temples or in open spaces within the community. These altars, dedicated to specific deities, were central to public and private worship. Common offerings included votive deposits such as food, drinks, and valuable items, reflecting the reciprocal nature of worship where goods were exchanged for divine favor. A sacrifice. You know what it's like. But of course, some sacrifices were bigger than others. You know what I'm talking about. Animal sacrifices. A key aspect, but perhaps a rather unfortunate one of Greek ritual practice, were also performed at these altars. Now, typically the meat from the sacrificed animals was consumed by the community. They didn't just leave it there for the gods to take and expect it to float away into the air. Perhaps they tried this, but it didn't seem to happen. Well, of course, as I said, the meat was consumed by the community after, but the offal and all of the other unpleasant bits were burned as offerings to the gods. Libations, usually of wine, were another common practice, integral not only to formal ceremonies at shrines, but also to daily activities such as meals and symposiums, where they functioned as both religious and social acts. There were also special rites of passage. The Amphidromia, for example, was celebrated on the 5th or 7th day of a child's birth, particularly significant in Athens for male children, emphasizing the importance of lineage and citizenship. Another ritual, the pharmakos, involved expelling a human or animal scapegoat from the community during times of distress or hardship. This ritual expulsion was intended to protect the community by removing evil or pollution along with the scapegoat, a practice that underscores the ancient Greeks' concerns with purity and disaster aversion. The act of worship was a communal and ceremonious event centered around animal sacrifices conducted at the outdoor altars, which could be independent of or associated with a temple. The ritual began with a procession led by a girl carrying a basket with the hidden sacrificial knife, followed by the animal adorned with garlands. The chosen animal, which needed to be without blemish, showed the community's dedication to the gods, a gift just for them. Well, during the ceremony, the animal was slaughtered directly over the altar, its blood collected and poured out as an offering. The slaughter was accompanied by the high-pitched cries of the women, an expression of the emotional intensity of the moment, and perhaps as well so the gods could hear them. The carcass was then butchered right there on the spot. The inedible parts, like bones and organs, were thrown on the fire as the gods' share, while the meat was cooked and shared among the participants. A communal feast that followed was always part of the sacrificial act, and the temple typically claimed the animal's skin as a valuable byproduct. Gotta make a little bit of money, don't we? The choice of animals for sacrifices varied too. Sheep were the most common, and they were the easiest to find, followed by goats, pigs, and cattle, while horses and donkeys were rare and featured mostly in early Greek art rather than literature. The gods often anthropomorphized the sacrificed animals as willing participants in the ritual, a notion that showed the supposed mutual benefit and consent to the divine order. Simpler offerings might include throwing a grain of incense into a sacred fire, especially in more personal or less grandiose settings. Farmers often offered their first fruits of the harvest as a token of thanks to the gods. Everyday activities like drinking wine could also be ritualized through libations, where a small portion of the wine was poured out before drinking as an offering to the deities. One for them, one for me. Formal libations could involve other substances like olive oil or honey, and were part of larger religious ceremonies conducted at the temples. On grand occasions, such as major festivals, the scale of sacrifice could be vast, with the term hecatomb indicating a large number of bulls being offered, though in practice this might only mean a dozen or so. Now, back to ancient Greek literature for a moment, with things like Homer's epic poems, Iliad and the Odyssey, providing substantive evidence of ritualistic sacrificial practices embedded within the fabric of Greek society. These epics detail occasions where sacrifices were made to gain favor to the gods, celebrate successes in war, or even seek divine guidance before major endeavors, such as the Greeks' expedition to Troy. For instance, in the Odyssey, the character Eumaeus offers a pig in sacrifice, praying for the safe return of his master Odysseus. The Iliad depicts banquets that do not always begin with a sacrifice, suggesting variability in ritual practice across different contexts and periods. This variance in ritual practice shows the adaptive and localized nature of Greek religious observance once again, tailoring it to the specific circumstances and indications of divine presence. Thus, the distinctions between Olympic and chthonic deities in Greek religion is reflected in their modes of worship. Chthonic deities associated with the earth and the underworld often received holocaust sacrifices, where the entire offering was consumed by fire. This practice is thought to be a remnant of pre-Hellenic religious traditions. In contrast, the more familiar Olympian gods worshipped by the Proto-Greeks, but typically rather, received offerings that were partly consumed by fire and partly by the community. But what about the festivals? They loved a good party, didn't they? Well, they also varied significantly, and they were often dedicated to specific deities or city-states. The Lachaia in Arcadia honored Pan, for example, the pastoral god, while the Olympic Games in Olympia were a major celebration dedicated to Zeus. The Dionysia in Athens, a festival centered around Greek theater, represents another significant cultural and religious celebration. Common elements of these festivals included processions, sacrificial feasts, and communal meals, alongside entertainment and social customs such as wearing costumes and engaging in public revelry. In layman's terms, everybody got really drunk and had a good time. These festivals not only served as religious purposes, but also reinforced the social bonds and community identities. In fact, some cities, like Athens for example, dedicated up to 140 days per year to various religious observances, which certainly seems like something Athens would do. I don't think the Spartans were doing that much. Now, ancient Greek sanctuaries, encompassing more than just the main temple structures, were typically situated within a larger sacred area. This was known as a temenos, which was often enclosed by a peribolos wall or fence. This entire area, dedicated to a deity, included not only the temple itself, but often a variety of subsidiary structures and natural features, such as sacred groves, springs, and sometimes even caves or unique rocks known as baetils. The Acropolis of Athens is one of the most renowned examples of such a sanctuary, though its initial fortifications were intended more for protection rather than religious purposes. Over time, as the significance of these sites grew, they evolved from simple open-air altars located in natural surroundings into more complex establishments, featuring built temples housing cult images of the gods. The primary function of the temple buildings themselves was to house these sacred images rather than to serve as gathering places for worshippers. The actual religious activities, including sacrifices and rituals, were conducted outdoors at designated altars within the sanctuary's precincts, especially the animal sacrifice ones. You can be as pious as you want, but no one wants to clean up that mess. Well, this setup allowed the temple interiors to remain relatively clear, turning them into revered spaces that accumulated votive offerings, statues, and even treasures, reflecting the wealth and devotion of their patrons. Essentially, they were kind of like early museums. You can only imagine. Furthermore, some sanctuaries were renowned for their oracular services. offering divine guidance through human intermediaries believed to be inspired by the gods. The most famous of these were the Pythia, a priestess at the temple of Apollo in Delphi, and the oracles at the sanctuary of Zeus in Dodona. These oracles played significant roles in public and private life across the ancient Greek world, providing counsel on everything from political affairs to personal and agricultural issues. Less famous oracles, such as that of the hero of Trophonius at Livadeia, specialized in more specific domains like medicine or agriculture. Greek temples were constructed as the divine residences of the gods, each housing a cult image within the inner chamber, or the cella as it was called, which often depicted the deity of the temple. These images varied greatly in form and material, ranging from wooden figures to elaborate statues adorned with ivory and gold, such as the renowned statue of Zeus at Olympia, or Phidias's Athena Parthenos in the Parthenon. Over time, materials such as marble, terracotta, and bronze became more popular, especially in the later Hellenistic period. The cella, inner chamber, remember, also contained simpler symbolic representations, like the zoanon, a primitive wooden image, and the beitil, sacred stones believed to possess divine powers. These simpler forms were sometimes ancient and revered for their antiquity, and when newer, more elaborate statues served as the main cult image. These older symbols, such as the Trojan Palladium, a zoanon that was believed to protect Troy, were valued for their historical and religious significance. The accessibility of these sacred images varied significantly across the different locales and periods. While earlier beliefs restricted access to the cella primarily to priests, later practices became a lot more inclusive, although often regulated by local customs or the perceived desires of the deities. Restrictions could be based on factors such as gender, ethnicity, or even dietary choices. Those who put pineapple on their pizza were strictly forbidden. I'm just joking. While some temples only accessible on specific days or to certain classes of people, so you had to be there at the right time, I suppose. Visitors, including common people and slaves, generally expected to gain entry into the temple's inner sanctum to pray or make offerings directly before the cult image. In some instances, touching the statue was part of the devotional practice, as noted by Cicero, who observed a bronze statue of Heracles worn down by the touches of worshippers. In ancient Greece, the public roles available to women were predominantly religious ones, serving as priestesses or attendants within various cults and temples. These roles provided women with notable social recognition and certain privileges not typically afforded to other women of the time. Priestesses, often selected from local elite families, could serve in various capacities, from sacred women to lesser attendants. Women serving as priestesses were required to be healthy and of sound mind, reflecting the belief that those serving the gods should mirror the quality of their offerings. This position, while restricted in terms of eligibility, granted women a higher legal status as well, both during their service and posthumously, often with the honor of a public burial. While it is debated whether service was gender-specific to certain deities, generally both male and female deities could be served by either priests or priestesses. However, the roles could be gendered in specific rituals and practices. For example, the Pythia, or female oracle of Apollo at Delphi, was a priestess but was overseen by male priests. Similarly, the festival of Dionysus involved both genders, with special roles designated for female priestesses known as the Gerei, or the Venerable Ones. But certain festivals in ancient Greece were for women only, often linked to agricultural fertility and the traditional roles that women played within society. These included the Thesmophoria, the Plerosia, Calamaia, Adonia, and Scyra. Well, the Thesmophoria, for example, was one of the most significant, dedicated to Demeter and her daughter Persephone, goddess of agriculture and fertility. The festival not only reinforced the agricultural identity and duties of women, but also integrated those celebrations into the fabric of city-state religious practices. These women-only festivals were crucial in providing a religious identity and purpose for women in society, where many aspects of public life were dominated by men. Temples and shrines specific to these festivals, such as the Thesmophorion in Athens, were central venues where women could engage in rituals and worship. The mystery religions, however, offered a more intimate and personal approach to spirituality compared to the more public and civic-oriented practices of traditional religion. These cults, for example, required initiation, providing a secretive and often profound spiritual experience that promised deeper insights into the divine and the cosmos. Initiates of mystery religions could experience profound personal transformations and mystical awakenings that were not typically accessible in the public cults of the gods. Unlike the more fragmented and localized traditional practices, mystery religions often offered a more systematic and cohesive set of beliefs and teachings. They frequently provided detailed beliefs about the afterlife, offering assurances of salvation or an improved fate beyond death, which appealed to many who found the traditional Greek views on the afterlife as, well, frankly a little lackluster. Although initiation was personal and secretive, once you were in, you participated in common rituals that fostered a sense of belonging and spiritual community as a sort. The bonds formed within these cults were strong, with fellow initiates often forming close-knit communities of believers who supported one another, not just in their spiritual journeys, but in practical ways too. Now, the four major mystery cults were as following. The first was the Eleusinian Mysteries, which was based in Eleusis. These were perhaps the most famous of the Greek mystery cults, centered around the worship of Demeter and Persephone. Initiates were promised rewards in the afterlife, and were privy to the dramatic reenactments of the myths of Persephone's descent and return from the underworld. The next was the mysteries of Dionysus. These rites were more ecstatic and unrestrained, often involving symbolic death and rebirth rituals, wine-fueled ecstasy, and the breaking of social norms. While Dionysus himself was a god of life, death, and rebirth, embodying the intoxicating power of nature and wine. Next was the Samothracian mysteries, and admittedly less is known about these rites, but they were thought to offer protection at sea, and possibly initiation into a complex set of deities and symbolic stories centered on themes of protection and salvation. The last one is Mithraism. This cult, originating in the East, became extremely popular among Roman soldiers, and was later practiced widely across the Roman Republic and Empire, focusing on the god Mithras, and featuring rituals associated with fellowship, the cosmos, and a hierarchical structure of initiation levels. Justinian I. You may also know him as Justinian the Great, and for good reason. He was the Byzantine emperor from 527 to 565 AD. He's best known for his ambitious program to reconquer the western half of the historical Roman Empire. His comprehensive compilation of Roman law, known as the Corpus Juris Civilis, which laid the foundation for modern civil law, and of course his extensive public works, including the reconstruction of the Hagia Sophia, which set architectural standards for centuries. It was under his rule that the Byzantine Empire reached its greatest territorial extent, briefly reuniting the eastern and western halves of the empire. But his was a reign that was also marked by internal challenges, including the Nika riots, a devastating plague, and ongoing conflicts with Persians in the east. If you want to learn about Justinian, well, you have clicked on the right video. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're returning, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe tells YouTube that you want more people to see the video, and fingers crossed, it will push them in the right direction. Now, with that out of the way, I would like you to get relaxed, and let's begin our biography of Justinian I. Justinian was born in Taurisium, Dardania, probably around 482. He was a native speaker of Latin, and possibly the last Roman emperor to be so. He came from a peasant family, believed to be of either Illyro-Roman or Thraco-Roman origin. The name Eustianus, which he adopted later, indicates his adoption by his uncle Justin. During his reign, he founded Justiniana Prima near his birthplace. His mother was Vigilantia, the sister of Justin, who was a commander of the Imperial Guard unit, the Exhibitors, before becoming emperor. Justin adopted Justinian, brought him to Constantinople, and ensured he received a good education in jurisprudence, theology, and of course, Roman history. Thus, Justinian served as a candidatus, one of 40 men selected from the Scholae Platinae to serve as the emperor's personal bodyguard. The chronicler John Malaise, who was alive during Justinian's reign, describes him as a short, fair-skinned, curly-haired, round-faced, and handsome man. Another contemporary historian, Procopius, offers a different sort of opinion of him, and he compares Justinian's appearance to that of the tyrannical Emperor Domitian, though this is most likely a slander. When Emperor Anastasius died in 518, Justin was proclaimed the new emperor, with significant help from Justinian, who displayed great ambition, and it is claimed that he acted as virtual regent long before Justin officially made him associate emperor, though there is no conclusive evidence for this. As Justin's mental faculties declined, Justinian became the de facto ruler, following the assassination of the general Vitalian in 520, which was orchestrated by Justinian and Justin. Justinian was appointed consul and commander of the army of the East. He remained a close confidant of Justin's, and in 525 was granted the titles of nobilismus and Caesar, indicating his status as heir apparent. He was thus crowned co-emperor on April 1st of 527, and became the sole ruler after Justin's death on August the 1st, 527. What a way to climb the ladder, don't you think? Well, as ruler, Justinian was known for his tireless work ethic, and he even had the nickname the Emperor Who Never Sleeps. He was reportedly approachable and quite friendly. Around 525, he married Theodora, a former actress who was significantly younger than him, though Procopius suggests that she was a former lady of the night, as we'll put it in that way. Well, previously, Justinian could not have married her due to her social class, but this was made possible by a law that was passed by Emperor Justin I that lifted restrictions on marriages to ex-actresses. Well, either way, it caused a little bit of a scandal, plenty of raised eyebrows. But despite all of that, Theodora became highly influential in the politics of the empire. In fact, you can often see her in artistic depictions standing right next to Justinian. Well, Justinian's team included the talented legal advisor Tribonian, the diplomat Peter the Patrician, finance ministers John the Cappadocian and Peter Barasimes, and generals Belisarius and Narses. His reign marked a defining moment in the history of jurisprudence with his comprehensive overhaul of all Roman laws. This was an endeavor that up to this point had never been undertaken. His reforms culminated in the creation of the aforementioned Corpus Juris Civilis, which is comprised of the Codex Justinianus, the Digesta or Pandacte, the Institutiones, and the Novellae. The process began when Justinian appointed the Quaestor Tribonian to oversee this monumental task. The first version of the Codex Justinianus, which codified imperial constitutions dating back to the 2nd century, was completed and issued on April the 7th, 529, with a final version appearing in 534. This was followed by the Digesta in 533, which was a compilation of older legal texts, and the Institutiones, which served as a legal textbook for students. The Novellae, consisting of new laws enacted during Justinian's reign, hence the name, supplemented this collection, and were published in Greek reflecting the predominant language of the Eastern Empire. The Corpus Juris Civilis not only forms the basis of Latin jurisprudence, including ecclesiastical canon law, but also offers historians deep insights into the concerns and the activities of the late Roman Empire. This collection compiled various legal sources such as laws, senatorial consults, imperial decrees, case laws, and interpretations by jurists. Tribonian's work ensured the survival and continuation of Roman law, which later became the foundation of Byzantine law in the Basilica, composed by Basil I and Leo VI the Wise. Now, the Justinianic Code was introduced to Italy after the region's conquest by the Pragmatic Sanction of 554, and from there it spread to Western Europe in the 12th century. This legal code formed the basis of many continental European legal systems, which were then exported to the Americas and beyond during the later Age of Discovery. It has also influenced legal practices in Eastern Europe, including Russia, where it was adapted into Slavic editions. Justinian also implemented significant social and moral reforms. He even enacted laws to protect S-workers from exploitation and women being forced into S-work, with severe penalties for men who did the wrong thing. His policies ensured that women accused of serious crimes were guarded by other women to prevent abuse. Widows also received back their dowries, and husbands could not incur significant debt without their wife's consent, confirmed twice. Pretty progressive, huh? Well, the emperor's legislation displayed a heightened concern for the welfare of children, especially those born out of wedlock or neglected. Laws were passed to protect children from the repercussions of parental remarriage or abandonment, ensuring that they did not have to resort to begging. In addition to his legal reforms, he made significant contributions to the welfare of his subjects. He discontinued the regular appointment of consuls in 541 to streamline administration. In Constantinople, he established hospitals offering free medical care and maintained public baths that were free for all residents. Furthermore, 20 state bakeries provided bread to the needy, completely free, encapsulating the emperor's dedication to social welfare and ensuring that no resident of the empire went hungry. Justinian's early reign was marked by decisive but some unpopular choices in his advisors, which led to significant unrest. In the January of 532, tensions culminated in the Nika riots, where supporters from competing chariot racing factions united against him. The rioters demanded the dismissal of Tribonian and 2 other ministers, and sought to replace Justinian with Hypatius, a nephew of the late Emperor Anastasius. As the chaos unfolded in Constantinople, Justinian contemplated fleeing by sea, but was persuaded by his wife Theodora, who chose to stay and face the crisis rather than retreating. Well, in a decisive move, Justinian ordered generals Belisarius and Mundus to suppress the riots by any means necessary. And the necessary means, of course, were a little harsh. Now, according to Procopius, approximately 30,000 civilians were killed right in the middle of the hippodrome, highlighting the brutal response to restore order. The insistence of Theodora was crucial in this decision, and it led to the execution of Anastasius's nephews, which Justinian initially resisted. The aftermath of the riots provided Justinian with an opportunity to reconstruct and beautify Constantinople, most notably through the rebuilding of the Hagia Sophia. This architectural marvel became a symbol of his reign and a testament to Byzantine engineering prowess, and it's still there today in the modern city of Istanbul, albeit it's a little bit of a different city now. Justinian's reign is also noted for his ambitious military campaigns aimed at restoring the old boundaries of the Roman Empire, back to the glory days, it seems. But he never personally led his troops. However, he celebrated the military achievements under his rule, especially those accomplished by his general, the Great Belisarius. These campaigns significantly expanded Byzantine influence and recovered territories around the western Mediterranean that had been lost in the 5th century. Justinian saw these reconquests as a divine duty to restore Roman imperial boundaries. Additionally, Justinian's tenure was marked by ongoing hostilities with the Sassanid Empire, which he inherited from his uncle. The Iberian War, as it was known, saw fluctuating fortunes. In 530, Byzantine forces won battles at Dara and Satala, but suffered a defeat at Callinicum in 531. Efforts to forge alliances with the Achaemenids of Ethiopia and the Himyarites of Yemen were also unsuccessful. But the death of the Persian king Kavad I in the September of 531 allowed Justinian to negotiate what was called an eternal peace with Kavad's successor, Khosrau I in 532. And this wasn't cheap. In fact, it cost Justinian 11,000 pounds of gold. The treaty did, however, secure the eastern frontier, enabling him to focus on the west, where he aimed to reclaim regions lost to Germanic kingdoms established in the former Western Roman Empire. In his campaign to reclaim these former territories, Justinian targeted the Vandal kingdom in North Africa, after an appeal from the deposed Vandal king Hilderic. Hilderic had been overthrown and imprisoned by his cousin Gelimer in 530. Hilderic had maintained favorable relations with Justinian as well as the North African Catholic clergy, which prompted his appeal for assistance. So, Justinian demanded that Gelimer restore Hilderic to the throne, but Gelimer's dismissive response provoked Justinian to action. He swiftly concluded that peace with the Sasanian Empire to negotiate on this conflict in particular. In 533, the Byzantine general Belisarius was dispatched with a fleet of 92 dromons and 500 transport ships, carrying approximately 15,000 men, along with some additional barbarian troops. They landed at Caput Vada, which is around modern-day Ras Kabodia in Tunisia, and caught the Vandals completely unprepared and by surprise. Well, the great Belisarius achieved victories rapidly, decisively defeating the Vandals at Ad Decimum on September the 14th, 533, and later at Tricamarum in December, leading to the capture of Carthage, certainly bringing back the old glory days of Rome. Well, Gelimer, he fled to Mount Papua in Numidia, but he ended up surrendering in the spring of the following year. He was then brought to Constantinople to be paraded around and jeered at when he was displayed in a triumph. As a result of this campaign, Justinian also regained control over the Mediterranean islands of Sardinia, Corsica, and the Balearic Islands, as well as the strategic point of Septem Fratres, near modern Mons Calpe, later known as Gibraltar. The war, however, had devastating effects on the population of the region. Procopius, the contemporary historian, noted that the conflict depopulated Africa to such an extent one might travel for days on end without encountering a single person. He estimated about 5 million people had died, whether due to famine, the war itself, or pestilence. Either way, the result is the same. Well, following the victory, an African prefecture was established, with its center in, guess where, Carthage. This was in the April of 534. But in the following 15 years, the stability in the region was beginning to break down, though it was tenuous from the beginning, marred by conflicts with the Moors and military mutinies. Full pacification was not achieved until much later in 548, after which the region enjoyed relative peace and prosperity, at least compared to before. Now, talking about prosperity, let's do some accounting. You know before how we were going on about 11,000 pounds of gold being quite expensive, certainly a grand sum to hand over to the Persians. Well, the entire campaign to recover Africa cost the Byzantine Empire approximately 100,000 pounds of gold. I certainly hope it was worth it. Well, the death of the young Ostrogothic king Athalaric on October the 2nd, 534, and the subsequent power struggles in Ostrogothic Italy presented Justinian with another opportunity for expansion, or, as he saw it, simply taking back what was rightfully his. Theodahad, seizing power, imprisoned Queen Amalasuintha, the daughter of Theodoric and mother to Athalaric, on the island of Martana in Lake Bosenna, where she was eventually assassinated in 535. In response to this, Belisarius was dispatched with 7,500 men to intervene, beginning his campaign by invading Sicily in 535, then advancing further into Italy, where they captured Naples and subsequently Rome on the 9th of December, 536. During this period, Theodahad was overthrown by the Ostrogothic army, which elected Viticus as their new leader. Well, Viticus jumped straight into action and mustered a large force, ready to besiege Rome, and he did, from February 537 to March of 538, but ultimately he failed to retake the city. Tensions between the Byzantine generals Belisarius and Narses emerged, complicating the military campaign. Despite initial successes, including the capture of Milan, the city was soon lost and devastated by the Ostrogoths. Justinian rather sheepishly recalled Narses in the year 539. By 540, the military tide had turned in favor of the Byzantines, allowing Belisarius to march to the Ostrogothic capital, Ravenna. It was there the Ostrogoths offered him the title of Western Roman Emperor, an offer that Belisarius pretended to accept. He entered the city in May of 540 and secured it for the empire. Subsequently, he was recalled by Justinian and returned to Constantinople with the captured Viticus and his wife Matasuntha. The recall of Belisarius was necessitated by renewed aggression from the Persian Empire. That's right, the Eternal Peace had a somewhat ironic name, as it didn't really last for too long. Oh, and there are no refunds on that £11,000 of gold. The Persian king, Khosrow, invaded Roman territory in 540, sacking cities such as Beroea and Antioch, and demanding tribute. The Persian offensive, of course, redirected Byzantine military efforts from Italy to the Eastern Front. Belisarius returned to the Eastern campaigns in 541, achieving some initial successes. However, he was recalled again to Constantinople in 542, amidst some rather nasty court rumors circulating about his apparent disloyalty. Well, unfortunately, not much time to discuss this, as a major plague outbreak and a rebellion within Persia curtailed Khosrow's campaigns, a lucky break for the Byzantines. But plagues spread. Justinian seized this opportunity to instruct his eastern forces to invade Persian Armenia, but the Byzantines were defeated at Anglon, by a much smaller Persian force, by the way. Thus, in 545, a truce was negotiated for the southern Roman-Persian frontier, although conflicts continued in the north of Lazica. The Lazic War continued to drag on, with the Lazic king eventually siding with the Byzantines. Justinian's efforts in Lazica included replacing his generals to improve the military situation. Finally, after years of warfare, a 50 years peace was established in 562, with Persia agreeing to abandon Lazica in exchange for annual tribute from the Romans. Yeah, I wouldn't have trusted him. The peace agreement marked a temporary cessation of hostilities on the eastern frontier. Yeah, temporary, spoiler alert. Well, it did allow Justinian to refocus his attention on internal empire building and legal reforms, though. One must keep themselves busy, and he always was. As we've said, the emperor who never sleeps. That's Justinian. Well, during this period, the military focus shifted eastward. But in Italy itself, the situation had really deteriorated. Following the deaths of the Ostrogothic kings, Ildibad and Eraric, in 541, under the leadership of King Totila, the Ostrogoths quickly regained territory. After their victory at Faenza in 542, they reconquered most of southern Italy and soon controlled pretty much all of the Italian peninsula. Well, better call Belisarius, who returned to Italy in late 544. But it wasn't easy. He was hampered by a lack of troops, along with a lack of supplies, making very little progress and ultimately being relieved of command in 548. Well, despite all of these challenges, he did manage to defeat a Gothic fleet of around 200 ships. During this tumultuous period, Rome changed hands multiple times. It was captured and depopulated by the Goths in December of 546, then reclaimed the next year by the Byzantines in 547, and again 3 years later in the January of 550, seized again by the Goths. Totila also extended his campaigns to Sicily and the Greek coastlines. Ultimately, Justinian sent a sizable force of about 35,000 men under the command of Narses, who reached Ravenna in June of 552. This force managed to decisively defeat the Ostrogoths at the Battle of Bustagalorum in the Apennines within a month, where Totila was killed. Rest in peace, Totila. A subsequent victory at Mons Lactarius in October 552 effectively ended the Ostrogothic resistance. By 554, after repelling a major Frankish invasion at Casilinum, Italy was firmly under Byzantine control, although further efforts were needed to subdue the remaining Gothic strongholds. It was more or less mission accomplished. Italy was then garrisoned with 16,000 men. The protracted conflict cost the empire approximately, and you can love this, 300,000 pounds of gold. While Procopius also estimated that 15 million Goths perished during this war, but that's probably and pretty much definitely an overestimation. Well, in addition to these military endeavors, Justinian's forces established a foothold in Visigothic Hispania, when the usurper Athanagild sought assistance against King Agila I. In 552, Justinian dispatched 2,000 men under the command of Liberius, capturing Cartagena and other southeastern cities, founding the province of Spania. This marked the zenith of Byzantine territorial expansion, though the alliance with the Athanagild deteriorated after he secured his kingship. Now, back in the Balkans, Justinian faced incursions from Turkic and Slavic peoples. Defensive strategies and diplomacy were his main responses, except in 559, when a significant threat led by Zabrogan reached the outskirts of Constantinople. The city was spared a siege, thanks to the timely intervention of the veteran general Belisarius, sweeping in to save the day. While all in all, Justinian's ambitious projects to restore the Roman Empire achieved somewhat mixed results. The early successes in the 530s gave way to a prolonged and devastating conflict with the Goths, which brought great hardship to Italy, though its long-term impacts were less severe than often believed. Despite significant opposition, the conquests in Africa and parts of Hispania eliminated major naval threats. And when Justinian finally died in 555, the empire had reached its greatest territorial extent since the fall of the Western Roman Empire, and that's a pretty good achievement. However, the empire was overextended, and Justinian's policies often neglected the new realities of the 6th century politics in Europe, leading to vulnerabilities. The later years of his reign show that even Constantinople was not immune to barbarian threats from the north. Justinian viewed the orthodoxy of his empire as threatened by divergent religious currents, particularly monophysitism, which had substantial followings in the eastern provinces like Syria and Egypt. Well, in essence, monophysitism advocated that Christ had one divine nature, rather than a dual nature combining divine and human elements, a view that was condemned as heretical by the Council of Chalcedon in 451. Previous emperors, however, such as Zeno and Anastasius, had been tolerant of monophysitism, which of course caused more than a little friction with the bishops of Rome. Justinian reversed these policies, affirming the Chalcedonian doctrine and condemning the monophysites. He attempted to enforce religious unity by promoting doctrinal compromises. It was through these efforts that he saw a rather general failure of policy, and it pleased no one. Both conflicting parties, both were still angry with each other and never really reached an agreement. Toward the end of his life, however, Justinian actually found himself leaning towards the monophysite doctrine, but he died before he could enact any relevant legislation. Now, Empress Theodora, his wife, sympathized with the monophysites and reportedly engaged in pro-monophysite intrigues in court. In his reign, Justinian's control extended to ecclesiastical matters, reflecting a rather despotic approach. He issued laws concerning Christ's core doctrines right at the start of his reign, and threatened penalties for heresy, later aiming to prevent such disturbances by legal means. He solidified the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed as the Church's sole symbol, and gave legal force to the canons of the 4 ecumenical councils. His era saw the affirmation that nothing in the Church could happen against the emperor's will, a stance evident when he supported the banishment of the Patriarch Athamas with secular enforcement. His rule also focused on protecting the Church's integrity and extending monasticism. He ensured that monks could inherit property and receive annual gifts from the imperial treasury or taxed provinces, and protected monastic estates from lay confiscation. His ecclesiastical policies also led to significant architectural contributions, most notably the reconstruction of the Hagia Sophia, which became a central symbol of Eastern Orthodoxy, and was of course lavishly decorated with mosaics and a gilded dome, funded by £20,000 of gold. Justinian's efforts to manage church affairs extended beyond internal policy, however. He ended the Achaemenid schism that had divided the Eastern Empire and Rome by rejecting the previous emperor's policies that undermined the Council of Chalcedon. His influence even reached into papal elections, notably supporting Vigilius over Silverius. The unity restored between East and West did, however, not resolve the ongoing disputes in the eastern provinces. Justinian's fluctuating policies, which swung between persecution of non-Chalcedonian bishops and monks and attempts at theological compromise, aimed to integrate monophysites into the Chalcedonian framework, but were largely unsuccessful. These efforts, combined with Theodora's unreserved support for the Miaphysites, culminated in the controversial condemnation of the 3 chapters, leading to a temporary schism in the West and continued dissatisfaction among the monophysites in the East. Justinian's religious policy was closely tied to his belief that the unity of the empire had to have a unity of faith, specifically the Orthodox Chalcedonian Christian faith. Other faiths didn't count. He perceived any deviation from this orthodoxy as simply a threat to imperial stability, leading to vigorous enforcement of laws against paganism and other non-Christian religions. The Codex Justianus included statutes aimed at the complete eradication of paganism, which were, of course, strictly applied, affecting even the highest ranking of individuals. His reign sadly marked the closure of the Neoplatonic Academy in Athens in 529, ending the last vestige of pagan academia. However, other educational institutions in Constantinople, Antioch, and Alexandria continued unharmed under his rule. His efforts, of course, extended beyond pagans, influencing various groups across the empire. John of Ephesus reported large-scale conversions of pagans in Asia Minor, though the accuracy of these claims is debatable. Christian missions were also directed towards groups like the Heruli, the Huns, the Abasci, and the Tazani in Caucasia. Thus the emperor worked to eradicate any lingering pagan practices in remote areas, such as the worship of Amun at Awagila and other Egyptian gods and goddesses at Philae. But of course, it wasn't just pagans. Jews had faced increased restrictions under Justinian, with curtailments on their civil rights and their religious privileges too. There was also an interference in synagogue affairs, with pushes to replace Hebrew scriptural texts with the Greek Septuagint in Constantinople synagogues. Samaritans and Manichaeans faced severe repercussions for resisting conversion to Christianity. The Samaritans frequently rebelled against these pressures, leading to cycles of violence between them and the Christian communities. Justinian's edicts against the Samaritans were as harsh as the other ones. Well, they claimed to quell their insurrections through brute force, and quell they did. Manichaeans suffered through inquisitions and executions, reflecting the emperor's staunch stance against religious dissent. While throughout his reign he remained a fervent supporter of the Christian Church, using his power to solidify orthodoxy across the empire, often at the expense of religious and cultural diversity, but I doubt he really cared much about that. His policies, while aiming to unify and strengthen his realms through a single religious framework, also led to significant strife and divisions. Justinian was also renowned for his extensive building projects, which were well documented by historians like Procopius. Now we have mentioned his most significant construction, the Hagia Sophia, originally a basilica that was actually destroyed during the Nika riots. This monumental project was supervised by the architects Isidore of Miletus and Anthemius of Tralles, and was completed in the year 537. Upon its completion, Justinian famously proclaimed, "Solomon, I have outdone thee," highlighting the ambition to surpass the architectural achievements of ancient rulers. He was referring to Solomon's temple. The Hagia Sophia was reconsecrated in 562 after further enhancements by Isidore the Younger, solidifying its status as the epicenter of Eastern Christianity with its grand dome and elaborate mosaics. Another significant religious construction during his reign included the Church of the Holy Apostles, which was extensively rebuilt, and the Church of the Saints Sergius and Bacchus, also known as the Little Hagia Sophia, completed between 532 and 536. These projects not only served religious purposes, but they acted as a kind of symbol of imperial authority and a show of piety. Justinian's contributions to Constantinople's infrastructure included luxurious embellishments to the Great Palace of Constantinople, where excavations have uncovered high-quality mosaics from his era. A notable secular monument was the bronze statue erected in 543 in the Augusteum, depicting Justinian on horseback in military regalia. Beyond the capital, Justinian fortified the empire's borders with new fortifications in Africa and the East, and improved urban infrastructure to bolster defense and public welfare. Notable projects included the advanced arch dam at Dara, the Sangarius Bridge in Bithynia, which served the critical military supply route, and significant urban reconstruction projects in cities devastated by wars or natural disasters. Earthquakes were kinda common. Justinian also founded the city of Justiniana Prima, near his birthplace, aiming to make it the new administrative and religious hub of Illyricum. The initiative was part of his broader goal to consolidate and centralize imperial control. Despite his focus on grand construction projects, his reign saw a decline in some centers of learning, such as the Neoplatonic Academy in Athens and the law school of Berytus. Nonetheless, his era was one marked by the flourishing of Byzantine culture, with historians like Procopius, yes, and also poets such as Paul the Silentiary and Romanus the Melodist, making significant contributions to their fields. Justinian's reign marked a pivotal era in the economic foundation of the Byzantine Empire, heavily reliant on agriculture, while also benefiting significantly from long-distance trade. This trade network extended as far away as Cornwall, that's right, in the modern-day United Kingdom, where tin was exchanged for Roman wheat. The efficient movement of goods, particularly grain from Alexandria to Constantinople, was enhanced by Justinian's construction of a large granary on Tenedos, facilitating storage and onward transport to the capital. Another crucial economic sector was the silk trade. Initially dependent on imports processed within the empire, Justinian aimed to localize silk production. In 541, he secured a monopoly for imperial factories in the production of silk goods. Efforts to establish a new trade route for silk, independent of Persian intermediaries, included attempts to engage the Abyssinians as trade mediators. However, these attempts were unfortunately largely unsuccessful due to Persian dominance in Indian markets. The breakthrough came in the early 550s, when two monks successfully managed to smuggle silkworm eggs from Central Asia to Constantinople, enabling the empire to produce its own silk. Justinian also capitalized on the natural resources that were available, setting up gold and silver mining operations across various regions, including the Balkans, Anatolia, Armenia, Cyprus, Egypt, and even, to the south of Egypt, the Kingdom of Nubia. Now, in terms of finances, Justinian inherited a substantial treasury surplus from his predecessors, which he aimed to augment through more efficient tax collection and anti-corruption measures. Administrative reforms included enhancing the powers of prefectural and provincial leaders, while reducing the vicarieties of the dioceses, streamlining the empire's bureaucratic structure. These changes, while yes increasing tax revenue, also impacted traditional provincial life by undermining the autonomy of the town councils. The economic prosperity under Justinian was good, sure, but it had its own challenges. The empire, of course, faced setbacks such as the devastating plague from 541 to 43, which significantly reduced the population, thus creating labor shortages and potentially leading to wage increases. The same thing happened after the Black Plague in Europe and culminated in the peasants' revolt that Wat Tyler organized, but that's a video for another day. 2 videos. Well, this reliance as well on barbarian troops in the military, that was of course emblematic of these manpower shortages. Additionally, the ongoing wars in Italy and against the Persians strained the empire's resources, leading to fairly justified criticisms of Justinian's decision to curtail the government-run postal service, limiting it to a single route of military relevance only. During the 530s, the Christian Roman Empire experienced a series of severe climatic disturbances that caused widespread despair, leading many to feel as if divine favor had been withdrawn. The atmosphere was laden with noxious fumes, and the sun, though visible, failed to provide adequate warmth, leading to dramatically colder weather, severely impacting agricultural production across Europe and the Middle East. This unusual climatic phenomenon, recorded in 535 to 36, of course resulted in a devastating famine that was unprecedented in its scope and impact. The contemporary historian Procopius documented these events, describing the sun as dim and lacking brightness, akin to an eclipse, with its light feeble and lacking its usual clarity. The description from his account of the Vandalic War underscores the dramatic and unsettling nature of the environmental changes observed during this period. Certainly would have freaked a lot of people out with the old world superstitions, that's for sure. While the exact causes of these catastrophic events remain a subject of debate, there's a few theories though. One, of course, being triggered by a massive volcanic eruption, with potential candidates including the Rabaul caldera, Lake Ilopango, Krakatoa, or even a volcano in Iceland, according to recent studies. These eruptions would have, of course, released vast quantities of ash and sulfur into the stratosphere, reducing solar radiation and leading to a significant drop in global temperatures. Of course, the situation worsened significantly in 542 when the Eastern Roman Empire was struck with the plague, a plague that was so synonymous with the era that it is now called the Plague of Justinian. Don't blame it on him, though. It's just a name. Now, this outbreak of bubonic plague, rivaled only by the Black Death of the 14th century, caused the deaths of millions. Remarkably, Justinian himself actually contracted the plague, but he survived, a testament to the indiscriminate nature of the disease, which affected all levels of society. But, conveniently, the top boss gets to live. Well, the actual death toll and the plague's overall impact, of course, are another subject of debate, with some questioning the traditional estimates of the fatalities. I mean, when we're talking in millions, especially when we have Procopius throwing out numbers of death tolls in wars up to 15 million people, well, raises a few eyebrows again, doesn't it? Adding to the calamities of Justinian's reign, in the July of 551 the eastern Mediterranean was hit by a massive earthquake that was centered near Beirut, which also generated a devastating tsunami. The combined effects of the earthquake and tsunami were, of course, as you would expect, catastrophic, with total fatalities, according to the estimates, possibly exceeding 30,000. In fact, the tremors from this seismic event were felt as far away as Antioch and Alexandria. Well, even though Justinian was struck by the plague in the 540s and managed to recover, tragically, his wife Theodora died in 548, at a relatively young age. She had probably died from cancer. That's not proven, but that is probably how she went. Justinian, who survived her by nearly 20 years, had a profound interest in these theological matters throughout his life, and the closer he got to the end of it, the more and more he became devoted to religion in his later years. Of course, the more his death got closer, the more he actively participated in debates on Christian doctrine, and garnered a deep engagement with religious issues of all kinds. Justinian eventually did pass away on the 14th of November 565, leaving no children. He was succeeded by Justin II, who was the son of his sister Vigilantia. Justinian II was then married to Sophia, who was the niece of Theodora, thus maintaining a familial connection to the previous emperor. Justinian's final resting place was a specially constructed mausoleum in the Church of the Holy Apostles. Unfortunately, his tomb was desecrated and robbed during the pillage of Constantinople in 1204 by the forces of the Fourth Crusade, a rather tragic end to the legacy of one of Byzantium's most significant rulers. Well, thank you very much for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed the video for today. If you've made it this far, well done. I'm sure you've learned a lot about Justinian. And wherever Justinian is now, I'm sure he's very happy that you've been enlightened about his reign. And I'm very happy to give a shout out to my top tier Patreon subscribers, patrons, whatever they're called. That's JC, Jeffrey, Stark Factory, and Susan. And also, Stark Factory, sorry to hear about your ankle. I hope you get better soon. And you're up and about, walking. Get yourself to the gym. And you, dear listener, if you'd like to support the channel, of course, you know what to do. Go into the description, and if you like what I do, then have a look at the Patreon. Otherwise, it's once again been a pleasure, and I will see you in the next exciting episode. Good night.